Heaven and Hell as codified by Allan Kardec. Special thanks. In the name of the Spiritist Society of the Carolinas, the board members want to give a special thanks to God for allowing this project to become a reality, the International Spiritist Council and its Secretary General Jussara Pretti Korngold for giving the legal authorization to record the audiobook Heaven and Hell with no obstacles or delays, the U.S. Spiritist Federation and its president Tanya Schwartz for advertising all Spiritist audiobooks released by the Spiritist Society of the Carolinas. Also, we would like to extend a special thanks to our spiritual messengers, Jesus Christ, Allan Kardec, Dante Labate, and Evolved Good Spirits. Monetary donors. The monetary donors allowed us to bring the Heaven and Hell audiobook into fruition. Many thanks to Robert Oberg and Jeanette Franco Berenger. To listeners, thanks to all of you for listening to Heaven and Hell audiobook and forwarding it to others. Credits. Spiritist Society of the Carolinas, sponsor. International Spiritist Council, supporter. U.S. Spiritist Federation, supporter. Jeanette Franco Berenger, idolizer, supervisor, and producer. John Von Cannon, voiceover artist. Sandra Maldonado, photographer. Who are these two women headed to make Heaven and Hell audiobook tangible to the public? Jussara Korngold. Jussara is currently the General Secretary of the International Spiritist Council, former President and current Vice President of the United States Spiritist Federation. She is the founder and President of the Spiritist Group of New York and the Spiritist Alliance for Books. Mrs. Korngold is fluent in Portuguese, English, French, and Spanish. She is an international speaker, a published author, and a translator. Mrs. Korngold works for Brazil Child Health as its main executive. She is also an executive board member of the Grupo Mulheres do Brasil in New York. Jeanette Franco Berenger. Jeanette is the co-founder and president of the Spiritist Society of the Carolinas. Also, she is a producer of Spiritism Today, the first Spiritist television show in the United States of America, which first aired in 2010 on Public Access Channel 21 through the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Public Access Corporation, SIMPAC. Heaven and Hell, or Divine Justice According to Spiritism. A comparative examination of doctrines concerning the passage from corporeal life to spirit life, concerning future punishment and reward, concerning angels and demons, concerning suffering, etc., followed by several examples regarding the true situation of the soul during and after death, by Allan Kardec. Part 1, Doctrine. Chapter 1, The Future Life and Nothingness. 1. We live, we think, we act. That is certain, and we die, that is no less certain. But where do we go when we leave this earth behind? What will it be like for us after death? Will it be better off or worse? Will we even exist or not? Being or non-being? Such is the alternative, forever or nevermore, all or nothing. Will we live forever, or will everything end once and for all? Is it even worthwhile to think about all this? All human beings sense the need to stay alive, to enjoy life, to love, and to be happy. If dying persons are told that they will live a while longer, that their time has been delayed, or especially that they will be happier than they have ever been, their hearts rejoice. Of what use would such aspirations of happiness be, however, if it only took a puff of air to dissipate them? Has there ever been anything more disheartening than the thought of complete and utter annihilation? Our dearest affections, our intelligence and progress, the knowledge we have so laboriously acquired, everything would dissolve into chaos, everything lost. So what good would it do for us to put forth any effort to make ourselves better individuals, to overcome our passions, or to exhaust ourselves trying to enlighten our mind if we could derive no benefit from any of it, or especially if we were to succumb to the thought that perhaps all of this will be of no use in the end. If such were the case, the fate of human beings would be 100 times worse than that of wild animals, because animals live entirely for the present in order to satisfy their material appetites. They have no concern for the future. A secret intuition, however, tells us that this cannot be the case. 2. When humans believe in nothingness, they overwhelmingly concentrate all their thoughts on their present life, and there is no real reason for them to worry about a future that they do not expect to arrive. This exclusive preoccupation with the present leads them to think of their own selves more than anything else. It is therefore a most powerful stimulus for selfishness, and disbelievers are being consistent when they reach the following conclusion: let us enjoy ourselves while we are here. Let us enjoy ourselves as much as possible, because we know that after death it will all end. Let us enjoy ourselves right now, for we do not know how much longer our lives will last. This way of thinking leads them to another assumption that is even more consequential for society: let us enjoy ourselves in any way we can. Every man for himself, as they say. Happiness in this world is for those who are the cleverest. If human respect restrains some persons, what will restrain those who fear nothing? They believe that human laws only apply to those inept enough to get caught, and so they apply all their ingenuity to the best means for evading them. If there is an insensitive and antisocial doctrine, it is certainly nihilism, for it breaks the true bonds of solidarity and fraternity upon which all social relationships are based. 3. Let us imagine that for some reason an entire nation of people are conceived that in 8 days, in 1 month, even in 1 year, they will be wiped out, that not one trace of any individual will remain. What will they do while awaiting extermination? Will they work for their progress or education? Will they make an effort to survive? Will they respect the rights, property, and life of their fellow citizens? Will they submit to any law or authority, no matter how legitimate it may be, that of their parents, for example? Will they sense any kind of duty? Of course not. Well then, that which could not possibly happen collectively is nonetheless accomplished by nihilism each and every day on an individual basis. If the consequences are not as disastrous as they could be, it is because that in the first place, for the majority of disbelievers, there is more boastfulness than true disbelief, more doubt than conviction. They are more afraid of nothingness than they let on to be. Being known as daring individuals stotes their vanity. In the second place, it is because die-hard disbelievers are by far in the minority. In spite of themselves, they feel the weight of contrary opinion and are restrained by social forces. Nevertheless, if absolute disbelief were to gain the majority, society would devolve into chaos. That is what propagating the doctrine of nihilism would lead to. However, in spite of the possible consequences, once nihilism were proven to be true, we would have to accept it, and neither contrary theories nor the idea of the ills resulting from it could eliminate it, and we must concede that skepticism, doubt, and indifference gain ground every day, despite religion's best efforts. That is certain. If religion has shown itself to be powerless in overcoming disbelief, it is because religion lacks something in the struggle in such a way that if it were condemned to remaining inactive, it would disappear at some point. What religion lacks in this age is positivism, in which comprehension is sought instead of belief. It is undoubtedly the sanction of its doctrines by demonstrable facts, as well as the agreement of its doctrines with the physical data of science. If a doctrine says something is white while the facts prove that it is black, one must choose between the evidence and blind faith. 4. It is under such circumstances that Spiritism has erected a barrier to the invasion of disbelief, not only because of its reasonableness and because of the perspective of the dangers which disbelief poses, but because of physical incidents that have rendered the soul and the future life both visible and tangible. We are all free to choose our beliefs. We can believe in something or we can believe in nothing, but persons who seek to make the denial of the future prevail in the minds of the masses, especially in the minds of the youth, by supporting themselves on the authority of their own knowledge and the loftiness of their position, sow the seeds of trouble and dissolution in society, thereby incurring a grave responsibility. 5. There is another doctrine that is defended from the accusations of materialism because it accepts the existence of an intelligent principle outside of matter. It is the doctrine of absorption into the universal whole. According to this doctrine, upon being born, each individual assimilates a portion of the universal whole. This portion comprises his or her soul and provides him or her with life, intelligence, and feeling. At death, this soul returns to the common center and loses itself in the infinite like a drop of water in the ocean. This doctrine is undeniably a step above pure materialism, since it does believe in something at least, whereas the other believes in nothing at all. However, the results are exactly the same for both. Whether souls are immersed into nothingness or into a common reservoir, it amounts to the same thing. In the first case, where they are annihilated, or in the second, where they lose their individuality, it is as if they never really existed. Relationships cannot help but be broken forever. What is essential is the preservation of the self. Without the self, what does it matter if the soul exists or not? People will perceive that the future is always nil and that the present life is the only thing that interests and concerns them. From the moral consequence standpoint, this doctrine is as unhealthy and hopeless, and it cites as much selfishness as does materialism per se. 6. Furthermore, one could make this objection. All the drops of water drawn from the ocean resemble each other and possess identical properties as parts of the same whole. But why then do souls taken from the great ocean of universal intelligence resemble each other so little? Why does genius live alongside stupidity and the most sublime virtues alongside the most ignoble vices? Why are goodness, kindness, and forbearance found right alongside malice, cruelty, and barbarity? How can parts of the same homogeneous whole be so different from one another? Might it be said that education leads to such differences? If that were the case, where do innate qualities, precocious minds, good and evil instincts, regardless of education, come from, and which are so often completely at odds with the environment wherein they have developed? There is no doubt that education modifies the intellectual and moral qualities of the soul, but therein lies another problem. Who provides this education that causes the soul to progress? Could it be other souls who, due to their common origin, could not be any more advanced than the one being educated? Moreover, when the soul re-enters the universal whole from whence it came after having progressed over the course of its life, it takes a more perfected member into that whole. This would imply that the whole should be continually deeply modified and improved. So how can it be explained why ignorant and perverse souls incessantly come from it? 7. In this doctrine, the universal source of intelligence that supplies human souls is independent of the divinity. It is not pantheism per se. It differs from pantheism, which considers the universal principle of life and intelligence as comprising the divinity itself. God is concomitantly both spirit and matter. All beings, all the bodies of nature, make up the divinity, of which they are the molecules and constitutive elements. God is the most composite of all intelligences taken together, and each individual as a part of the whole is God in him or herself. No superior or independent being rules the whole. The universe is an immense republic without a ruler, or rather, it is a place where each individual is a ruler with absolute power. 8. Innumerable objections may be raised against the pantheistic theory, but the main ones are, since divinity cannot be conceived of apart from infinite perfection, then one may ask, how can a perfect whole be formed of such imperfect parts in need of progress? Since each part is subject to the law of progress, then it follows that God also must progress, and if God continually progresses, God must have been very imperfect at the beginning of time. Additionally, how could an imperfect being formed of such divergent wills and ideas conceive such harmonious laws that are as admirable in unity, wisdom, and foresight as those that govern the universe? If all souls are portions of the divinity, all must have concurred in establishing the laws of nature. Then why is it that they constantly grumble against the very laws that are their own work? A theory cannot be accepted as truth unless it can satisfy reason and account for all the facts that it entails. If it is belied by just one fact, it is because it does not contain the absolute truth. 9. From a moral point of view, the consequences of pantheism are equally illogical. First, as far as souls are concerned, it is like the preceding theory. In other words, the absorption into the whole and the loss of individuality. If we were to believe, as some pantheists do, that souls retain their individuality, then God would have no unified will but would be a composite of myriads of divergent wills. Second, since each soul is an integral part of the divinity and thus is not subject to a superior power, then it incurs no responsibility for its good or evil acts. Being sovereign in its own right, it has no interest in practicing the good and can practice evil with impunity. 10. Such theories satisfy neither human reason nor aspiration, and they give rise to insuperable problems because they are powerless to resolve all the issues that they in fact engender. Therefore, humankind has three alternatives: nothingness, absorption, or the individuality of the soul before and after death. It is to this last belief that logic irresistibly impels us, the belief that has formed the basis of all religions since the world came into being. Now, if logic leads us to the individuality of the soul, it also points out another consequence to us. The fate of each soul must depend on its own personal qualities, because it would be irrational to believe that the little evolved soul of the primitive, like that of the evil-minded individual, could be at the same level of development as the soul of the wise and righteous person. According to the principles of justice, souls must take responsibility for their acts, but for there to be such responsibility, they must be free to choose between good and evil. Without free will, there is only fatalism, and responsibility cannot coexist with fatalism. 11. All religions accept the principle of the soul's happiness or unhappiness after death, or, in other words, future punishment and reward. This principle is summed up in the doctrine of heaven and hell found in all religions. However, where they differ essentially is in the nature of such punishment and reward, especially the conditions that determine one or the other. Thus, contradictory points of faith have given rise to different sects along with the specific duties imposed by each of them to worship God and thereby reach heaven and avoid hell. 12. At their origin, all religions had to have been related to the degree of the moral and intellectual evolution of the individuals comprising them. These individuals were too materialized to comprehend the merit of purely spiritual things, and they made most of their religious duties to consist in following outward forms. For a long time, these forms satisfied reason. Later, however, as the light began to shine in their minds, they sensed the emptiness of such forms. Since religion no longer satisfied them, they abandoned it and became philosophers. 13. If in the beginning religion had been appropriate for humans' limited knowledge, if it had always kept pace thereafter with the progressive movement of the human spirit, there would be no disbelievers, because the need to believe is in humans' very nature, and they will readily believe if doing so gives them spiritual nourishment that is in harmony with their intellectual needs. People want to know where they have come from and where they are headed. If they are told to believe in an end that does not correspond to their aspirations or their idea of God or to the physical data that science gives them, and furthermore, if believing imposes on their desired goal conditions whose usefulness their reason contests, they will reject everything. Materialism and pantheism seem more rational to them because at least they can reason and discuss them, though erroneously, and they are right because reasoning erroneously is at least better than not reasoning at all. Nonetheless, present them with an unconditionally logical future, completely worthy of the greatness, justice, and infinite goodness of God, and they will reject materialism and pantheism, whose emptiness they feel in their innermost being, but which they have accepted for lack of a better theory. Spiritism gives them something better, and that is why it is quickly embraced by all those who have been tormented by doubt, those who have not been able to find what they are seeking in common beliefs or philosophies. Spiritism contains within itself the logic of rationality and the sanction of proven facts, and that is why it is futile to fight against it. 14. Human beings instinctively believe in the future, but since they have not until now possessed any certain basis for defining it, their imagination has conjured up theories that have given rise to a diversity of beliefs. Because the Spiritist doctrine regarding the future is not the more or less cleverly designed work of the imagination, but is rather the result of the observations of material events that are occurring nowadays right before our eyes. It will harmonize these divergent or fluctuating opinions. This is already taking place, and gradually, through the force of things, it will bring about a unity of beliefs concerning the future that will not be based on simple theories, but on certainty. Unity of thought concerning the future fate of souls will be the first point of contact among the various sects, one huge step towards religious tolerance to start with, and later toward complete unification. Heaven and Hell, Part 1, Chapter 2, The Fear of Death. Causes of the Fear of Death. Why Spiritists do not fear death. Causes of the fear of death. 1. Ever since they lived in the wild, and whatever their social position may now be, human beings have had an innate sentiment about the future. Intuition tells them that death is not the final phase of existence, and that those whose loss we grieve are not irretrievably lost. Belief in the future life is intuitive and infinitely more widespread than the belief in nothingness. Nevertheless, how can one explain that among those who believe in the immortality of the soul, one still finds a great attachment to earthly things and a huge fear of death? 2. This fear is an effect of the wisdom of providence and a consequence of the self-preservation instinct common to all living beings. Such fear is necessary as long as people are not sufficiently enlightened about the conditions of the future life. Fear acts as a counterweight to the tendency which, without its restraining force, would lead us to prematurely leave our life behind and to neglect the earthly labor that must serve for our advancement. Thus it is that amongst primitive peoples, the future is a vague intuition, which later becomes a simple hope and finally a certainty, albeit still attenuated by a secret attachment to corporeal life. 3. To the degree that humans better comprehend the future life, the fear of death decreases. Once their earthly mission becomes clear, they calmly, resignedly, and fearlessly await the end. Certainty about the future life gives them another course for their thoughts, another aim for their labors. Prior to this certainty, they only labored with an eye on the present. With this certainty, however, they labor with an eye on the future, although without neglecting the present, since they know that the future depends on the good or evil direction they take in the present. The certainty of meeting their friends again after death, of reactivating the relationships they had on earth, of not losing one single fruit of their labor, of unceasingly growing in intelligence and toward perfection, gives them the patience to endure and the courage to bear the transitory weariness of earthly life. The solidarity they find between the living and the dead enables them to understand the solidarity they must establish on earth, where fraternity and charity have a purpose and a reason for being, both in the present and in the future. 4. In order to free oneself from the fear of death, one must regard death from the right point of view. In other words, one must have entered the spirit world through thought, getting as precise of an idea of it as possible. This denotes on the part of the incarnate spirit a certain amount of development and an ability to detach itself from matter. For those who are not sufficiently advanced, material life prevails over the spiritual. While people remain attached to appearances, they cannot discern life beyond the body, even though the real life resides within the soul. And if the body dies, everything seems lost to them, and they fall into despair. If instead of concentrating their thought on the outer garment, they geared it toward the source of their life, the soul, the real being that survives everything else, they would grieve less the loss of the body, the source of misery and pain. However, to do so, the spirit needs strength that it only acquires with maturity. The worry about death, therefore, arises from an insufficient idea about the future life, but it also denotes the need to stay alive and the belief that the destruction of the body is not the end of everything. Additionally, it is triggered by the secret longing for the survival of the soul, still veiled in uncertainty. Such fear decreases to the degree that certainty increases and disappears when certainty is complete. That is the providential side of the issue. For people who are not sufficiently enlightened, whose reason can hardly support the highly positive and alluring perspective of a better future, it would be prudent not to dazzle them with such an idea, since it could lead them to neglect the present. The present, however, is necessary for their material and intellectual evolution. 5. This state of things is postponed and prolonged by purely human causes that will disappear with progress. The first cause is the aspect from which the future life has been presented, an aspect that might satisfy little developed minds, but which cannot satisfy the enlightened reason of reflective individuals. Thus, they say, since they present us with principles contested by logic and the positive data of science and claim such principles to be absolute truths, it is because they are not actually true. Since the disbelief of some and the dubious belief of a great many, the future life is a vague idea to them, more a probability than an absolute certainty. They would believe and they would desire it to be so, but they exclaim, but what if it really isn't true? The present is here and now. Let's concern ourselves with it first. The future will take care of itself. Then they add, what is the soul really? A point, an atom, a spark, or a flame of some kind? How does it feel, see, or perceive? The soul does not seem like an actual reality to them, but rather an abstraction. Those who are dear to them, reduced to atoms in their way of thinking, are lost to them and no longer appear with the qualities for which they love them. They cannot comprehend the love of a spark or the love one may have for it, and they are hardly satisfied with the perspective of being transformed into monads. Thus they feel justified in preferring the physicality of earthly life, which has something more substantial about it. The number dominated by this type of thought is considerable. 6. Another cause for remaining attached to earthly things, even among those who most firmly believe in the future life, is the impression they retain of the childhood teachings related to it. We must confess that the picture that religion has sketched out concerning the subject is nothing seductive and even less consoling. On one hand, there are the contortions of the damned in eternal torture and flame, paying for the errors of their momentary lives. Centuries follow centuries without any pity or hope for a commuting of their sentence, and what is more pitiless is that repentance would be futile. On the other hand are the souls languishing and suffering in purgatory as they await their deliverance at the goodwill of the living, who will pray for them or who will beseech others to pray for them, without being able to put forth any effort of their own to get out. These two categories comprise the great majority of the population beyond the grave. Among them soars the very limited class of the elect, enjoy contemplative beatitude for all eternity. This eternal uselessness, even though preferable to nothingness, of course, is nothing but a fastidious monotony. This is why in paintings depicting the blessed we see angelic figures that seem to express more boredom than true blissfulness. The picture neither satisfies aspirations nor the instinctive idea of progress, which is the only one compatible with absolute bliss. It is difficult to imagine that upon being baptized, the primitive who only possess an obtuse morality is suddenly on the same level as someone who after long years of labor has reached the highest degree of knowledge and morals. It is even less conceivable that a child who has died at a very early age, before being aware of its own acts, will enjoy the same privileges solely because of a ceremony in which its own will played no part. Such ideas should not hesitate to concern the most fervent believers, no matter how little they think about them. 7. If future happiness does not depend on working to progress while on earth, then the ease with which this happiness is believed to be acquired by means of a few outward practices, and even by the possibility of being purchased with money, without serious inner reform of character and habits, places more worth on the pleasures of the world. Many deeply believe that because their future is assured by fulfilling certain formulas or by posthumous gifts that cost them nothing, that it is superfluous to make sacrifices or suffer anything for the benefit of others, since salvation may be had by each working for himself or herself. Of course, not everybody thinks this way, for there are many noteworthy exceptions. However, one could not deny that most actually do think this way, especially the little enlightened masses, and that the idea commonly held regarding the conditions for happiness in the other world tends to prolong attachment to the things of this one, and therefore encourages selfishness. 8. We would add that everything, all our customs, contributes toward causing us to mourn the loss of earthly life and to dread the passage from earth to heaven. Death is surrounded with morbid ceremonies that serve more to terrorize than to awaken hope. If one depicts death, it has always done so in its revolting aspect and never as the sleep of transition. All of death's symbols remind us of the destruction of the body, portraying it as dreadful and to flesh. The soul is never presented radiantly detaching itself from its earthly fetters. The departure to that happier world is only accompanied by the mourning of the survivors, as if a bit disgrace had befallen the deceased. They say eternal goodbyes as if they will never see them again. What they regret is that the deceased have lost the pleasures of this world, as though they have not discovered greater pleasures beyond the grave. Such a misfortune, they say, to have died so young, rich, and happy, with the perspective of such a shining future. The idea of an even better future barely passes through their mind because it has not set down deep roots. Thus, everything works together to inspire the terror of death instead of the awakening to hope. There is no doubt that humankind will take a long time to undo such preconceptions, but such will happen to the degree that their faith is firmly established and to the point that they conceive of a more wholesome idea of the spirit life. 9. What is more, the usual belief places souls in regions that are only accessible to thought and where they become somehow unknown to the living. The Church itself sets up an impassable barrier between the living and the dead, and declares that the relationship is broken and that any kind of communication between them is impossible. If souls are in hell, all hope is lost of ever seeing them again, unless we ourselves also end up there. If they find themselves among the elect, however, they are completely absorbed in contemplative beatitude. All this interposes between the dead and the living a distance that leads people to regard the separation as eternal, which is why many prefer to have beings whom we love right here with them, suffering on earth instead of seeing them leave, even if they are going to heaven. Finally, will the soul who is in heaven really be happy knowing that its child, father, mother, or friends are burning in hell forever? Why Spiritists do not fear death. 10. The Spiritist doctrine completely transforms the way one envisages the future. The future life ceases to be a hypothesis and becomes a reality. The state of souls after death is no longer a theory, but the result of observation. The veil has been lifted and the spirit world has appeared to us in the fullness of its practical reality. Human minds did not discover it through some ingenious conception. Instead, the very inhabitants of that world have come to us describing their situation. We have seen them on every degree of the spirit scale, in every phase of happiness and unhappiness, and finally in all the situations of life beyond the grave. That is why Spiritists view death so calmly and why they are so serene during their last moments on earth. What sustains them is not only hope, but certainty. They know that the future life is but a continuation of earthly life, only under better conditions, and they await it with the same confidence with which they have awaited the rising of the sun after a stormy night. The reasons for such confidence arise from the phenomena they have witnessed and the harmony of such phenomena, both with the logic, justice, and goodness of God, and the innermost aspirations of humankind. For Spiritists, the soul is not an abstraction. It has an ethereal body, which makes it a defined being. It can be grasped and perceived through thought, which is sufficient for it to clarify for us its individuality, aptitudes, and perceptions. The memory of those who are dear to us rests upon something real. They are no longer portrayed as fleeting flames that speak nothing to our thoughts, but as concrete forms that, more than anything, show themselves to be living beings. Furthermore, instead of being lost in the depths of space, they are all around us. The corporeal world and the spirit world are in constant relationship, and they provide mutual assistance to each other. Since doubt about the future is no longer feasible, the fear of death disappears. We calmly see its approach as deliverance through the door of life, instead of annihilation through the door of nothingness. Heaven and Hell, Part 1, Chapter 3, Heaven. 1. The French word ciel usually designates the undefined space that surrounds the earth. more particularly the part that is above our horizon. It comes from the Latin colum, formed from the Greek colos, concave, because the sky used to seem to be an immense concavity. The ancients believed in the existence of many superimposed skies, composed of both solid and transparent matter, forming concentric spheres. Earth was in the center. As they spun about the earth, these spheres swept along the heavenly bodies contained in their orbits. This idea came from limited astronomical knowledge and was employed by all the theogonies, which devised the gradations of heaven and the different degrees of blessedness, the furthermost being the abode of supreme bliss. According to the most common opinion, there were 7 heavens, hence the expression to be in 7th heaven to express perfect bliss. Muslims believe in the existence of 9 heavens, and with each one the happiness of believers becomes greater. The astronomer Ptolemy counted 11 and called the last one Empyrean because of the brilliant light that reigned therein. To date, this continues to be the name poetry gives to the region of eternal glory. Christian theology recognizes 3 heavens. The first is the region of the air and clouds. The second is the space in which the heavenly bodies orbit. The third is located beyond the second and is the dwelling place of the Most High, the habitation of the elect, in other words, those who contemplate God face to face. According to this belief, it is said that St. Paul was taken up into the 3rd heaven. 2. The various doctrines related to the dwelling of the blessed all rest upon the double error of regarding the earth as the center of the universe and of limiting the region of the heavenly bodies. It is beyond this imaginary limit that all doctrines have located the blessed region and the dwelling place of the Almighty. It is a strange anomaly that locates the author of all things, the one who governs all things, at the extremities of creation instead of at the center where the radiating thought of the divine could embrace everything. 3. With this inexorable logic employing observation and facts, science has taken its searchlight into the depths of space and has shown how implausible all those theories are. The Earth is no longer the hub of the universe, but one of the smallest heavenly bodies traveling through the immensity of space. The sun itself is no more than the center of one planetary vortex, while the stars are other innumerable suns around which an infinite number of worlds spin. These suns are separated by distances that are only accessible through thought, even though they look like they could touch each other. In this assembly ruled by eternal laws, and where the wisdom and omnipotence of the Creator are revealed, the earth is no more than an imperceptible spot and one of the least favored planets as to habitability. In light of such considerations, it is reasonable to ask why God would make the earth the only seat of life and relegate his most favored creatures to it. On the contrary, everything proclaims that life exists everywhere and that humankind is as infinite as the universe itself. Since science has revealed to us worlds that are similar to our own, God could not have created them without some purpose. God must have peopled them with beings capable of governing them. 4. The ideas held by human beings are always the result of what they know about, and like all important discoveries, that of the constitution of worlds has had to set such ideas on a different course. Under the influence of this new knowledge, beliefs have been modified, heaven has been displaced, and the unlimited stellar region can no longer serve it. Where is it then? When faced with this question, all religions remain mute. Spiritism has come to answer this question by demonstrating the true destiny of humankind. Taking the nature of this destiny and the divine attributes as a departure point, one comes to a conclusion. In other words, starting from the known, one reaches the unknown through a logical deduction, not to mention the direct observations that Spiritism offers. 5. Human beings are composed of body and spirit. The spirit is the principal reasoning and intelligent being, whereas the body is the material envelope that temporarily clothes the spirit so that it can fulfill its mission on earth and carry out the work needed for its evolution. After it has been used, the body is destroyed, but the spirit survives. Deprived of the spirit, the body is only inert matter, like an instrument deprived of the part that makes it function. Without the body, the spirit retains everything, life and intelligence. Upon leaving the body behind, it returns to the spirit world, from where it came in order to incarnate. Hence, there are two worlds, the corporeal world composed of incarnate spirits, and the spirit world composed of discarnate spirits. Due to the materiality of their envelope, the beings of the corporeal world are connected to the earth or some other globe. The spirit world extends everywhere. However, it surrounds us and fills space without any designated limit. Due to the fluidic nature of their envelope, the beings that comprise it can cross great distances at the speed of thought instead of moving heavily upon the ground. The death of the body is no more than the breaking of the ties that had held them captive. 6. Spirits are created simple and ignorant, but endowed with aptitudes so that they may eventually know everything and evolve as a result of their free will. By evolving, they acquire new knowledge, new faculties, new perceptions, and consequently new pleasures unknown to less evolved spirits. They see, hear, feel, and comprehend what less evolved spirits cannot see, hear, feel, and comprehend. Happiness is the direct result of the progress that has been made. Thus, of two spirits, one may not be as happy as the other solely because it is not of the same degree of intellectual and moral advancement. However, it is not necessary for each one to be in a separate place. Although they may exist side by side, one may be in darkness, while everything seems resplendent to the other, like a blind and a sighted individual who have joined hands. One perceives the light, while the other does not receive the least impression of it. Since spirits' happiness is inherent to their own individual qualities, they can enjoy it anywhere they may find themselves, whether on the earth in the midst of incarnates or in space. A crude comparison will enable us to understand this situation better. If two individuals are at a concert and one is a good musician with a trained ear, while the other is unfamiliar with music and has a tin ear, the first will experience a sensation of happiness, whereas the second will remain unmoved. For one comprehends and perceives what produces absolutely no impression on the other. The same applies to all the sensations experienced by spirits, and which are the direct result of their ability to sense them. The spirit world displays splendors everywhere, harmonies and sensations that less evolved spirits under the influence of matter cannot even perceive, because they are only accessible to purified spirits. 7. Spirits' progress consists in the fruit of their own labor, but since they are free, they labor for their advancement with greater or lesser activity or negligence according to their will, accelerating or retarding their progress and consequently their own happiness. While some advance rapidly, others remain at a standstill in the lower regions for centuries. Spirits are therefore the authors of their own fortune or unfortunate situation according to the words of Christ, to each according to his deeds. Every spirit who lags behind cannot blame anyone but itself, just as the one who evolves quickly has the exclusive merit of its own efforts. Thus, it gives greater value to the happiness it has won for itself. Supreme bliss is only shared in by perfect spirits, or rather by pure spirits, who have only attained it after having evolved in intelligence and morality. Intellectual progress and moral progress rarely march hand in hand, but whatever a spirit does not succeed at during a given time, it does during another, so that the two areas of progress end up reaching the same level. That is why we often see intelligent and educated individuals who are little advanced morally, and vice versa. 8. Incarnation is necessary for the dual moral and intellectual progress of the spirit. Intellectual progress through the obligatory activity of labor, moral progress through the mutual need that men and women have of one another. Societal life is the touchstone of good and bad qualities. Goodness, malice, sweetness, violence, benevolence, charity, selfishness, greed, pride, humility, sincerity, honesty, loyalty, insincerity and hypocrisy. In other words, everything that comprises the moral or perverse individual has its motive, purpose, and stimulus in men and women's relationships with one another. Persons who live in isolation possess neither vices nor virtues. Through their isolation, they keep themselves from evil, but at the same time, they nullify the good they possess within themselves. 9. One single corporeal existence is manifestly insufficient for the spirit to acquire all the good it lacks and to eliminate all its evil. How could primitives, for example, bring themselves up to the moral and intellectual level of the most advanced Europeans in only one incarnation? It would be materially impossible. Must they therefore remain eternally in ignorance and barbarity, deprived of the sensations that only the development of the faculties could provide them? Simple common sense rejects such a notion, which would be not only the negation of divine justice and goodness, but also of the very evolutionary and progressive laws of nature. Thus, God, who is supremely just and good, grants to the spirit as many incarnations as are necessary for it to reach its objective, perfection. With each new existence, the spirit brings what it had acquired in the previous ones in terms of aptitudes, intuitive knowledge, intelligence, and morality. Each existence is thus a step forward on the path of progress. Incarnation is inherent to the status of less evolved spirits only, finally becoming unnecessary to those who have transcended such a status and who have progressed either in the spirit state in the spirit world or in corporeal existences on higher worlds that have none of Earth's materiality. To such spirits, incarnation then becomes voluntary for the purpose of exerting a more direct action upon other incarnates for the fulfillment of a mission with which they have been charged. In doing so, they accept through self-denial the vicissitudes and sufferings of incarnation. 10. In the interval between corporeal lives, the spirit re-enters the spirit world for a period of time, which could be long or short, where it is either happy or unhappy according to the good or evil it has done. Since the spirit state is the spirit's normal, definitive state, and since the spirit body does not die, then the corporeal state must be transitory and fleeting. It is while in the spirit state especially that the spirit reaps the fruits of the progress it accomplished through the labor of incarnation. The spirit state is also where it prepares itself for new struggles and makes resolutions that it will endeavor to put into practice when it returns to humanity. The spirit also progresses while in the spirit state. There it acquires special knowledge that it would not be able to obtain on earth, and it modifies its ideas. The corporeal state and the spirit state comprise the source of two kinds of progress and solidarity with each other, and that is the reason why a spirit must alternately pass through these two modes of existence. 11. Reincarnation can occur on Earth or on other worlds. Amongst all the worlds, there are some that are more highly evolved, where existence involves conditions that are less physically and morally difficult than on Earth, but to which only spirits who have reached a degree of purity in keeping with such worlds are admitted. Life on these higher worlds is a reward in itself, since on them we are free from all the earthly ills and vicissitudes to which we are exposed here on earth. The less material, almost fluid bodies are not subject to the illnesses and weaknesses, nor to the same needs as on earth. Evil spirits are excluded, and the inhabitants enjoy full peace with no other concerns than evolving through intellectual endeavor. There, true fraternity reigns because there is no selfishness, true equality because there is no pride, true liberty because there are no disorderly acts to restrain, nor are there any ambitious individuals who try to oppress the weak. Compared to earth, these worlds are true heavens and represent the various stages along the path of progress leading to the final state. Earth is a little evolved world meant for the purification of imperfect spirits, and that is why evil will predominate until God transforms it into a dwelling place for more advanced spirits. Thus it is that the spirit progresses gradually to the degree that it develops itself and reaches the apogee of bliss. However, before having reached the culmination of perfection, it enjoys happiness relative to its progress. A child enjoys the pleasures of childhood, later those of youth, and finally the solid ones of maturity. 12. The bliss of the blessed spirits does not consist in contemplative idleness, which, as we have stated many times, would be an eternal and fastidious uselessness. On the contrary, spirit life at all degrees involves constant activity, but an activity without weariness. Supreme bliss consists in enjoying all the splendors of creation, which no human language has ever been able to describe, and of which the most fertile imagination cannot conceive. Moreover, it consists in the knowledge and comprehension of all things, the absence of any physical and mental suffering, inner satisfaction, imperturbable serenity of spirit, pure love that unites all beings due to the absence of friction from contact with evil individuals, and above all, the contemplation of God and the comprehension of the divine mysteries that are revealed to the most worthy. Bliss may also be found in tasks for which one is happy to be made responsible. Pure spirits are the messiahs or messengers of God for the transmission and execution of the divine will. They fulfill great missions and preside over the formation of worlds and the general harmony of the universe, a glorious task entrusted only to those who have reached perfection. Those of the highest order are the only ones who know the secrets of God, deriving inspiration from the divine thought of which they are the direct representatives. 13. Spirit attributes are proportional to their progress, their degree of enlightenment, their capabilities, their experience, and the degree of trust they deserve from the Supreme Lord. There are no privileges or favors that do not derive from their own merit. Everything is measured and weighed on the scales of strict justice. The most important missions are entrusted only to those whom God deems capable of fulfilling them and incapable of failure or compromise, while the most worthy spirits comprise the Supreme Council under God's supervision. The guidance of planetary systems is committed to the high order ones, and the guidance of special worlds is entrusted to others. Next, following in the order of hierarchical advancement and subordination, are those in charge of more limited responsibilities, such as the progress of nations, the protection of families and individuals, the drive behind each branch of progress, and the diverse operations of nature, down to the most intimate details of creation. In this vast and harmonious whole, there are occupations for all abilities, aptitudes, and strengths. For spirits who aspire to progress, occupations are joyfully accepted and fervently requested because they are a means of advancement. 14. Alongside the great missions entrusted to high-order spirits, there are others of all levels of importance. These missions are granted to spirits of all categories, and we may affirm that each incarnate spirit has its duties to fulfill to the benefit of its fellow beings, from being the head of the family who is charged with the progress of his or her children, to the individual of genius who sows new seeds of progress within society. These secondary missions are where the failures, falsehoods, and errors occur, but which only harm the individual without affecting the whole. 15. All minds therefore cooperate in the overall work, whatever may be their degree of development, and each one to the measure of its abilities. Some in the incarnate state, others in the spirit state. We see activity everywhere from the bottom to the apex of the scale, all learning and helping in mutual support, and lending helping hands in order to reach the summit. Thus, solidarity is established between the spirit and corporeal worlds, in other words, between humans and spirits, between captive and free spirits. Hence, true sympathies and noble affections continue and consolidate through purification and continued relationships. Life, then, is in motion everywhere. Not one corner of the infinite is unpopulated, nor is there one region that is not incessantly traveled by innumerable legions of radiant spirits who are invisible to the crude senses of incarnates, but whose sight stuns with joy and all souls freed from matter. Everywhere, finally, there is happiness relative to all levels of progress, to all fulfilled duties, with each spirit bringing the elements of its own happiness according to the category into which its evolution has placed it. Happiness depends on the qualities of individuals and not on the physical condition of their environment. Thus, happiness is anywhere where there are spirits capable of being happy. Happiness has no circumscribed or appointed place in the universe. Wherever they may be, pure spirits can contemplate the divine majesty, for God is everywhere. 16. Nevertheless, happiness is not just personal. If we were to possess it only within ourselves without being able to share it with others, it would be sad and selfish. We may also find happiness in the communion of ideas that unites sympathetic beings. Happy spirits attract one another through similarity of ideas, tastes, and sentiments, thus forming vast groups of homogeneous families in the midst of which each individual radiates its own qualities and is saturated by the serene and beneficent emanations of the whole. Even though some of its members may be away on a mission, at times they meet at a given point in space to give account of their work, and at other times they congregate around a more highly evolved spirit in order to receive instruction and counsel. 17. Although spirits are everywhere, worlds are their preferred meeting centers because of the similarity between them and the worlds they inhabit. High-order spirits abound around advanced worlds, just as low-order spirits swarm around little evolved ones. Earth is one of the latter. Each globe, therefore, has its own population of incarnate and discarnate spirits, which is mostly sustained by the incarnation and discarnation of these same spirits. This population is more solid on less evolved worlds because of the spirit's attachment to matter, but it is more fluid on higher worlds. From these higher worlds, however, which are true centers of light and happiness, spirits depart to lower worlds in order to sow the seeds of progress, to bring them consolation and hope, and to raise their inhabitants' courage, which has been beaten down by the troubles of life. They sometimes incarnate on them in order to fulfill their mission more effectively. 18. So in this unlimited immensity, where is heaven? Everywhere. No borders enclose it. Advanced worlds are the last stations leading to it. Virtues facilitate the journey to it, while vices hinder access. Before this majestic picture that peoples all the corners of the universe, giving everything in creation a purpose and a reason for being, how small and trivial is the doctrine that circumscribes humanity within an imperceptible point in space, and which shows it as having begun at a determined instant simply to end with the world that has contained it, all this not having embraced more than 1 minute in all eternity. How sad, cold, and frigid is that doctrine, wherein the entire universe is shown to us before, during, and after earthly humankind to be without life, without movement, like a huge desert immersed in profound silence. How disheartening is the description it gives of the few elect involved in perpetual contemplation, while the vast majority of other souls are condemned to unending suffering. How pungent to loving hearts is the barrier that has been set up between the living and the dead. Happy souls, they say, only think about their own happiness. The lost ones only think about their own misery. Is it any wonder that selfishness reigns on earth when it shows up in heaven itself? So how narrow is such an idea of the grandeur, the power, and the goodness of God? In contrast, how sublime is Spiritism's idea of God, how its doctrine enhances ideas and broadens thought. But who says it is true? Reason first, revelation next, and finally, its harmony with the progress of science. Between two doctrines, one which trivializes while the other exalts the attributes of God, one which is in disharmony while the other is in harmony with progress, one which remains lagging behind while the other moves ahead. Common sense says which side truth is on. When faced with both, let each consult his or her conscience, and an inner voice will speak through it. Such inner aspirations are the voice of God, who cannot deceive humankind. 19. But perhaps one will ask, why didn't God just reveal the whole truth from the start? for the same reason that one does not teach children what must only be taught adults. Limited revelation was adequate for a certain period of humankind's development, and God provided it according to the moral strength of their spirit. Those who today have received a more complete revelation are the same spirits who received only a portion of it in other times, but who since then have grown in intelligence. Before science revealed the living forces of nature, the composition of heavenly bodies, the true role of Earth and its formation, could human beings have comprehended the immensity of outer space and the plurality of worlds? Before geology demonstrated the formation of the Earth, could they have removed hell from its interior and understood the allegorical meaning of the 6 days of creation? Before astronomy discovered the laws that govern the universe, could they have understood that there is no up or down in space, that the heavens are not above the clouds or limited by the stars? Could they have identified themselves with the spirit life before the progress of psychology? Could they have conceived of a fortunate or unfortunate life after death that was not a circumscribed place or under a material form? No, since they understood more through the senses than through thought, the universe was too vast for their comprehension. It was necessary to restrain it to smaller proportions and broaden it later on. A partial revelation had its usefulness. It was satisfactory back then, but it no longer is today. The error lies with those who, without taking into account the progress of ideas, think they can govern mature people with the precepts given to them during childhood. See the Gospel According to Spiritism, Chapter 3. Heaven and Hell, Part 1, Chapter 4. Hell. The intuition of future punishment. Christian hell as imitation of pagan hell. Limbo. A portrayal of pagan hell. An outline of Christian hell. The intuition of future punishment. 1. Down through history, people have believed through intuition that life after death must be happy or unhappy according to the good or evil they practiced during their life on earth. However, their idea about that future life is related to the development of their moral sense and their correct or incorrect notions about good and evil. Their ideas concerning punishment and reward are reflections of their predominant instincts. Thus, warlike peoples have always regarded supreme happiness as having to do with honors conferred for bravery during battle. Hunters with the abundance of game, sensualists with voluptuous delights. While still dominated by matter, people can only comprehend spiritual matters imperfectly and imagine a picture of future punishment and pleasure that is more physical than spiritual. They believe they must eat and drink in that other world as in this one, but in a better manner. Later, regarding people's beliefs about the future life, we find a mixture of spiritualism and materialism. On one hand, contemplative beatitude, on the other, a hell with physical tortures. 2. Since they could only understand what they could actually see, early peoples naturally molded their future on the present. In order to comprehend things beyond those they could see right in front of them, they had to evolve intellectually, which could only occur over time. Moreover, their picture of future punishments was nothing but a reflection of the ills of humankind, but in greater proportion, bringing together all the tortures, punishments, and afflictions found on earth. Therefore, in hot climes they imagined a hell of fire, in frigid regions a hell of ice. Since they had not yet developed the sense that would later lead them to comprehend the spirit world, they could only conceive of physical punishments. Thus, with small differences as to form, the hells of all religions actually resembled one another. Christian hell as an imitation of pagan hell. 3. The pagan hell described and dramatized by the poets was the grandest model of its kind. It was perpetuated by Christians who had their own bards. In comparing the two hells, one finds in both, except for names and variations in detail, numerous similarities. Both have physical fire as their element of torment, because fire symbolizes the most atrocious means of suffering. But an odd thing, Christians exaggerated pagan hell at several points. Although pagans had the bottomless barrel of the Dionysides, the wheel of Ixion, and the stone of Sisyphus, these images represented individual torments. Christians, on the other hand, held ready for everybody their boiling cauldrons, whose lids the angels lift up in order to look in on the contortions of the damned. And God listens pitilessly to their wailings for all eternity. The pagans, in contrast, never described the gods of the Elysian fields as enjoying the sight of the damned in Tartarus. 4. Like the pagans, Christians have their king of hell, Satan, with the difference, however, that Pluto was limited solely to governing the ghostly empires that he had received as his share. Although he himself was not evil in nature, he held in his kingdom those who had practiced evil, because that was his mission. Furthermore, he did not try to induce people to sin in order to exult in their suffering. Satan, on the other hand, recruits victims everywhere and thrills at tormenting them with a legion of demons armed with pitchforks used to turn them over in the fire. The nature of that fire, perpetually burning without ever consuming its victims, has been a topic for serious discussion, and it has even been debated as in whether or not it might be fire of bitumen. Thus, pagan hell has nothing on Christian hell. 5. The same reasons that led the ancients to physically localize the kingdom of happiness also led them to circumscribe the place of torment. Having placed the former in the upper regions, it was natural to reserve for the latter the lower regions, that is, the center of the earth, to which they believed certain terrifying dark caverns served as the entrance. The center of the earth is also where Christians throughout time have placed the habitation of the damned. Let us draw another analogy regarding the matter. The hell of the pagans contained the Elysian fields on one side and Tartarus on the other. Olympus, the home of the gods and divinized human beings, remained in the upper regions. According to the letter of the gospel, Jesus descended into hell, that is, to the lower places, to remove the souls of the righteous who had awaited his coming. Hell was therefore not solely a place of torment like pagan hell, it was simply a place in the lower regions. Like Olympus, the home of the angels and saints, was in the higher realms, it was placed beyond the starry sky, which itself was believed to be limited. 6. This mixture of Christian and pagan ideas is not surprising. Jesus could not destroy deeply rooted beliefs in a single blow, since people lacked the knowledge required to conceive of the infinity of space and the infinite number of worlds. To them, the earth was the center of the universe, and they knew nothing about its shape or internal structure. Everything was limited to their point of view, and thus notions about the future could not go beyond their understanding. Jesus, therefore, meeting with the impossibility of initiating them into the true state of things, and not wanting to use his authority to sanction accepted prejudices, abstained from rectifying these concepts, leaving that mission to the passage of time. He limited himself to speaking in vague terms about the life of the blessed and the punishments reserved for the guilty, without ever referring in his teachings to the bodily punishment and torment which for Christians have comprised an article of faith. That is how pagan ideas of hell have continued up until our day. The spreading of modern knowledge and the overall development of human intelligence were needed in order to shed a correcting light on the matter. However, since nothing positive came forward to replace entrenched ideas, the long period dominated by blind belief was followed by a transitional period of disbelief. The new revelation has come to put an end to it. It was necessary to demolish in order to rebuild, since it is easier to instill correct ideas in those who do not believe in anything, but who nonetheless perceive that something is missing, than to instill in them those who possess a robust, though absurd, faith. 7. By localizing heaven and hell, Christian sects were led to believe that there were only two extreme situations for souls: perfect bliss or absolute suffering. Purgatory is only an intermediate and temporary position from which souls pass without transition to the abode of the righteous. There could be no other hypothesis given the belief in the definitive fate of the soul after death. If there are no more than two habitations, that of the elect and that of the damned, one cannot accept the idea that there are several degrees in each one without accepting the possibility of ascending moving up through them and consequently progressing. Thus, if there is progress, there can be no definitive fate, whereas if there is a definitive fate, there can be no progress. Jesus resolved the issue when he stated, "There are many dwelling places in my Father's house." Limbo 8. It is true that the Church admits to a special position in certain cases. Children who die at a very young age without having committed any evil cannot be condemned to eternal fire, but since they have not done any good either, they are not entitled to supreme bliss. Thus, the Church says they remain in limbo, that undefined situation in which, although they do not suffer, neither do they enjoy blessedness. However, since their fate is irreversibly set, they are deprived of happiness for all eternity. Such privation therefore implies an eternal and unmerited punishment, even though it is not the result of anything they have done. The same applies to primitives who, not having received the grace of baptism and the light of religion, sin out of ignorance by being driven by natural instincts. Of course, such individuals do not bear the same responsibility or receive the same merit as those who act with knowledge of what they do. Simple logic nonetheless rejects such a doctrine in the name of God's justice, which is fully depicted in these words of Christ, "To each according to his deeds." It is necessary to understand good or bad deeds as those that are done intentionally and freely, because only these entail responsibility. Such cannot be the case with a child, a primitive, or anyone else who has not been enlightened. A portrayal of pagan hell. 9. Knowledge about pagan hell has come to us almost exclusively through the narratives of the poets. Homer and Virgil have provided the most complete description, but we must take into account the poetic necessities imposed on such descriptions. Fenelon's description in his Telemachus originates from the same source as the ancients' fundamental beliefs, but it has the more precise simplicity of the prose style. It describes the gloomy aspect of the various places and seeks to specifically emphasize the types of suffering to which the guilty are submitted. Fenelon extends such sufferings to the fate of evil kings with a view to instructing his royal disciple. As popular as this work is, many persons may not be able to recall its description of hell, or they may not have reflected enough on it to make a comparison. Thus, we believe it would be useful to reproduce the sections that most directly bear on our subject, that is, those that refer specifically to individual punishments. 10. Telemachus enters and hears the wailings of an inconsolable shade. "What is your disgrace?" he asks. "Who were you while on earth?" "Nabopharsim," replies the shade, "king of proud Babylon. Upon hearing my name, all the peoples of the east trembled with fear. I commanded that I be worshipped by the Babylonians in a temple of ivory, where I was represented by a statue of gold. The most precious incense from Ethiopia burned before it day and night. No one ever dared contradict me without being quickly punished. New pleasures were created every day to render my life more and more delightful. I was young and robust. Alas, so much opulence still remained for me to enjoy while on the throne. However, a certain woman whom I loved, but who didn't love me, made it very clear to me that I was no god. She poisoned me, and now I am no more. My ashes were ceremoniously buried yesterday in a gold urn. People wept and pulled their hair. They feigned throwing themselves on the flames of my pyre in order to die with me, and they will continue to come to weep together at the superb tomb of my ashes, but none will truly mourn for me. My memory terrorizes my own family, while here below I am now suffering horrible torment." Shaken by this dramatic tale, Telemachus asked him, "Were you truly happy during your reign? Did you feel that sweet peace without which the heart stays depressed and disheartened even though it is in the midst of delight?" "No," the Babylonian responds, "I don't even know what you're talking about." Sages praise that sort of peace as the sole good, but I myself never felt it. My heart was always being stirred up by new desires, fears, and hopes. I sought to benumb myself in the turbulence of my passions, employing ways to feed their turmoil in order to make them permanent and uninterrupted. The smallest pause to reason calmly would have been too much. That was the peace I enjoyed. Any other would have seemed like a fable, a dream. Such are the things I regret. Having spoken this, the Babylonian weeps like a weakling who has been left debilitated by too much prosperity and hence unable to bear disgrace with resignation. At his side are some slaves who had been put to death in honor of his funeral. Mercury had delivered them to Charon along with the king. They are endowed with absolute power over him whom they had served while on earth. These slave shades are not at all afraid of Nabopharzim's shade, which they hold enchained, inflicting it with the cruelest humiliations. One says to him, "Weren't we men like you? How could you have been so insensitive to the point of forgetting your common origin with all men?" Another insults him, "You were right for not wanting to regard yourself as a mere man. You were a monster deprived of humanity." And another, "So where are your flattering admirers now? You no longer have anything to give, you wretch. Now you can't even commit evil, and you have been reduced to being a slave to your slaves. The justice of the gods is slow in coming, but it does not fail." At these harsh statements, Nabopharzim throws himself face down on the ground, pulling at his hair in an explosion of anger and desperation. But Charon tells the slaves, "Pull him up by his chain, make him stand up against his will. He must not console himself by being able to hide his shame. All the shades of the Styx must behold him, that they may recognize the justice of the gods, who for too long tolerated the reign of this impious man on earth." Soon afterward, Telemachus perceives dark Tartarus nearby, emitting black, heavy smoke. Its noxious odor would cause death if it spread to the domain of the living. The smoke covers a river of fire, a vortex of flame, whose roar is like that of the mightiest torrents of water when they fall from the highest rocks into deep abysses. It is so loud that no one can hear anything in that dark place. Telemachus, secretly influenced by Minerva, fearlessly enters the precipice. First, he notices a large number of individuals who had lived in the most humble conditions. They are now being punished for having sought wealth through fraud, betrayal, and cruelty. He also notices many impious hypocrites who, pretending to love religion, had used it as a pretext to satisfy their ambitions and deceive the credulous. They had abused even virtue itself, the greatest gift of the gods, and they are being punished as the most perverted of all human beings. Children who slew their parents, wives who stained their hands with the blood of their husbands, traitors who sold out their countries after violating all oaths, all these are suffering less punishment than those hypocrites. The three infernal judges had ordered it to be so for this reason. Hypocrites are not content with being evil like other impious individuals, but want to be taken for good persons. Through their false virtue, they cause people to stop believing in truth. Having been mocked and despised by these individuals, the gods now take pleasure in doing everything within their power to avenge such insults. Next to the hypocrites, other individuals appear who loudly proclaim themselves absent of blame, but whom the gods persecute mercilessly. These are the ingrates, liars, and flatterers who worship vice, the perverse critics who sought to tarnish the purest virtue. Finally, there are those who, rashly judging matters without knowing the full story, thereby harm the reputations of innocent men. Upon seeing the three judges seated and passing sentence on a certain man, Telemachus takes the chance to ask them what his crimes were. The condemned man immediately exclaims, "I never did anything evil. I always took great pleasure in doing good. I was magnanimous, generous, just, and compassionate. What are you accusing me of?" Then Minos said to him, "No accusation is being made against you as far as men are concerned. However, did you not owe less to them than to the gods? What is this justice of which you boast? You did not fail in any of your duties regarding other men who are nothing. You were certainly virtuous, but you attributed all your virtue to yourself and not to the gods, who had bestowed it upon you. Instead, you wanted to enjoy the fruit of your virtue as something of your own. You were your own god. However, the gods who made everything solely for themselves cannot renounce their rights. You forgot them, thus they forgot you. They handed you over to yourself, since you preferred to belong to yourself and not to them. Seek now, if you can, consolation within your own heart. Now and forever you shall be separated from those whom you want to please. You are left to yourself. your true idol, know that there is no true virtue without respect and love for the gods, to whom everything is due. Your false virtue, which for so many years deceived the naive, shall be unmasked. Men only judge vice and virtue by what will either please or inconvenience them. They are blind as to both good and evil. Here a divine light tears down their artificial judgments, often condemning what they admired while justifying what they condemned. At these words, the philosopher, as though struck by lightning, can hardly contain himself. The satisfaction that he formerly had in contemplating his own moderation, courage, and generous inclinations is transformed into desperation. The sight of his own heart as an enemy of the gods becomes a torment for him. He sees himself as he really is and cannot escape it. He sees the vanity of the judgment of the men whom he has sought to flatter in all his actions. A radical transformation is occurring within him, as if all his innards are being overturned. He is no longer the same. He can no longer find support within his own heart. His conscience, whose judgment used to be so favorable toward him, now turns against him, bitterly incriminating the folly and illusion of all his virtues, which from the beginning did not have the worship of the divinity as their goal. He is confused and dismayed, filled with shame, regret, and desperation. The Furies do not have to torment him, for it is enough that he be handed over to himself, so that his own heart can sufficiently avenge the displeased gods. He searches for darkness in which to hide himself, but cannot find it, for a persistent light follows him everywhere. On all sides, its penetrating rays of truth avenge the truth he neglected to follow. Everything he formerly loved has become odious to him as the source of his unending ills. He murmurs to himself, "You fool, you knew neither the gods nor your fellow beings nor yourself. No, you never loved the true and sole good. All your steps were misguided, your wisdom was only madness, your virtue was no more than impious and blind pride. You were your own idol in the end." Telemachus next perceives some kings who had been condemned because they had abused their power. On one side, an avenging fury shows them a mirror reflecting the monstrosity of their vices. They cannot help but see their gross vanity and their greed for foolhardy praise, their cruelty towards those whom they should have made happy, their insensitivity toward virtue, their fear of the truth, their predilection for cowards and flatterers, their lack of responsibility, their idleness, indolence, and unlimited distrust, their pomp and their excessive luxury at the expense and ruin of their people, their ambition for vainglories at the cost of the blood of their subjects, finally their cruelty in each day, seeking new pleasures in the tears and desperation of such unfortunate people. These kings see themselves in that mirror incessantly. They see that they were more monstrous and horrendous than the chimera defeated by Bellerophon, the hydra of Lerna struck down by Hercules, or Cerberus vomiting through his 3 mouths a black and poisonous blood capable of contaminating all the races of mortals who lived upon the earth. On the other side, and at the same time, another fury insulting repeats all the praises that flatterers had heaped upon the kings during their lives, while showing them another mirror in which they see how such flatterers really regarded them. The contradiction between the two pictures comprises a torment to their vanity. He notices that the worst among these kings are the ones who have received the most glittering praise during their lifetimes, because evil kings are more feared than good ones, and shamelessly demand the lying adulations of the poets and orators of their day. In the depths of that darkness, where they only suffer insults and derision, they hear the agonizing groans of the suffering. Everything around them repels and confuses them and conflicts with them, a stark contrast to what they had believed about themselves during their lifetimes, deceiving others and convinced that everything had been made to serve them. In Tartarus, they were handed over to the caprice of a few slaves, who now subject them to turn to the cruelest servitude. They serve these tormentors with no hope of even one day to soften their captivity. They remain subject to the blows of these slaves who have become their merciless tyrants, like an anvil under the hammers of the Cyclops as Vulcan coerces them to work in the fiery forges of Mount Etna. There Telemachus sees pale, hideous, and disconsolate specters. A dark sadness consumes those criminals. They are horrified of themselves, but are no more capable of freeing themselves from this horror than from their very own nature. They have no need for any other punishment for their wrongs than those very wrongs which they now see incessantly before them in all their fullness, in the form of terrible ghosts pursuing them. In trying to free themselves of the persecution, they searched for a death more powerful than what had separated them from their bodies. In their desperation, they invoke a death capable of extinguishing their awareness altogether. They ask the abysses to swallow them up so that they might escape the avenging rays of truth that torment them. However, they are nonetheless condemned to the vengeance that drips down upon them drop by drop, never to cease. The truth they hated to behold comprises their punishment. They see it standing against them now, wounding them, destroying them, tearing them from themselves like lightning, not destroying them outwardly, but penetrating to their deepest innards. Among the beings that are making his hair stand on end, Telemachus sees several ancient kings of Lydia being punished for having preferred the pleasures of an inactive life instead of one of service. They should have worked for the relief of their people, a duty inseparable from royalty. These kings are reproving one another for their blindness. One says to another who had been his son, "Didn't I often recommend in my old age and before dying that you atone for the evils that occurred due to my negligence?" "Ah, wretched father," says his son, "it was you who caused me ruin. It was your example that inspired me to ostentation, pride, and luxuriousness, to cruelty towards others. Seeing you rule with such recklessness and surrounded by shameless flatterers, I grew accustomed to enjoying flattery and pleasure myself. I believe that other men are to kings what horses and other beasts of burden are to men, that is, animals that are only useful as long as they can provide service and convenience. I believe this, and it was you who led me to believe it. Now I am suffering all these evils for having taken after you." To these reciprocal recriminations they add the most acerbic blasphemies, and seem ready to tear each other to pieces out of rage. Like nighttime birds of prey, around the kings hover the cruel suspicions, the hopeless fears, the distrust that avenges the cruelty they used to impose on their people, the insatiable hunger for wealth, the always tyrannical false glory, and their accursed indolence, doubling all the ills they could possibly suffer and incapable of providing them any sure enjoyment. A number of these kings are being severely punished not for the evils they had committed, but for having neglected doing the good they could and should have done. All the crimes of their people that resulted from negligence in observing the laws have been imputed to these kings, who should have ruled only to make sure these laws were obeyed under their reign. Also imputed to them is all the disorder resulting from pomp, luxury, and the other excesses that drive men to violence, inciting them to acquiring things by breaking the law. Those who are being treated most severely are the ones who, instead of being good and watchful shepherds of their people, only cared about devouring their flock like insatiable wolves. What saddens Telemachus most, however, is seeing in that abyss of darkness and evil a great number of kings who, although having passed upon the earth as very good rulers, have been condemned to the punishment of Tartarus for having allowed themselves to be guided by evil and hypocritical individuals. The punishment corresponds to the evils they allowed to be committed in the name of their authority. Furthermore, most of these kings were neither good nor evil. That was their weakness. They never feared not knowing the truth, and thus never experienced the pleasure of virtue, and never felt the pleasure of practicing the good. An outline of Christian hell. 11. Theologians' idea of hell may be summed up in the following citations. This description is taken from sacred authors and the lives of the saints, and may be regarded as the best expression of the Orthodox faith on the matter because it is reproduced all the time and with few variations in sermons from evangelistic pulpits and pastoral teachings. 12. Demons are merely spirits, and the condemned who are now in hell may also be regarded merely as spirits, since only the soul descends to that place. The bodily remains are given back to the earth to be transformed into grasses, plants, minerals, and liquids, unconsciously undergoing the constant metamorphosis of matter. However, the condemned, like the saints, must come back to life on the final judgment day by assuming the same bodies in which they had been known during life, never to leave them again. What will characterize them is that the elect will return to life in purified and resplendent bodies, whereas the condemned will take on stained bodies disfigured by sin. Thus, there will no longer be pure spirits in hell, but men like us. Consequently, hell is a physical, geographical, and material place, since it will be populated by terrestrial creatures who have feet, hands, mouths, tongues, teeth, ears, and eyes like ours, in addition to blood in their veins and nerves that feel. Where might this hell be? Some doctors of the church have located it within the very entrails of our globe, others on some unknown planet. But the problem has never been resolved by any ecclesiastical council. Hence, we are reduced to pure conjecture on the matter. The only thing we can confirm is that this hell, wherever it may be, is a world composed of physical elements, but without any sin, stars, or moon, more sorrowful and inhospitable, more devoid of any sprout of light and any appearance of the good, other than the most uninhabitable regions of this world on which we sin. The most prudent theologians do not dare describe the horrors of that abode in the way the Egyptians, Hindus, and Greeks have, but rather limit themselves to portraying it according to the few descriptions given in the scriptures, which depict it as the lake of fire and brimstone of the Apocalypse, the worms of Isaiah, which feed forever on the dead bodies of Tophet, the demons tormenting the men whom they manage to lead into perdition, and the humans weeping and gnashing their teeth according to the expression of the evangelists. St. Augustine does not agree that these physical sufferings are merely reflections of mental sufferings. He sees a real lake of sulfur with real worms and real serpents attacking all the parts of the bodies of the condemned and adding their bites to the fire. Drawing upon a verse in St. Mark, he claims that although this strange fire is as physical as ours and acts upon physical bodies, it nonetheless preserves them in the same way that salt preserves the bodies of victims. The condemned will feel the torture of that fire that burns without destroying. It will penetrate their skin. It will permeate and saturate all their body parts, the marrow of their bones, the pupil of their eyes, the most recondite and sensitive fibers of their being. If they could immerse themselves in the crater of a volcano, it would seem like a cool and restful place. Thus speak the most timid, discreet, and modest theologians with complete confidence. They do not deny that there may be other bodily punishments in hell, but they say they lack sufficient knowledge to affirm it, at least as far as it concerns the awful punishment of fire and worms. However, there are more daring or more enlightened theologians who provide the most detailed, varied, and complete descriptions of hell, and even though they do not know where in space this hell is situated, there are saints who claim to have seen it. They did not go there with a lyre in their hands like Orpheus or a sword like Ulysses, but were transported there in spirit. Saint Teresa belongs to this group. According to this saint's report, there is a city in hell. At least she saw a sort of long, narrow alley like those that are plentiful in old cities, and she walked down it, horrified, stepping on slimy, fetid ground covered with monstrous reptiles. However, she was detained on her walk by a wall that crossed the alley. In this wall there was a niche where she sheltered herself, but without being able to explain how she did so. She said that the place was meant for her if during her life she abused the grace granted to her by God in her cell at Avila. In spite of the extraordinary ease with which she entered the stone niche, she was unable to sit down, lie down, or stand up. Still less could she leave. Its horrifying walls began to close in upon her, surrounding her and pressing in upon her as if under their own power. She felt like they were suffocating and strangling her, while at the same time flaying and chopping her into pieces. She felt herself burning and experienced every kind of anguish imaginable, all at the same time. With no hope of rescue, there was nothing but darkness surrounding her, and yet across that darkness she was amazed to perceive the hideous alley where she found herself, as well as its filthy surroundings, a spectacle as unbearable to her as the confines of her prison. This was undoubtedly no more than a tiny corner of hell. Other spent wanderers have been more fortunate because they have seen great cities in hell resembling huge braziers. Babylon and Nineveh, even Rome itself, with their palaces and temples on fire, and their inhabitants in chains, dealers at their counters, priests with their courtesans in festive rooms, tied screaming in chairs from which they could not free themselves, and raising flaming goblets to their parched lips, servants on their knees in boiling sewers with arms outstretched to princes, from whose hands flowed a lava stream of molten gold. Others have seen unending plains in hell, tilled by starving farmers. These fields smolder with their sweat, and because the seeds they sow are sterile, they harvest nothing, and thus turn to devouring one another. Afterwards, as numerous as before and still wraith-like and starving, they leave in bands toward the horizon in a futile search for a happier land, and their abandoned fields are immediately refilled by other wandering colonies of condemned souls. Still others report having seen hell as a place of precipice, surrounded mountains, groaning forests, dry wells, fountains led by tears, streams of blood, snowstorms in desert of ice, or boats manned by desperate men sailing across unending oceans. In other words, they have seen everything that the pagans used to see, a dark reflection of earth, an immeasurably increased projection of its miseries, with its respective natural sufferings eternalized, even dungeons, scaffolds, and instruments of torture forged by one's own hands. There are also demons who take on bodies in order to better torment men in their bodies. Some have back wings, horns, scaly hides, hooves with claws, and sharpened teeth, presenting themselves armed with swords, pitchforks, pincers, burning clippers, saws, grills, bludgeons, and bellows, everything fiery hot, not fulfilling any other task for all eternity other than that of butchers and cooks of human flesh. Other demons transformed into lions or huge vipers haul their prey off to lonely caves. Some transform themselves into ravens to pluck out the eyes of certain guilty souls. Still others into flying dragons to carry their terrorized, screaming, and bloody victims on their backs across dark spaces to cast them into lakes of brimstone. There are clouds of locusts and gigantic scorpions, the sight of which produces nausea and chills, and the contact of which causes convulsions. Multi-headed monsters open voracious gullets wide and shake the manes of asps that adorn their deformed heads as they crush the condemned with bloody mandibles and then vomit them out all chewed up but alive, for they are immortal. These demons in tangible form who so graphically bring to mind the gods of Amenti and Tartarus, as well as the idols worshipped by the Phoenicians, Moabites, and other neighboring peoples of Judea, do not act by chance, however. All have their function and objective. The evil they practice in hell is related to the evil they formerly inspired and instigated on earth. The condemned are punished in all their organs and senses because they offended God through all their organs and senses. The transgressors of gluttony are punished by demons of gluttony, the lazy by those of laziness, the fornicators by those of fornication, and so forth. In as great a variety as there are sins, they feel cold while burning and hot while freezing. They desire rest and movement at the same time. They will always be thirsty and starving. They will be 1,000 times wearier than slaves at the end of the day, sicker than the dying, feebler and more ulcerated than martyrs forever. No demon refuses or will ever refuse to carry out its dreadful task. In this sense, all of them are well disciplined and faithful in fulfilling the orders of vengeance they have received. Without this, what would hell become? Reprobates would rest if their torturers quarreled or became weary. However, there is neither rest nor quarreling among them, for no matter how evil and numerous they are, demons understand each other from one extreme of the abyss to the other. No one in earth's realms has ever seen an organization of subjects more obedient to their princes, armies more obedient to their commanders, or monastic communities more humbly submissive to their superiors. Almost nothing is known about the demonic mob, those despicable spirits that make up the legions of vampires, toads, scorpions, crows, hydras, salamanders, and other nameless animals that constitute the fauna of those infernal regions. However, the names of many of the princes that command such legions are known, among whom are Belphegor, demon of wealth, Abaddon or Apollyon of murder, Beelzebub, demon of impure desires or lord of the flies, who engenders corruption, Mammon of greed. There are Moloch, Belial, Balgad, Ashtaroth, and many others, not to mention the supreme chief, the glum archangel, who in heaven is called Lucifer, and in hell, Satan. Thus we have summed up the idea given to us about hell from the point of view of its physical nature, and also from the physical punishments that are suffered there. Examine the writings of the fathers and the ancient doctors of the church, question the holy legends, observe the sculptures and frontal-pieces of our churches, pay attention to what is said from the pulpits, and you will learn even more. 13. The author accompanies this picture with the following reflections. Everyone will comprehend their scope. The resurrection of the body is a miracle in and of itself, but God performs yet a second miracle by giving the dead body already once used for the temporary trials of life and already once destroyed, a quality of subsistence that keeps it from being dissolved in a furnace that would vaporize even metals. We can comprehend the fact that the soul is its own executioner, that God does not persecute it, but only abandons it to the unhappy state that it is chosen for itself. But the eternal abandonment of a disgraced and suffering being seems incompatible with the goodness of the Creator. However, what may be said about the soul and spiritual punishment can in no way be said about the body and corporeal punishment. In order to make corporeal punishment last forever, it would not be enough for God merely to withdraw his divine hand. On the contrary, he would have to show it, to intervene, and to act, otherwise the body would be destroyed. Theologians assume, therefore, that after the resurrection of our bodies, God in effect performs the second miracle of which we spoke. First, he takes our bodies of clay from the grave that devoured them. He brings them back the way they were when they were lowered into it, with their original infirmities and degradations resulting from age, illness, and vice. He restores us to that state, decrepit, cold, gouty, full of needs, sensitive to a beast's sting, all covered with the wounds that life and death had imprinted on us. This is the first miracle. Next, into these miserable bodies, ready to return to the dust from which they came, God infuses a property they had never possessed, immortality, that same gift that in his anger, or rather in his mercy, he took away from Adam when he expelled him from Eden, and there we have the second miracle. While Adam was immortal, he was invulnerable. When he ceased being invulnerable, he became mortal. Death closely followed through pain. Resurrection, therefore, neither returns us to the physical state of innocent men nor to the physical state of the guilty. It is merely a resurrection of our former miseries, but with the extra burden of new ones that are infinitely more horrific. In some ways, it is a true creation, and the most malicious that the imagination has dared to conceive. God changes his mind, and in order to add to sinners' spiritual torments, the physical torments that will last forever, he changes all at once and through an effect of his power, the laws and properties that he himself established at the very beginning for the components of matter. He resuscitates infirm and decaying flesh, merging into an indestructible union those elements which, when left to themselves, tend to separate from each other, and in doing so, he maintains and perpetuates this living rot of flesh against the natural order. He casts this living dust into the fire, not to purify it, but to keep it such as it is, sensitive, suffering, burning, horrible, and just as he wills it to be, immortal. Through this miracle, God makes himself into one of the infernal executioners, for if the condemned can only attribute their spiritual ills to themselves, in compensation, they can only impute their physical woes to God. Apparently, it is not enough after death for God to abandon them to the sadness, the regret, and the anguish of a soul that feels it has lost the supreme good. On that night, according to theologians, God will go looking for them at the bottom of the abyss, momentarily calling them back to life, not in order to console them, but to reclothe them with a horrendous, burning, and imperishable body that is now more tainted than the tunic of Degener. It is only then that he abandons them forever. But even then, he does not actually abandon them, because hell, like heaven and earth, cannot subsist apart from the permanent act of its always active will. Everything would vanish if he ceased to sustain it. Consequently, God will keep his hand unceasingly upon the condemned in order to keep the fires from going out and their bodies from being consumed, willing those unfortunate immortals to contribute their eternal torture to the edification of the elect. 14. We have rightly stated that Christian hell exceeds pagan hell. In fact, in Tartarus, we see that the guilty are tortured by remorse and always in the presence of their victims and in light of their crimes. They are humiliated by those whom they had harmed while they were alive. We see the guilty fleeing from the light that penetrates them and trying in vain to hide from the eyes that follow them. Their pride is brought down and humiliated there, and all bear the stigmas of their past. All are punished for their own wrongs to the point that for some it is sufficient to leave them to themselves, since it would be pointless to inflict them with any further punishments. However, they are shades, that is, souls with fluid bodies, an image of their earthly life. In Tartarus, we neither see humans who have returned with their bodies of flesh to suffer physically, nor the fire that penetrates their skin, saturating them to the marrow of their bones, nor do we see the lavishness and refinement of the tortures that comprise the depths of Christian hell. In pagan hell, we find unbending but just judges who adjust the degree of punishment to the wrong, whereas in Satan's empire, the condemned are all immersed in the same tortures. Everything there is based on materiality. Any fairness is completely banished. Nowadays, in the midst of the same church, there are of course many reasonable individuals who no longer take such things literally, but who see them rather as simple allegories whose meanings require interpretation. Nevertheless, such opinions are individuals and not the rule. The belief in physical hell and its consequences continues to constitute an article of faith. 15. We might ask how persons could have seen just things while in an ecstatic state if they do not in fact exist. It is not our place here to explain the source of those astonishing images which are sometimes produced with an appearance of reality. We will only state that in principle one must remember that ecstasy is the most uncertain of all revelatory means, because such a state of overexcitement does not always result in as complete a detachment of the soul as one might believe, and in it we often encounter a reflection of our wakened state preoccupations, the ideas with which the spirit is nourished, and of which the brain, or rather the perispiritual envelope corresponding to the brain, retains the form or stamp, are reproduced and amplified in a mirage of vaporous forms that develop and mix together to make up strange combinations. Ecstatics of all creeds have always seen things in keeping with the faith they espouse. Consequently, it comes as no surprise that ecstatics like St. Teresa were saturated with infernal ideas resulting from the verbal and written descriptions they had received, and had visions that were not, properly speaking, any more than reproductions of such ideas, thereby producing the effect of a nightmare. A devout pagan would have seen Tartarus and the Furies, just as he or she would have seen Jupiter on Olympus with a lightning bolt in his hand. Heaven and Hell, Chapter 5, Purgatory. 1. The Gospels make no mention of purgatory, a doctrine that was only accepted by the Church in 593. It is incontestably a more rational dogma and more in accord with the justice of God than is hell, for it establishes less harsh penalties and allows for the redemption of less serious wrongs. The principle of purgatory is thus founded on equity, because if compared to human justice, it resembles temporary detention rather than a life sentence. After all, what would we think of a country that imposed the death penalty for all crimes, even simple misdemeanors? Without purgatory, there are only two extremes for souls: supreme bliss or eternal torture. According to such a theory, however, what happens to souls who are guilty only of petty wrongs? Either they must share in the bliss of the elect without having been perfected, or suffer the punishment of the worst criminals without having committed such evil. That would be neither just nor reasonable. 2. However, the idea of purgatory was necessarily incomplete, because knowing only punishment by fire, Purgatory was conceived as an attenuated version of hell. Hence, souls in purgatory also burn, but in a less intense fire. And since progress is incompatible with the dogma of eternal punishment, souls in purgatory cannot free themselves by improving themselves, but only by prayers which are said for them, or which are paid for to be said on their behalf. And if the idea was good at first, the same does not apply to its consequences. In other words, the abuses it caused. The paying for prayers transformed purgatory into a more profitable gold mine than hell. 3. The meaning of purgatory and the nature of the penalties endured there were never determined. It was reserved for the new revelation to fill in this gap by explaining the causes of the earthly miseries of life, for which only the plurality of existences could possibly show us justice. Such miseries necessarily result from the imperfections of the soul, since if it were already perfect, it would neither commit any wrongs nor have to suffer their consequences. Those who on earth are completely sober and moderate, for example, will not suffer infirmities arising from excess. Most of the time, people suffer misfortune because of their own fault. However, if they are imperfect, it must be because they were that way before coming to earth. Here they expiate not only their current wrongs, but also previous ones that they could not expiate at the time. They expiate in one life the hardships they made others endure in a previous life. The vicissitudes they experience are a temporary correction and a warning as to the imperfections they must yet eliminate in order to avoid evil and progress toward the good. They are the lessons of experience for the soul. They seem cruel at times, but the deeper the impression they leave, the more profitable they are for the future. These vicissitudes give incessant rise to the struggles that develop intellectual and mental powers and faculties. Through these struggles, the soul reinvigorates itself morally and always triumphs after having courageously borne them until the end. The prize for victory is to be found in the spirit life, which the soul radiantly and triumphantly enters like a soldier who has stood out in battle and now receives the garland. 4. In each lifetime, an opportunity is presented to the soul to enable it to take a step forward. The length of this step forward depends on its will, which enables it to rise several degrees or to remain in the same place. In the latter case, it will have wasted the opportunity, and since it will have to pay its debts sooner or later, it will have to restart a new existence under even more dolorous conditions, because to any blemish it has not eradicated, it adds another. Therefore, it is through successive incarnations that the soul rids itself of its imperfections. It purges them, in a word, until it is sufficiently pure to merit being set free from worlds of expiation to go to happier ones, leaving these behind still further on to partake of supreme bliss. Consequently, purgatory is not some vague and uncertain notion. It is a physical reality that we can see, touch, and endure. It is found on worlds of expiation, and earth is one of them. On earth, people expiate their past and present for the good of their future. However, contrary to the normal idea on the matter, it depends on each man or woman to shorten or prolong his or her stay on this world, according to the degree of evolution and purity attained through self-effort. We do not leave it behind by having completed a certain amount of time, or because of the merits of other people, but by our own merit, according to the words of Christ, to each according to his deeds, words that wholly sum up the justice of God. 5. Therefore, those who suffer in this life can tell themselves that it is because they did not sufficiently purify themselves in their previous existence, and if they do not do so in this one, they will suffer further in the next. This is at the same time both equitable and logical. Since suffering is inherent to imperfection, one suffers for as long as one is imperfect, just as a sick person suffers as long as he or she does not eliminate the cause of the illness. Thus it is that as long as those who are proud remain so, they will suffer the consequences of pride. As long as they are selfish, those of selfishness. 6. Due to its imperfections, a guilty spirit first suffers in the spirit life. Afterward, a corporeal life is given to it as a means of reparation. It is for this reason that it finds itself either with persons whom it had offended previously, in surroundings similar to those in which it had practiced evil, or in situations opposite to those it had experienced. For example, poverty if it had used its wealth badly, or humiliation if it had been proud. Expiation in the world of spirits and on the earth does not comprise a double punishment. Punishment on the earth complements the punishment begun in the spirit world and acts to facilitate progress through effective labor. It depends on the spirit to take advantage of the opportunity. Isn't it better for it to return to earth with the possibility of gaining heaven than to be condemned without remission once it has left the earth behind? The granting of this freedom is a proof of the wisdom, the goodness, and the justice of God, who wants all human beings to put forth all their efforts to be the artisans of their own future. If they are unhappy for a shorter or longer amount of time, they have no one to complain about but themselves, for the way of progress is always open to them. If we consider how great the suffering is of certain guilty spirits in the invisible world, how terrible the situation is for some of them there, to what miseries they have become prey, and how painful the situation is for them because of their inability to foresee the end of their suffering, then we could say that they actually are in hell, if such a word did not imply the idea of an eternal and physical punishment. However, thanks to the Spirit's revelation and the examples they offer us, we know that the length of expiation depends on the betterment of the wrongdoer. 8. Spiritism, therefore, does not deny, but rather confirms future punishment. What it abolishes is a localized hell with its furnaces and never-ending torture. It does not deny purgatory. It shows that we are there at this very moment. It further defines and outlines this purgatory by explaining the causes of earthly miseries, thereby leading those who do not believe in it to do so. Does it reject prayers for the dead? Quite the contrary, because suffering spirits ask for them. It elevates prayer to a duty of charity and demonstrates its effectiveness in leading such spirits to the good, thereby shortening their torments. And since Spiritism addresses one's intelligence, it has led many disbelievers to faith, inducing prayer within the hearts of those who used to scoff at it. What Spiritism affirms is that the efficacy of prayer is in the thought and not in the words, that the best prayers are those of the heart and not of the lips, the ones we say ourselves and not the ones that are said for money. Therefore, who would dare to criticize prayer? 9. Whether punishment takes place in the spirit life or on the earth, and however long it might last, it always has a termination in the near or distant future. Actually, there are only two alternatives for a spirit: temporary punishment allotted according to its wrongs, or recompense awarded according to its merits. Spiritism rejects the third alternative of eternal condemnation. Hell is reduced to a symbolic portrayal of the greater sufferings whose end cannot be foreseen. Purgatory is our present reality. The word purgatory suggests the idea of an enclosed space, thus it is more naturally applied to the earth, considered as a place of expiation, than to infinite space where suffering spirits roam around, and also because the nature of earthly expiation is a true purgation. As humans better themselves, they will eventually supply the invisible world with only good spirits, and when these reincarnate, they in turn will only supply corporeal humankind with members who are more purified. Then earth will cease to be an expiatory world, and people will no longer suffer the miseries resulting from their imperfections. That is, the transformation that is occurring at the moment, and which will raise the earth within the hierarchy of worlds. 10. But why didn't Christ speak of a purgatory? It was because the idea did not exist at the time, and therefore there was no particular word to represent it. Christ used the word hell, the only one used at the time, as a generic term to denote future punishments indiscriminately. If besides the word hell he had placed a word equivalent to purgatory, he would not have been able to define its true meaning without opening up an issue reserved for the future. He would also have had to affirm the existence of two special places of punishment. Hell, in its normal meaning, revealing the idea of punishment, implicitly entails a purgatory, which is nothing more more than a mode of punishment. The future will enlighten humankind concerning the nature of punishment and will consequently reduce hell to its appropriate value. If the Church found its duty after 6 centuries to supplement Jesus' silence on the matter by decreeing the existence of purgatory, it is because it thought he had not said everything there was to say. But why couldn't that be true of other points as well? Heaven and Hell, Chapter 6. The Doctrine of Eternal Punishment. The origin of the doctrine of eternal punishment, arguments in favor of eternal punishment, the physical impossibility of eternal punishment, the doctrine of eternal punishment has had its day, Ezekiel against eternal punishment and original sin. The origin of the doctrine of eternal punishment. 1. The belief in eternal punishment loses ground each and every day, and one does not have to be a prophet to see that its end is close at hand. It has been fought against with such powerful and peremptory arguments that it would seem almost superfluous to concern ourselves with such a doctrine from now on, and it might be enough simply to let it die out by itself. However, we cannot contest the fact that no matter how obsolete it is becoming, it is still the rallying point for those who oppose new ideas, a point which they defend with all the more obstinacy because it is one of the most vulnerable and also because they can foresee the consequences of its fall. In light of this, the issue deserves a serious examination. 2. The doctrine of eternal punishment had its reasons for being, as did the physical idea of hell, as long as fear acted as a restraint for souls who were little advanced both intellectually and morally. Since they would not have been greatly impressed with the threat of spiritual punishment, neither would they have been impressed with mere temporary punishment. They would not have comprehended the justice of gradated and proportioned punishment because they would not have been capable of grasping the often subtle nuances of good and evil or the relative value of attenuating or aggravating circumstances. 3. The closer human beings are to the primitive state, the more materially oriented they are. Moral sense is slow to develop in them, which is why they can only have a very imperfect idea about God and the divine attributes, and an equally vague idea of the future life. Likening God to their own nature, God is no more for them than an absolute dictator who is both terrible and invisible, like a despotic king who shuts himself up in his palace and never shows himself to his subjects. Since they cannot comprehend God's moral power, they only accept God as embodying physical power. They can only perceive God as being armed with a lightning bolt or as being in the midst of lightning flashes and storms, sowing destruction and ruin like invincible warriors do. A merciful and wise God would not be God at all, but rather a weak being without any means of forcing obedience. Implacable vengeance and eternal terrifying punishments are not incompatible with their idea of God, nor repugnant to their reason. After all, humans themselves are also implacable in their cruel revenge on their enemies and are merciless toward the vanquished. Hence, God, who is superior to them, must be even more terrible than they are. In the past, such people needed religious beliefs in keeping with their unrefined nature. A completely spiritual religion full of love and charity could not be squared with the brutality of their customs and passions. Thus, we cannot criticize Moses for his draconian legislation, barely sufficient to restrain an unruly people, or for having made God out to be a vindictive being. It was necessary at the time. The gentle doctrine of Jesus would not have hit a chord with them and would have proven to be powerless. 4. As the spirit develops, however, the material veil is dissipated little by little, and people become abler to comprehend spiritual matters, but this only occurs gradually. When Jesus came, he was able to proclaim a merciful God, to speak of the kingdom of God, which is not of this world, and say to humankind, love one another and do good to those who hate you, whereas the ancients had said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. What kind of people lived at the time of Jesus? Were they newly created and newly incarnated souls? If they were, weren't that meaning that God had therefore created souls who were more advanced than the ones he had created at the time of Moses? But what would have happened to the latter? Were they destined to remain asleep in their primitive state throughout all eternity? The most ordinary common sense rejects that notion. No, the souls of Jesus' times were the same ones that had lived under the dominion of the Mosaic Law, and who over many lifetimes had developed sufficiently to understand a more elevated doctrine, just as today they are even more evolved and capable of receiving an even more complete teaching. 5. Consequently, Christ could not have revealed to his contemporaries all the mysteries of the future. He himself said, "I would have many other things to tell you if you were capable of comprehending them, and that is why I speak to you in parables." Especially regarding morality, that is, human duty, Christ was very explicit because in touching upon the tangible nature of material life, he knew how to make himself understood. As for other issues, however, he limited himself to use an allegory to sow the seeds that would have to develop later on. The doctrine of future punishment and reward belongs to this latter order of ideas. In particular, the idea regarding punishment could not have abruptly broken with preconceived notions. Jesus came to reveal new duties to humankind, charity and love for one's neighbor instead of hate and vengeance, and selflessness instead of selfishness. That was quite enough. He could not logically mitigate the fear of punishment reserved for sinners without at the same time mitigating the principle of duty. If he promised the kingdom of heaven to the righteous, it was therefore closed to the unrighteous. But where were they to go? A counterpart was required capable of impressing highly materialistic minds so that they could understand the spirit life. We must not forget that Jesus was addressing common folk who were the least enlightened segment of the society and who had to be confronted with somewhat palpable images rather than subtle ideas. That is why Jesus did not go into minute detail in this respect. At that time, it was enough for him to set punishment in opposition to reward. 6. If Jesus threatened the guilty with eternal fire, he also threatened that they would be cast into Gehenna. But what was Gehenna? It was nothing more than a city trash dump outside Jerusalem. Should this also be interpreted literally? No, it was one of those powerful images that he used to impress the masses. The same applies regarding eternal fire. If not, he would have been contradicting himself by exalting the clemency and mercy of God, because clemency and inexorability are opposite sentiments that annul each other. Thus, it would be a misunderstanding of the meaning of Jesus' words by attributing to them the sanction of the dogma of eternal punishment, for his entire teaching proclaimed the compassion of the Creator. In the Lord's Prayer, Jesus teaches us to say, "Lord, forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who have trespassed against us." So if the guilty had no hope of forgiveness, it would be futile to ask for it. Is this forgiveness unconditional, however? Is it grace perceived as a pure and simple remission of the punishment that has been incurred? No, the degree of forgiveness depends on the way in which we ourselves forgive, which means that if we do not forgive, we will not be forgiven. In making the forgiveness of offenses an absolute condition, God could not require fragile humans to do what Almighty God would not do. The Lord's Prayer is a daily negation of the idea of the eternal vengeance of God. 7. For people who had only a confused notion about the spirituality of the soul, the idea of physical fire was not so shocking, since it could also be found in the popular belief coming from the pagan idea of hell that was almost universally propagated. In the same way, eternal punishment had nothing about it that would be repugnant to a people who had for many centuries been ruled by the laws of a terrifying Yahweh. In Jesus' way of thinking, eternal fire could have therefore been nothing more than a simple image, but it would not have mattered much to him if it were interpreted literally. It would serve as a restraint. He knew very well that time and progress would eventually take care of the allegorical meaning, especially when, according to his prediction, the Spirit of truth would come to enlighten humankind about all things. The essential character of unforgivable punishment is the inefficacy of repentance. But Jesus never said that repentance would not warrant the Father's grace. On the contrary, on every occasion, he proclaimed a kind and merciful God who was ready to receive the prodigal son as soon as he returned to the paternal home. Jesus only revealed an unbending God to the stubborn sinner. Nevertheless, if God had punishment in one hand, in the other God always held in forgiveness and was ready to grant it to any guilty individual who sincerely repented. This is certainly not the portrayal of an unmerciful God. We must also point out the fact that Jesus never pronounced unforgivable condemnation against anyone, even against those who were guiltiest. 8. In keeping with the character of the various peoples, all primitive religions had warrior gods who fought at the head of their armies. The Hebrews' Yahweh provided his armies with 1,000 ways to exterminate their enemies, and he rewarded them with victory or punished them with defeat. According to their idea of God, the ancients believed that they could honor or appease God with the blood of animals or humans, which gave rise to the bloody sacrifices that represented such a salient role in all the religions of antiquity. The Jews had abolished human sacrifices, but in spite of Christ's teachings, Christians for a long time deemed it honorable to the Creator to deliver thousands of those whom they labeled as heretics to torture and the stake. This comprised another real form of human sacrifice, since they did it to the greater glory of God and accompanied it with religious ceremony. Even today, the God of hosts is invoked before battle and glorified after victory, so many times for unjust and anti-Christian causes. 9. Humankind has taken so long to rid itself of its habits, prejudices, and primitive ideas. 40 centuries separate us from Moses, and our Christian generation still sees traces of ancient barbaric usages that are consecrated or at least approved of by today's religion. The unwavering assertions of the unorthodox, those who were regarded as heretics, were necessary to end the burnings at the stake and to bring about an understanding of the true nature of God. However, even though there were no more burnings, material and mental persecutions still prevail. So entrenched is the human idea of divine cruelty. Nourished by sentiments that have been ingrained since infancy, should people marvel that the God to whom they have been introduced and whom they have honored with barbarous acts condemns the guilty to suffer eternally and mercilessly watches them while they suffer? Yes, the philosophers and the so-called impious are the ones who have been offended at seeing the name of God profaned by acts unworthy of deity. These are the individuals who have shown others the fullness of God's grandeur, ridden the divine of the passions and pettiness attributed to it by a less enlightened belief system. On this point, religion has gained in dignity what it has lost in outward prestige, because if there are now fewer people devoted to form, there are more who are sincerely religious through sentiment and the heart. However, alongside these, how many have been unreflectingly led to deny providence altogether? The way in which religion has stood still by being antagonistic toward the progress of human reason, and without knowing how to reconcile it with religious beliefs, has led some to degenerate into deism, and others into outright disbelief, not to mention pantheism. In other words, people have turned themselves into their own God in the absence of a more perfect one. Arguments in favor of eternal punishment. 10. Let us return to the dogma of eternal punishment. Here is the main argument invoked in its favor. People believe that the seriousness of the offense is in proportion to the quality of the offense. That is, an offense committed against a sovereign would be regarded as more serious than one against a common individual, and for that reason would be more severely punished. And since God is much more than a sovereign, because God is infinite, then any offense against God also becomes infinite, and therefore merits a punishment of the same nature, in other words, eternal. Rebuttal. Any rebuttal is a reasoning process that must have its departure point, a basis upon which it is supported, premises in other words. We find these premises in the actual attributes of God. God is unique, eternal, unchangeable, immaterial, omnipotent, supremely just and good, infinite in all perfections. It is impossible to conceive of God in any other way, since without infinite perfection, God would not be God, and that would mean that we could conceive of of some other being with qualities that God might not possess. In order for God to be above all other beings, it is necessary that no other being exceed or even equal God in any way. Thus, God must be wholly infinite. Since they are infinite, the divine attributes can neither increase nor decrease without ceasing to be infinite. Otherwise, they would not be infinite, and God would not be perfect. If just one of the divine attributes were decreased one tiny bit, God per se would no longer exist, because it would then be possible for there to be another being that was more perfect. The infiniteness of a quality excludes the possibility of the existence of any other opposite quality which might diminish or annul it. An infinitely good being could not be the least bit evil, nor could an infinitely evil being be the least bit good. An object could not be absolutely black if it contained the least shade of white, and vice versa. Now that this departure point has been established, let us refute the above stated argument. 11. Only an infinite being could make something else that is infinite. Since human beings are finite in virtue, knowledge, power, aptitudes, and earthly lifespan, they can only produce limited things. If humans could be infinite in the evil they commit, they could also be infinite in the good they do, and would therefore be equal with God. However, if humans were infinitely good, they would not commit evil, because absolute good completely excludes all possibility of evil. If we were to believe that a temporary offense against the divinity would be infinite, and if God were to seek vengeance through an infinite punishment, God would thus be infinitely vengeful. And if God were infinitely vengeful, God could not be infinitely good and merciful, since such divine attributes would exclude each other. If God were not infinitely good, God would not be perfect, therefore God would cease to be God. If God is unforgiving toward a guilty person who repents, God is not merciful. If God is not merciful, God ceases to be infinitely good. But why would God give humankind a law of forgiveness if God as God did not forgive? The result would be that if humans were to forgive their enemies and return good for evil, they would be better than God, who remains deaf to the repentance of those who have offended God, denying them the slightest attenuation of punishment forever. Being omnipresent and all-seeing, God must also see the tortures of the condemned, and if God were to remain forever insensitive to their wailings, God would be eternally merciless. Without mercy, God would not be infinitely good. 12. Supporters of eternal punishment respond that the sinner who repents before dying receives God's mercy, and that even the guiltiest can receive such grace. We do not doubt this at all, and we also understand that God only forgives those who repent, while remaining unbending towards those who callously do not. Nonetheless, if God is all merciful toward the repentant soul before death, then why not toward those who repent afterward? Why would repentance be efficacious only during life, a brief instant, and not during the eternity that has no end? If circumscribed to a given time, the divine goodness and mercy would not be infinite, and God would thus not be infinitely good. 13. God is supremely just. Supreme justice is not absolutely unforgiving, nor does it leave any wrong unpunished. On the contrary, it considers both good and evil in the strictest manner, and rewards the former and punishes the latter with perfect equity, without ever being mistaken. If a soul can be punished forever without any hope of clemency or forgiveness, due to fleeting wrongs that always result from humans' imperfect nature and often from their environment, then there is no symmetry between the wrong and its punishment. Therefore, there is no justice. If the guilty reconcile themselves to God, repenting and asking to right an evil that has been committed, that in itself is a return to the good and good sentiments. However, if punishment were unforgivable, this return to the good would be pointless, since God would not take the good into account, and therefore would not practice justice. In the world of humans, the condemned who mend their ways have their sentence commuted, and often are even forgiven. Thus, there would be more equity in human justice than in divine justice. If a punishment were incommutable, it would be futile to repent, and the guilty, with no hope of gaining anything by righting themselves, may as well persist in evil. Therefore, not only would God condemn them to suffer forever, but they would also remain evil forever. There is neither goodness nor justice in this. 14. Since God is infinite in every way, God must encompass both the past and the future. Upon creating a soul, God must know if it will seriously fail and thus be eternally condemned. If God does not know this, then the divine wisdom ceases to be infinite and God ceases to be God. However, if God does know and intentionally goes ahead to create a soul that is condemned from its very creation to unending torment, God ceases to be good. If God, however, could confer grace upon a repentant sinner and remove it from hell, then eternal punishment ceases to exist, and the human conception of it is refuted. 15. To sum up, the doctrine of absolute eternal punishment leads to the negation or at least to the weakening of some of God's attributes and is thus incompatible with absolute perfection. This leads one to the following conclusion. If God is perfect, there is no eternal punishment. If there is eternal punishment, then God is not perfect. 16. The following argument is also called upon to support the dogma of eternal punishment. Since the reward conferred upon the righteous is eternal, then its counterpart must be found in eternal punishment. It is correct to draw a parallel between punishment and reward. Counter-argument. Has God created souls to make them happy or unhappy? Obviously, a creature's happiness should be the aim of the Creator, or God would not be good. Individuals attain happiness through their own merit, and once such merit has been acquired, it is never lost. Otherwise, the soul could regress. Eternal happiness is therefore the consequence of its immortality. However, before reaching perfection, it has struggles to bear and battles to win over its evil passions. Since it was not created perfect but susceptible of being so in order for it to receive the merit of its works, then the soul may fail as a consequence of its natural weakness. But if this weakness were to be punished forever, one would have to ask why God did not create it stronger in the first place. Punishment is before anything else a warning as to an evil that has already been committed, and it serves the purpose of leading the soul back onto the moral path. If punishment were irremissible, then the desire to improve would be superfluous. Moreover, the goal of creation could never be reached because there would be beings that have been predestined to either happiness or unhappiness. If a soul can repent, it can be regenerated, and if it can be regenerated, it can aspire to happiness. Would God be just in denying such means? Since the good is the supreme goal of creation, then happiness, which is its reward, must be eternal, and a punishment as the means of reaching it must be temporary. The most ordinary sense of human justice prescribes perpetually punishing someone who shows a desire to practice the good. 17. A final argument in favor of eternal punishment is as follows. The fear of eternal punishment acts as a restraint. Doing away with it and no longer having anything to fear would lead people to plunge into all sorts of excess. Counter-argument. This line of reasoning would be correct if the non-eternality of punishment might lead to the suppression of all divine penal sanctions. Happiness or unhappiness in the future life is a strict consequence of God's justice, whereas viewing it as parallel to the situation of a moral person and an evil one would be a denial of such justice. However, in spite of not being eternal, punishment is no less distressing, for the greater the conviction, the greater the fear. A punishment in which one does not believe is no restraint, and this is the case of eternal punishment. As we have already affirmed, the belief in eternal punishment had its usefulness and reason for being at one time. However, today it not only has failed to frighten, but has even led to disbelief. Before rendering this belief a necessity, it is necessary to demonstrate its reality. Furthermore, we would have to observe its effectiveness regarding those who accept it, and whether or not they put forth the effort to demonstrate it. Unfortunately, among them, there are many who show by their actions that they have no fear of eternal punishment whatsoever. Thus, if the fear of eternal punishment is powerless to repress evil among those who profess to believe in it, what hold could it possibly have over those who do not? The physical impossibility of eternal punishment. 18. Up to this point, we have only fought the dogma of eternal punishment by using reasoning. We shall now show how it is contrary to the hard facts that we have observed and that have proven its impossibility. According to this dogma, the fate of the soul after death is irrevocably set, and the soul is thus definitively barred from any further progress. Well, does the soul progress or not? That is the question. If it progresses, eternal punishment is impossible. Can this progress be doubted given the enormous variety of moral and intellectual aptitudes represented on the earth from the primitive to the civilized individual, and confirmed by the differences that one particular culture may display from one century to the next? If we were to believe that they are not the same souls who have reincarnated, we would have to believe that God creates souls of all degrees of development according to time and place, favoring some while relegating others to perpetual inferiority. This would be incompatible with justice, which must be the same for all creatures. 19. It is undeniable that a morally and intellectually less evolved soul, such as that of barbaric peoples, cannot contain the same elements of happiness and the same aptitudes for enjoying the splendors of the infinite as the soul whose faculties are broadly developed. Therefore, if these souls could not progress, they could enjoy only a highly reduced happiness even under the most favorable circumstances. In order to be in harmony with strict justice, we must draw the conclusion that more highly advanced souls were less evolved souls at an earlier time, but they progressed later. However, here we arrive at the big question of the plurality of existences as the only and rational means of resolving the problem. Nonetheless, let us disregard the issue for the time being and consider the soul from the point of view that it only lives a single existence. 20. Let us take as an example a young man about 20 years old who, like so many others at his age, is uneducated, possessed of base instincts, and skeptical. He denies both God and the soul, a troublemaker engaged in all kinds of perversity. Later on, this young man finds himself in a more favorable environment. He works, receives an education, gradually rights himself, and finally becomes a pious individual. Isn't this a tangible example of the soul's progress during life, something we see happening every day? Now this man dies as a saint at an old age, and naturally his salvation is ensured. However, what would have been his fate if an accident had put an end to his life 40 or 50 years too soon? He would have found himself in all the right conditions to be damned, and once damned, all progress would have stopped. We therefore see a man who was saved only because he lived long enough. Someone, according to the doctrine of eternal punishment, would have been lost forever if he had lived less time as a result of a fortuitous accident. If his soul could progress during that given amount of time, then why couldn't it progress itself further after death if an outside cause had prevented it from doing so during earthly life? Why would God refuse it the means of repentance? Repentance, albeit late, would have come in due time, but if at the moment of death the soul became irrevocably condemned, its repentance would be fruitless for all eternity and its aptitude for progress destroyed forever. 21. The dogma of absolute eternal punishment is therefore incompatible with the progress of the soul, since it is confronted with an unsurpassable barrier. These two principles obviously cancel each other out. If one is true, the other cannot be, but which one is in fact true? The law of progress is obvious. It is not a theory, it is a fact corroborated by experience. It is a divine, non-prescribable law of nature. It is thus a law that cannot be reconciled with the other, which is why the other is untrue. If the dogma of eternal punishment were actually true, St. Augustine, St. Paul, and so many others would never have seen heaven if they had died before completing the progress that led to their conversion. This last assertion will no doubt lead to the response that the conversion of these saintly personages was not the result of their soul's progress, but rather the grace that was granted them and by which they were touched. However, this is simply a game of words. If those saints practice evil and then the good, it is because they became better and they therefore progressed. Did God grant them a special favor, the divine grace to right themselves? Why favor them more than others? It always comes back to the doctrine of special privilege, which is incompatible with the justice of God and the divine love that is the same for all creatures. According to the Spiritist doctrine, to the very words of the gospel, and according to logic and strictest justice, human beings are the children of their own deeds both during life and after death. Nothing is owed to favoritism. God rewards them for their efforts and punishes them for their negligence for as long as they persist in it. The doctrine of eternal punishment has had its day. 22. The belief in eternal punishment was maintained as a healthy restraint until humankind was at a point to understand its moral aptitude. The same applies to children, whom one restrains for a while with the threats of fanciful beings to frighten them. However, the time will come when they reach the age of reason and reject such chimeras by themselves, and it will then be absurd to think they can be controlled by such means. If those who guide them try to continue suggesting to them that such fables are in fact true, they will lose their trust. This is the case with humankind, who has left its infancy and its leading strings. People are no longer those passive instruments bowed under material powers, nor are they gullible creatures who accept everything with eyes wide shut. 23. Belief is an act of understanding, and as such cannot be imposed. If during a certain period of humankind the dogma of eternal punishment might have been inoffensive and even beneficial, the time has come in which it has become dangerous. In fact, if it is imposed as absolute truth while reason rejects it, one of two things will necessarily result. People who want to believe in and seek a more rational faith will either avoid those who continue to profess it or completely disbelieve everything altogether. Whoever might want to study the matter rationally will see that in our day the dogma of eternal punishment has made more atheists and materialists than all other philosophies combined. Ideas follow an incessantly progressive course, and one cannot govern people without following it. Intending to remain stationary on it, to regress, or simply to lag behind while it advances is to lose oneself. Following or not following this evolutionary course is a matter of life and death for religions as well as for governments. Is this good? Is it bad? It is certainly bad for those who, living in the past, see that past disappear from under them. However, for those who look to the future, it is the law of progress, a law of God, and against God's laws, all resistance is futile. To fight against God's will is to ask for defeat. Then why use every effort to uphold a belief that has fallen into decrepitude and which actually produces more harm than good to religion itself? Sad to say, but a material issue controls the religious issue here. The belief in eternal punishment has been largely exploited by the idea that the doors of heaven can be opened with money and that one can save oneself from hell thereby. The amount garnered in this manner, both yesterday and today, is incalculable. It is the tax paid on the fear of eternity. Since this fee is optional, the profit is always in proportion to the belief, and if the belief no longer exists, collections would disappear. Children will willingly give up their piece of cake to whoever promises to chase away the werewolf, but when they no longer believe in werewolves, they will keep the cake. 24. The new revelation provides more sensible notions about the future life and shows that each one of us can promote our own happiness through our own efforts. Consequently, this revelation must encounter tremendous opposition because it puts a stop to one of the most lucrative sources of income. Such has always been the case when a new discovery or invention abolishes custom. Whoever makes their living according to old and lingering processes will never cease to defend them and will discredit all new and more economical ones. For example, despite the benefits it has brought to society, do you think the printing press was praised by copyists when it was introduced? No, they obviously must have cursed it. The same has applied regarding various other machines, the railroad, and hundreds of other discoveries and applications. In the eyes of disbelievers, the dogma of eternal punishment is a simple foolishness that they laugh at. To philosophers, the dogma has a social gravity because of the abuses it engenders, while truly religious persons have the dignity of a religion that is interested in destroying the abuses this dogma gives rise to. Ezekiel against eternal punishment and original sin. 25. Those who intend to find justification for eternal punishment in the Bible can be refuted with unambiguous texts to the contrary. The following words from Ezekiel are the most explicit negation not only of irremissible punishment, but also of the notion that the responsibility of the sin committed by the father of humankind could be passed down to the human race. 1. The Lord spoke to me again, saying, 2. Where does this parable come from, which you use amongst yourselves, and which is proverbially affirmed in Israel? Fathers, you say, have eaten sour grapes, and their children's teeth are set on edge. 3. As I live, says the Lord God, this parable shall no longer be used amongst you as a proverb in Israel. 4. For all souls belong to me, the child's soul is with me as well as the father's, the soul that has sinned shall die. 5. If a man is righteous and acts according to equity and justice. 7. If he does not sadden or afflict anyone, if he returns to his debtor the guarantee that he has made, if he takes nothing from the assets of another by violence, if he gives his bread to whomever is hungry, if he clothes those who are naked. 8. If he is not usurious or does not receive back more than what he has given, if he avoids iniquity and promotes a conciliatory judgment between two who are in conflict. 9. If he walks according to my precepts and observes my statutes to work in harmony with the truth, then such a man is righteous and will certainly live long, says the Lord God. 10. If that man has a son who becomes a thief, who sheds blood or commits any such sins. 13. That son shall certainly die for having committed such detestable acts, and his blood shall be upon his own head. 14. Now if that son has a son who sees all the crimes committed by his father, he will be afraid and avoid imitating him. 17. This son will not die on account of the iniquity of his father, but shall certainly live. 18. His father, who had oppressed others because of his calumnies, and who had committed criminal acts in the midst of his people, died on account of his own iniquity. 19. If you ask, why won't the son bear the iniquity of his father? It is because the son has lived according to equity and justice. He has kept all my precepts. He has practiced them, and that is why he shall certainly live. 20. The soul that has sinned shall itself die. The son will not bear the iniquity of the father, and the father will not bear the iniquity of the son. The righteousness of the righteous shall be credited to him, and the unrighteousness of the unrighteous shall be credited to him. 21. If the unrighteous man repents of all his sins he has committed, if he observes all my precepts, if he labors according to equity and righteousness, he shall certainly live and not die. 22. I will no longer remember all the iniquity he has committed. He shall live because of the works of righteousness that he has practiced. 23. Why would I wish the unrighteous to die, says the Lord God, rather than wishing their conversion and abandonment of the evil path they have been following? Ezekiel 18, 1-23. Speak these words to them, I swear by my name, says the Lord God, that I do not wish for the death of the unrighteous, but that they convert, that they abandon the path of evil, and that they live. Ezekiel 33:11. Heaven and Hell, Chapter 7. Future punishment according to Spiritism. The flesh is weak. Sources of the Spiritist doctrine concerning future punishment. The penal code of the future life. The flesh is weak. There are certain depraved inclinations that are obviously inherent to the spirit because they are more related to the moral than to the physical, whereas others seem more the result of the physical organism, and for that reason those who possess them are deemed less responsible. These are inclinations to anger, laziness, lust, etc. Nowadays, spiritualist philosophers fully realize that the areas of the brain corresponding to the various aptitudes owe their development to the activity of the spirit, and consequently that this development is an effect rather than a cause. Individuals are not musicians because they have the gift of music. They have the gift of music because their spirits are already musicians. If the activity of the spirit acts upon the brain, it must also act upon the other physical parts of the organism. In this way, the spirit is the artisan of the body, which is molded by it, so to speak, in the fashion of the spirit's needs and manifestations of its tendencies. Thus, the corporeal perfection of certain individuals individuals is not the product of a distinct creation, but rather is the result of the efforts of the spirit who perfects its physical envelope as its faculties increase. As a natural consequence of this principle, the spirit's moral disposition should modify the qualities of the blood, making it more active or less so, thereby causing more abundant or less abundant secretions of bile and other fluids. That is why a glutton's mouth waters before an appetizing dish, for example. It is obviously not the food per se that excites the taste organs, since it doesn't even come in contact with them. It is the spirit whose sensitivity is awakened and who acts upon the organ through thought. For another person, such a sight would produce no effect whatsoever. Furthermore, it is for the same reason that a sensitive person sheds tears easily. It is not an abundance of tears that makes the spirit sensitive, but rather the spirit's sensitiveness that elicits an abundant flow of tears. Under the influence of sensitiveness, the organism conditions itself to the normal disposition of this sort of spirit in the same way that it conditions itself to the disposition of the gluttonous spirit. According to this line of thought, one can understand that a hot-tempered spirit is behind a bilious temperament, which does not mean that the person is hot-tempered from being bilious, but is bilious because his or her spirit is hot-tempered. The same applies regarding all the other instinctive dispositions. An indolent and weak spirit will put the body in a state of weakness with respect to its character, whereas an active and energetic spirit will give the blood and nerves qualities that are exactly the opposite. The spirit's action upon the physical body is so obvious that we often see grave organic disorders produced by violent mental disturbances. The common expression, emotion makes the blood boil, is not as devoid of meaning as one might suppose. What can make the blood boil if not the mental dispositions of the spirit? Consequently, one must admit, at least partially, that the temperament is determined by the spirit's nature, which is the cause and not the effect. We say partially because there are cases in which the physically obviously influences the mental, such as when a morbid or abnormal state is determined by an external and accidental cause independent of the spirit, such as temperature, climate, congenital physical defects, temporary illness, etc. The spirit's mental state in such cases may be affected in its manifestation by a pathological state without its intrinsic nature being modified. Blaming its errors on the weakness of the flesh is no more than an excuse to escape responsibility. The flesh is only weak because the spirit is weak. This reverses the issue and leaves the spirit fully responsible for all its acts. Since the flesh is devoid of both thought and will, it could never prevail over the spirit, who is a thinking being possessed of its own will. The spirit is what gives the flesh the qualities corresponding to its instincts, just like the artist who impresses a material work with the stamp of his or her spirit. When freed from its animal-like instincts, it develops a body that is no longer a tyrant over its spiritual aspirations, and that is when men and women begin eating to live and stop living to eat, so to speak. Moral responsibility for the acts of life therefore become intact, but reason tells us that the consequences of the spirit's responsibility must be in proportion to its intellectual development. Thus, the more enlightened it is, the more blameworthy it becomes, since with intelligence and moral sense are born the notions of good and evil, of righteousness and unrighteousness. This law explains why medicine is ineffective in certain cases. Since the temperament is an effect and not a cause, every effort to alter it is ineffective in light of the mental dispositions of the spirit, who puts up an unconscious resistance that neutralizes the therapeutic action. Consequently, it is the primary cause that must be acted upon. Thus, if you can, offer courage to the coward, and you will soon see the physiological effects of fear subside. This proves once more the need to take the spiritual influence on the organism into account in the art of healing. See La Revue Spirite, March 1869, page 65. Sources of the Spiritist doctrine regarding future punishment. Regarding future punishment, the Spiritist doctrine is not based on some preconceived theory. It is not a matter of one theory replacing another. In everything, it is based on observation, and that is what gives it its full authority. No one ever imagined that souls after death might be found in this or that condition, but it is these very souls who have departed the earth who have come to initiate us into the mysteries of the future life. They themselves describe their happy or unfortunate situations, their impressions, their transformation after the death of their bodies. In other words, they complete Christ's teachings on the matter. However, we are not just dealing with revelations of only one spirit, who might see things from its own point of view and from only one perspective, or who might still be dominated by earthly prejudices, nor are we dealing with a revelation made exclusively to one particular individual who might be led by appearances or by an ecstatic vision that is susceptible to delusion and often is no more than the reflection of an overactive imagination. Instead, we are dealing with countless examples furnished by spirits of all categories, from the most high order down to the least on the scale, through many intermediaries, mediums, scattered throughout the earth, so that the revelation would not be any one individual's special privilege. Anyone may test and observe it without having to believe in it based upon the faith of someone else. The penal code of the future life. Therefore, Spiritism has not come on its own authority to formulate a code of fantasy. Its laws regarding the future of the soul have been deduced from studying the facts and can be summed up in the following points. 1. In the spirit life, the soul or spirit suffers the consequences of all the imperfections that it could not correct during its corporeal life. Its happy or unhappy state is inherent to its degree of purity or impurity. 2. Complete happiness is inherent to perfection, that is, the complete purification of the spirit. Every imperfection is at the same time a cause of suffering and the privation of blessedness, just as every acquired quality is a source of blessedness and the attenuation of suffering. 3. There is not one single imperfection of the soul that does not carry disagreeable and inevitable consequences, just as there is not one single good quality that is not a source of joy. The amount of punishment is therefore proportional to the amount of imperfection, just as joy is proportional to the soul's good qualities. A soul that has 10 imperfections, for example, suffers more than one with only 3 or 4, and when these 10 imperfections are reduced by a quarter or a half, it will suffer less. When all its imperfections are gone, the soul will then be perfectly happy, just as on earth. Those who have many maladies suffer more than those who have none or only one. For the same reason, the soul who has 10 good qualities has more joy than another who has fewer. 4. Due to the law of progress that endows every soul with the potential to acquire the good it yet lacks and to free itself from the evil it yet possesses, according to its own efforts and will, then the future is wide open to all individuals. God does not repudiate any of God's children. They are received into the divine heart of the degree they approach perfection. Thus all are left to the merit of their own works. 5. Since suffering depends on the amount of imperfection and joy on the amount of perfection, the soul bears within itself its own punishment wherever it may be without having to be in some circumscribed place. Hell is wherever there are suffering souls, and heaven is wherever there are joyous souls. 6. The good and evil we do result from the qualities we possess. Not doing good whenever we can is therefore the result of some imperfection. If every imperfection is the source of some kind of suffering, the spirit must suffer not only for the evil it has done, but also for the good that it has failed to do. 7. The spirit suffers for the evil it has done in such a way that with its attention constantly directed toward the consequences of such evil, it better understands its problems and is thus led to correct itself. 8. Since God's justice is infinite, good and evil are strictly taken into account. If there is not one evil act, one evil thought that does not bring fatal consequences, neither is there one single meritorious act, one good movement of the soul or the smallest merit that will be lost, even for the most perverse individuals, because it indicates that progress has begun. 9. Every wrong committed, every evil act entails a debt that must be paid, if not in one existence, then in the next or other future ones, for all existences are in solidarity with one another. A debt that is paid in one existence will not have to be paid a second time. 10. The spirit suffers whether in the corporeal world or in the spirit world as a consequence of its imperfections. The misery, the vicissitudes endured in corporeal existence originate from imperfections and are expiations of wrongs committed both in the present and in previous lives. By the nature of the sufferings and vicissitudes one endures in the corporeal life, one can deduce the nature of the wrongs committed in a previous existence and the imperfections that cause them. 11. Expiation varies according to the nature and seriousness of the wrong. Hence, one and the same wrong can result in several expiations, depending on the attenuating or aggravating circumstances in which it was committed. 12. There is no absolute or uniform rule as to the nature and duration of the punishment. The only general law is that every wrong will be punished, and every meritorious act will be rewarded according to its worth. 13. The duration of the punishment depends on how much the guilty spirit improves itself. No condemnation for a set amount of time is declared against it. What God requires for the end of suffering is a serious, effective improvement and an authentic return to the good. In this way, the spirit is always the arbiter of its own fate and can prolong its suffering through persistence in evil, or it can soften and shorten it through its efforts in practicing the good. Condemnation for a set time would have the double inappropriateness of continuing the punishment of the repentant spirit, or of freeing it from suffering while it still persists in evil. And God, who is just, only punishes evil while it still exists and ceases to punish it when it no longer exists. Likewise, since moral evil is in and of itself a cause of suffering, suffering will last as long as the evil remains, or it will decrease in intensity as the evil lessens. 14. The duration of the punishment being subordinate to improvement, it would follow that a guilty spirit who never improved itself would suffer forever, and the punishment for such a spirit would be eternal. 15. A condition inherent to less of all spirits is that they cannot see the end of their situation, and they thus believe they will suffer forever. This is what makes punishment seem eternal to them. 16. Even though repentance is the first step towards regeneration, it is not enough by itself. Expiation and reparation are still required. Repentance, expiation, and reparation therefore comprise the three necessary conditions for erasing the remnants of a wrong and its consequences. Repentance softens the rigors of expiation because it awakens hope and prepares the way for rehabilitation. Only reparation, however, can annul the effect and thereby destroy the cause. Otherwise, forgiveness would be an act of grace alone and not an annulment of the wrong. 17. Repentance can occur at any time and in any place, but if later, the guilty spirit suffers longer. Until the last vestiges of a wrong have disappeared, expiation consists in the physical and mental sufferings that are its consequences, whether in the current lifetime, whether in the spirit life after death, or in a later corporeal existence. Reparation consists in righting a wrong that has been done to somebody. Those who do not repair their wrongs in one existence, either out of weakness or ill will find themselves in a later existence being placed in contact with the same persons who had had a complaint against them previously and in conditions voluntarily chosen beforehand. This occurs in such a way as to give them the opportunity to prove their sincerity to those whom they had offended by doing as much good to them as they had done evil. Not all wrongs result in direct and immediate harm. In such cases, reparation occurs in their doing what they had failed to do, fulfilling duties they had neglected or ignored, or accomplishing missions at which they had failed. In other words, practicing the good in compensation for former evil, becoming humble if they had been proud, caring if they had been austere, charitable if they had been selfish, benevolent if they had been perverse, industrious if they had been lazy, useful if they had been useless, sensible if they had been self-indulgent, demonstrative of a good example if they had been a bad one, and so on and so forth. This is how the spirit progresses by taking advantage of its past. 18. Imperfect spirits are banned from happy worlds whose harmony they would upset. They remain on less evolved worlds where they expiate their wrongs through the tribulations of life and purify themselves of their imperfections until they deserve to incarnate on more physically and morally evolved worlds. If we could conceive of a circumscribed place of punishment, it would be precisely on these worlds of expiation, because it is around such worlds that imperfect discarnate spirits throng, waiting for a new existence that will enable them to repair the evils they have done, which in turn will enable them to progress. 19. Since the spirit always has its free will, it sometimes progresses quite slowly, and its obstinacy in evil can be quite tenacious. This state can persist for years and even centuries, but the time will finally come in which its stubbornness in defying God's justice abates as a result of its suffering, and despite its boasting, it recognizes the superior power that dominates it. At that moment, the first light of repentance dawns, and God enables it to catch a glimpse of hope. No spirit is conditioned to never bettering itself, otherwise it would be fatalistically destined to remain eternally of a low order, and it would escape the law of progress that providentially governs all creatures. 20. No matter how little evolved and perverse spirits may be, God never abandons them. Everybody has their guardian angel watching out for them, supervising the expansion of their soul, making every effort to awaken good thoughts and the desire to evolve, and encouraging them to repair in a new existence the evil they had done in a previous one. However, guardian angels act almost always in a concealed way, without exerting any pressure. A spirit must progress by the impulse of its own will, never by any coercion. Good and evil are practiced in virtue of the spirit's free will, without being fatalistically pushed in one direction or the other. If the spirit persists in evil, it will suffer the consequences for as long as it does so, but if it takes one step toward the good, it will immediately feel the beneficial effects. It would be erroneous to believe that because of the law of progress, the certainty of sooner or later attaining to perfection and happiness could stimulate persistence in evil with a view to repenting later on. First, because a little evolved spirit cannot ascertain the end of its situation. Second, because it is the author of its own unhappiness. It finally winds up understanding that it depends on itself alone to end it. Third, that the longer it persists in evil, the longer it will be unhappy, because it knows that its suffering will be perpetual if it itself does not put an end to it. Thus, it would be making a calculated error, and it would be the first to be deceived. With the dogma of eternal punishment, on the other hand, all hope would be futile. The spirit would have no interest in turning toward the good, because there would be no advantage to it. The objection regarding God's foreknowledge also falls before this law, because having created a soul, God of course knows that due to its free will, it will turn towards the good or evil path. God knows that it will be punished for doing evil. However, God also knows that temporary punishment is a way to enable it to understand its error and sooner or later enter onto the moral path. According to the doctrine of eternal punishment, one must conclude that God knows that such a soul will fail, and therefore that it is condemned beforehand to unending torture. 21. Responsibility for wrongs is completely personal. No one suffers for the wrongs of someone else except for having caused them in the first place, whether by provoking them through example or by not preventing them when they could have done so. Consequently, suicide will always be punished, but whoever drives someone by his or her harshness to despair and to commit it will suffer an even greater punishment. 22. Although the diversity of punishment is infinite, there are some that are inherent to how little evolved the spirit may be. The consequences for these, except for a few details, are more or less identical. The most common punishment among those who are especially attached to the materialistic life and who neglect spiritual progress consists in the slowness with which the separation of the soul and body occurs at death, along with the anguish that accompanies it and their awakening to another life, and to the resultant state of confusion that can last for months and even years. On the other hand, for those who have maintained a pure conscience, have identified with the spirit life, and have freed themselves from materialism during their corporeal life, the transition is quick and without difficulty, the awakening is pleasant, and there is hardly any confusion at all. 23. A very common phenomenon among spirits who have not evolved morally to a certain degree is that they believe they are still alive, and this delusion can last for many years, during which they experience all the needs, torments, and perplexities of physical life. 24. For criminals, the incessant presence of their victims and the circumstances of their crimes are a cruel torment. 25. Some spirits are immersed in thick darkness, others find themselves in complete isolation and space, tormented by their ignorance of the situation, as well as the fate that awaits them. The guilty have suffered tortures that are all the more pungent because they can see no end to them. Some are kept from seeing their loved ones, and all generally endure sufferings whose intensity is relative to the evils they practice and the pain and necessities they cause others to suffer, until repentance and the desire for reparation bring them enough tranquility to foresee the possibility of putting an end to their situation through their own efforts. 26. It is a torment for the proud to see above them, surrounded and celebrated in glory, those whom they formerly despised on earth, while they themselves are relegated to the lower tiers. For hypocrites to see themselves pierced by a light that reveals their most secret thoughts, which everyone can read, with no way to hide or disguise themselves. For hedonists to experience all temptations and all desires without being able to satisfy them, for misers to see their gold being wasted and not being able to save it, for the selfish to be deserted by everybody and to suffer everything they cause others to suffer. They will thirst and no one will give them anything to drink. They will hunger and no one will give them anything to eat. No friendly hands will press theirs. No compassionate voice will console them. They thought of no one but themselves during their lifetime, so no one will think of them or show compassion for them after their death. 27. The only means of avoiding or attenuating the future consequences of a wrong is by freeing oneself of it as much as possible in the present life, by repairing it so that there is no wrong left to be more painfully repaired later. The longer reparation for a wrong is postponed, the more painful and harsh its consequences will be in the future. 28. The spirit situation in the spirit world is none other than what it had prepared for itself during its corporeal life. Later, in another incarnation, it is granted a new opportunity to expiate and repair the previous one by going through new trials, which it profits from to a greater or lesser degree, depending on its free will. And if it does not profit from them, it will have to begin again, each time in more dolorous conditions. Thus it can be stated that those who suffer much on the earth have much to expiate, and those who enjoy apparent happiness in spite of their vices and uselessness will pay dearly for it in a later existence. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "Blessed are the afflicted, for they shall be comforted." See the Gospel according to Spiritism, chapter 5. 29. Of course, God's mercy is infinite, but it is not blind. The guilty who are pardoned are not exonerated, and until they have satisfied justice, they will suffer the consequences of their wrongs. We must understand infinite mercy to mean that God is not inexorable, but that God always leaves the door open for the guilty to return to the good. 30. Since afflictions are temporary and subordinate to repentance and reparation, both depend on human free will. The same applies to the punishment and remedies that must aid in healing the wounds of evil. Spirits who are being punished are not like galley slaves who have been sentenced to years of hard labor, but rather are like patients in a hospital who are suffering from illnesses because of their own fault and who must now endure the required means of cure with the hope of being finally healed. They heal more quickly when they precisely follow the prescriptions of the physician who carefully monitors them. If they prolong their suffering through their own fault, the physician is not responsible for it. 31. To the afflictions that spirits experience during the spirit life are joined with those of their corporeal life, the consequences of human beings' imperfections, their passions, the bad use of their faculties, and the expiation of present and past wrongs. It is during their corporeal life that spirits repair the evils of previous lives by putting into practice the resolutions they made during the spirit life. This explains the miseries and vicissitudes that at first sight seem to have no reason for being. Nonetheless, they are just, since they were determined in the past and serve on our course towards perfectibility. It is often asked if God would not display more love towards God's creatures if they had been created infallible and therefore exempt from the vices inherent to imperfection. For such to be the case, God would have had to have created perfect beings with nothing more to acquire, whether in knowledge or in morality. Of course, God could have done that, but if not, it is that out of divine wisdom, God wanted progress to comprise a general law. Human beings are imperfect and as such are subject to vicissitudes that are more painful or less so, and since that is the way things are, we would do better to accept it. Inferring God as neither good nor just would be an insensitive revolt against God. It would have represented true injustice if God had created privileged beings who were more favored than others, enjoying without effort the happiness that others could only achieve through pain or not at all. Divine justice is obvious in the absolute equality and presides over the creation of spirits. They all have the same point of departure, and none are distinguished in their formation by being better endowed than others. There are none whose evolutionary progress is made easier by exception, and like all the others, those who finally reach the goal will have had to pass through the phases of primitiveness and respective trials. That said, is there anything more just than the freedom of action granted to each one? The road to happiness is wide open to all, and all enjoy the same conditions to attain to it. The law is ingrained into all consciences and is taught to all. God makes happiness, not favoritism, the prize for labor, so that each spirit may receive what it deserves. All are free to labor or do nothing at all for their advancement. Those who labor sufficiently and quickly are rewarded sooner, but those who go off the path or waste their time delay their arrival and can only blame themselves. Good and evil are voluntary and facultative. Since human beings are free, they are not fatalistically led one way or the other. 33. In spite of the diversity in the kinds and degrees of punishment that imperfect spirits suffer, the penal code of the future life may be summed up to these three principles. 1. Suffering is inherent to imperfection. 2. Every imperfection as well as every wrong resulting from it brings its own punishment and natural and inevitable consequences. Hence, sickness results from excess and boredom from laziness without there having to be some kind of special condemnation for each wrong or individual. 3. Since all people can free themselves from their imperfections by their will, they can annul the ills that result from them and can ensure their future happiness. To each according to his or her deeds in heaven as well as on earth, such is the law of divine justice. Chapter 8. Angels. Angels according to the Church. Refutation. Angels according to Spiritism. Angels according to the Church. 1. Every religion has had angels under various names, in other words, beings superior to humans and acting as intermediaries between them and God. In denying there is any spiritual existence apart from organic life, materialism has naturally classified angels among fictions and allegories. Nonetheless, the belief in angels is an essential part of the dogmas of the Church, which defines them as follows. 2. We firmly believe, states a general and ecumenical council, that there is only one true God, eternal and infinite, who at the beginning of time took from nothingness two created natures together, the spiritual and the corporeal, the angelic and the mundane, and later, as a link between the two, he formed the human nature composed of body and spirit. According to the faith, such was the divine plan in the work of creation, a majestic and complete plan as befitting the eternal wisdom. Thus conceived, it offers to our thoughts the created being in all its degrees and conditions. Purely spiritual existence and life appear in the highest sphere. Purely physical existence and life appear in the lowest. In between, there is a marvelous union of these two substances, a life that is at the same time common to the intelligent spirit and to the organized body. Our soul is of a simple and indivisible nature, but it is limited in its faculties. Our idea of perfection enables us to understand that there must be other beings that are as simple as the soul and yet superior to it due to their qualities and privileges. The soul is great and noble, but it is associated with matter and is served by fragile organs that are limited in their action and strength. But why couldn't there be other natures that are nobler still, which are free of such servitude and fetters and endowed with greater strength and incomparable activity? Before God has set man upon the earth to know, serve, and love him, wouldn't he have already called forth other creatures in order to comprise his heavenly court and worship him in the splendor of his glory? God, after all, receives from the hands of man the tributes of honor and homage of this universe. Is it therefore any wonder that he receives from the hands of angels the incense and prayers of man? Therefore, if angels did not exist, the Creator's grand work would not have the crowning and perfection that are peculiar to it. This world, which attests to his omnipotence, would no longer be the masterpiece of his wisdom. Our reason, though feeble and frail, could easily imagine a more developed and consummated world. On every page of the sacred books of the Old as well as the New Testaments, mention is made of these sublime intelligences, either in pious invocations or in historical references. Their interventions appears expressly in the lives of the patriarchs and prophets. God uses them in his ministry both to impose his will and to announce future events, and angels are also nearly always instruments of his justice and mercy. Their presence is constant in the various circumstances surrounding the birth, life, and passion of the Savior. Their memory is inseparable from great men as well as the most significant events of religious antiquity. The belief in angels exists both in the midst of polytheism and the fables of mythology, because such belief is as universal and ancient as the world itself. The worship offered by the pagans to good and evil spirits was no more than an erroneous application of the truth, a faint reminder of primitive dogma. The words of the Holy Lateran Council contain a fundamental distinction between angels and man, teaching us that the former are pure spirits, whereas the latter are composed of a body and a soul. In other words, the angelic nature subsists in and of itself, not only without mixture, but without any real possible association with matter at all, no matter how vaporous and subtle it may be perceived to be. While our soul, which is also spiritual, is associated with the body so as to form with it one and the same person, and this is essentially its destiny. As long as this very intimate union between the soul and body exists, these two substances have a common life and exert a mutual influence on each other. Thus, the soul cannot completely free itself from the imperfections of such a condition. Ideas come to it through the senses by comparing exterior objects and always under images that are more obvious or less so. That is why the soul cannot contemplate itself or conceive of God and the angels without attributing a visible and tangible form to them. The same applies to angels, who in order to manifest to the saints and prophets had to take on tangible and visible forms. These forms, however, were no more than aerial bodies which they used to move about and identify themselves, or they were symbolic attributes related to the mission with which they were charged. Their being and movements are neither localized nor circumscribed to any limited or fixed point in space. Since they are not connected to a physical body, they cannot be stopped or limited by other objects as we are. They do not occupy any given space and do not fill any void. However, in the same way that our soul is fully within our body and each one of its parts, angels are also fully and almost simultaneously at all points and in all parts of the world. They are faster than thought and can be anywhere in the blink of an eye, acting by themselves with no other obstacle to their desires than the will of the Creator and the resistance of human freedom. While we are condemned to see external things slowly and narrowly, and while supernatural truths appear to us as enigmas in a mirror, according to St. Paul, Angels effortlessly see what they must know and are always in direct relation with the object of their thought. Their knowledge is not the result of induction and reasoning, but of clear and profound intuition that encompasses all at once the principles and consequences resulting from it. Distances of time, differences in place, and the multiplicity of objects cannot cause any confusion in their minds, because it is infinite. The divine essence is incomprehensible. It holds mysteries and depths that cannot be grasped. The innermost designs of providence remain concealed even from the angels, but their secrets are unveiled to them when in certain circumstances they are charged with announcing them to mankind. God's communications with angels and their communications amongst themselves are not made by means of articulated sounds and other gestures. Pure intelligences have no need of eyes to see or ears to hear, much less a vocal organ to express their thoughts. Hence, this instrument, so common to us, is unnecessary for them, and they communicate their sentiments in a way that is peculiar to them only. It is completely spiritual. To make themselves understood by one another, their will is sufficient. Only God knows how many angels there are. Their number is obviously not infinite, and it could not be otherwise. However, according to the sacred authors and holy doctors of the Church, it is considerable and truly prodigious. If it is natural to proportion the number of the inhabitants of a city to its grandeur and extent, and since the earth is only an atom in comparison to the firmament and the immense regions of space, we would have to conclude that the number of the inhabitants of the air and heaven is much greater than that of men. Since the majesty of kings derives its splendor from the number of their subjects, vassals, and officials, what could give us a better idea of the majesty of the King of Kings than the innumerable host of angels that populate the heavens of earth, sea, and abysses, and the dignity of those who without pause remain prostrate or standing at his throne? The Church Fathers and theologians generally teach that the angels may be divided into three great hierarchies or principalities, and each hierarchy into three companies or choirs. Those of the first and highest hierarchy are designated according to the functions they perform in heaven. Some are called seraphim, so designated for the ardor of love which they radiate before God. Others are called cherubim because they are a luminous reflection of the divine wisdom, and still other thrones, so called because they proclaim the grandeur of the Creator, whose splendor they manifest. The angels of the second hierarchy have received names in keeping with the functions attributed to them in the general governance of the universe. They are dominions who determine the missions and duties of angels of the lower classes, virtues who attend to the miracles required by the great interests of the Church and mankind in general, and powers who by their strengths and vigilance protect the laws that govern the physical and mental worlds. Those of the third hierarchy share the mission of guiding societies and individuals. They are principalities who are appointed to kingdoms, provinces, and dioceses, archangels who transmit messages of greatest importance, and guardian angels who accompany each one of us in order to watch over our security and sanctification. Refutation. 3. The general principle resulting from this doctrine is that angels are purely spirit beings who existed prior to humans and are superior to them. They are privileged creatures who are destined to supreme and eternal bliss at their creation, endowed by their very nature with every virtue and all knowledge, but without having ever done anything to acquire it. They are on the highest plane of creation, in contrast to the lowest, where life is purely physical. Humans exist halfway between the two, that is, humans are composed of souls, spirit beings inferior to the angels, and connected to material bodies. Crucial problems result from such a system. First, what is life that is purely material? Does it consist of brute matter? But brute matter is inanimate and has no life in and of itself. Does it perchance refer to animals and plants? If so, it would be a fourth order within creation, because one cannot deny that there is something in the intelligent animal that is more than in the plant, and in the plant more than in the stone. As for the human soul, which comprises a transition point, it remains directly united to a body, which is merely brute matter, for without a soul, the body has as much life as a clod of dirt. Obviously, this division is obscure for lack of clarity and does not square with observations. It is similar to the theory of the four basic elements, which was annulled by the progress of science. Nevertheless, let us accept these three terms, the spirit creature, the human creature, and the corporeal creature, for such is, they say, the divine plan, majestic and complete, befitting of the eternal wisdom. We should notice before anything else that there is no necessary connection between these three terms, and that they are three distinct creations, formed successively, whereas from one to the next there is continuity. Everything in nature is linked together, showing us a law of admirable unity, and whose elements, through simple transformations of one another, all have their connecting vestiges. That theory is to a certain extent true regarding the existence of the three terms. However, it is incomplete since it lacks points of contact between them, as is easy to demonstrate. 4. The Church says that these three culminating points of creation are necessary for the harmony of the whole. If only one were missing, the entire work would be incomplete and would not correspond to the eternal wisdom. Nonetheless, one of the Church's fundamental dogmas states that the earth, the animals, the plants, the sun, and the stars, even light itself, were created out of nothing about 6,000 years ago. Before that time, there was neither human nor corporeal creature. That is, throughout the rest of preceding eternity, the divine work had remained incomplete. The creation of the universe 6,000 years ago comprises an article of faith that is so crucial that only a few years ago science was anathematized because it destroyed the biblical chronology by proving the great antiquity of the earth and its inhabitants. In spite of this, the Lateran Council, the ecumenical council that drew up law in matters of doctrine, affirmed, "We firmly believe that there is only one true God, eternal and infinite, who at the beginning of time took from nothingness two created matters together, the spiritual and the corporeal. By at the beginning of time, we can only infer eternity up to that point, since infinite time, like space, has neither beginning nor end." That expression, beginning of time, is thus a figure of speech that implies the idea of an unlimited previousness. The Lateran Council thus believed firmly that spirit creatures as well as corporeal ones were simultaneously formed and taken together from nothingness at an indeterminate time in the past. Thus, what becomes of the biblical text that sets creation at 6,000 of our years? Admitting that the beginning of the visible universe could have been at that time, it surely must not be regarded as the beginning of time. What should we believe, the Council or the Bible? 5. The same council formulated another strange proposition. Our soul, which is also spiritual, is associated with the body so as to form with it one and the same person, and this is essentially its destiny. Now, if the essential destiny of the soul is to be united to the body, this union would constitute its normal state, its purpose, its objective, since such is its destiny. However, the soul is immortal while the body is not. The soul's union with it only occurs once according to the Church, and even if the union were to last a century, what would that be in relation to eternity? And since it only lasts a few hours for many, what usefulness would there be for the soul in such an ephemeral union, when in relation to eternity, its longest duration would be no more than an imperceptible moment? Would it really be precise to say that its destiny is essentially to be connected to the body? Actually, this union is no more than one incident, one stage in the life of the soul. It is not its essential state. If the essential destiny of the soul is to be connected to the human body, if by its nature and according to the providential purpose of creation, this union is necessary for the manifestations of faculties, we must obviously conclude that without a body, the human soul is an incomplete being. And so that the soul may fulfill its purposes, then in leaving behind one body, it needs to take on another, which necessarily leads us to the plurality of existences, in other words, to ongoing reincarnation. It is truly strange that a council regarded as one of the bright spots of the Church identified the spirit being with the material being at this point in such a way that one cannot exist without the other, since the essential condition of their creation is that they remain joined. 6. The hierarchical table of angels shows us that various orders have as their attributes the governing of the physical world and humankind, the purpose for which they were created. According to Genesis, however, neither the physical world nor humankind existed until 6,000 years ago, so what would these angels have done before that time, during the eternity when the object of their concern did not yet exist? Have angels been created throughout all eternity? Such must have been the case, since they were meant for the glorification of the Almighty. But if they had been created at some determined time, then until that point, in other words, throughout eternity, God could have been without worshippers. 7. The Council further stated, as long as this intimate union between the soul and body lasts, consequently, is there a time in which this union does not exist? This proposition contradicts the one making the union the essential destiny of the soul. The Council stated still further, ideas come to them through the senses and the comparison of exterior objects. This is a philosophical doctrine that is partly true, but not so in its absolute sense. According to the eminent theologian, receiving ideas through the senses is a condition inherent to human nature, but he forgets innate ideas, faculties that are at times highly transcendent, and the intuition about things that children bring with them at birth that are not due to any kind of instruction. By means of what senses did those young herdsmen, natural calculators who arouse the wonder of scholars, acquire the ideas needed to almost instantly resolve the most complicated problems? We would ask the same regarding precocious musicians, painters, and linguists. Angels' knowledge does not result from induction and reasoning. They have it simply because they are angels without having to learn it, because they were created that way by God. The soul, however, must learn. If the soul received ideas only by means of the corporeal organs, what ideas could the soul of a child who dies after a few days have if we believe along with the Church that such a soul is not reborn? 8. This raises a vital issue. Can the soul acquire ideas and knowledge after the death of the body? If it cannot acquire new knowledge once freed from the body, then the soul of the child, the primitive, the mentally impaired, or uneducated individual will remain as it was at the time of death, condemned to nullity forever. But if, on the contrary, it acquires new knowledge after its current lifetime, then it can progress. Without the soul's later progress, one must reach absurd conclusions. With progress, we come to the negation of all dogmas founded on the soul's stationary nature, immutable fate, eternal punishment, etc. If the soul progresses, where does its progress stop? There is no reason for it not to attain the degree of the angels or pure spirits, and with such a possibility, there would be no justification for the creation of special and privileged beings who are exempt from any labor and who unconditionally enjoy eternal bliss, while other less favored beings can only attain to such bliss by enduring long, cruel suffering and harsh trials. God could have undoubtedly planned it that way, but if we believe in the infinitude of the divine perfections, without which God would not be God, we are also forced to believe that God does nothing useless, nothing that could contradict God's supreme justice and goodness. 9. Since the majesty of kings is displayed in the number of their subjects, their officials, and servants, then what could be more fitting for giving us an idea of the majesty of the King of Kings than that numberless host of angels that populate heaven and earth, sea and abyss, and the worthiness of those who constantly remain prostrate or standing at the foot of his throne? Wouldn't it belittle God to compare the divine glory to the ostentation of earthly sovereigns? Such ideas, inculcated within the spirit of the uneducated masses, falsify the idea of God's true grandeur and always reduce God to the petty proportions of humankind. To suppose that God must need millions of worshippers constantly prostrating themselves or standing in the divine presence is to endow God with the weakness of despotic and proud monarchs. What makes truly great sovereigns? Is it the number and glamour of their courtiers? No, it is their goodness, justice, and a title worthy of leaders of their subjects. One might ask if there is something more appropriate for giving us an idea of God's grandeur and majesty than a host of angels comprising the divine court. Well, of course there is. It is to represent God to all God's creatures as supremely good, just, and merciful, instead of wrathful, jealous, vengeful, unforgiving, life-threatening, and partial, creating for God's own glory those privileged angel beings endowed with all the divine gifts and born for eternal bliss, while imposing sorrowful fearful conditions on others in their acquisition of happiness and punishing them with eternal suffering for a moment of error. 10. Regarding the union of soul and body, Spiritism professes an infinitely more spiritualistic doctrine, not to mention less materialistic, and which furthermore is in accord with the observation and destiny of the soul. Spiritism teaches us that the soul is independent of the body is nothing more than a temporary envelope. Spirituality is the soul's essence, and its normal life is the spirit life. The body is only an instrument for the soul to exercise its faculties in relating to the physical world. However, separated from this body, it enjoys these same faculties more freely and broadly. 11. The soul's union with the body is necessary for its initial progress, and thus occurs only during the period that we may classify as its childhood and adolescence. However, when the soul has reached a certain degree of purification and dematerialization, this union is no longer required, and the soul continues to evolve in the spirit world. Moreover, no matter how numerous its corporeal existences may be, they are necessarily limited to the existence of the body, and their sum total does not in any case entail but an imperceptible part of the unlimited spirit life. Angels according to Spiritism. 12. There is no doubt that there are beings endowed with all the qualities attributed to angels. Spiritist revelation on this point confirms the belief of all cultures and enables us to know both the nature and the origin of such beings. Souls or spirits are created simple and ignorant, that is, without knowledge or awareness of good and evil, but they are capable of acquiring all they lack through labor. The goal, which is perfection, is the same for all. The speed at which they achieve it depends on their free will and their own efforts. All must ascend through the same degrees and must accomplish the same work. God imposes neither a heavier nor lighter obligation on some than on others, for God is just, and since they are all God's children, there are no favorites. God says to them, "Here is the law that must comprise your rule of conduct. This law will lead you to your goal. Everything conforming to it is good. Everything contrary to it is evil. You have complete freedom to obey or break this law, and thus you shall be the arbiters of your own destiny." Consequently, God did not create evil. All the divine laws are for the good, and it was human beings who created evil by infringing upon them. If they had scrupulously obeyed them, they would never have deviated from the moral path. 13. The soul, however, is like the child during the first phases of its existence, in that it lacks experience, and that is why it is fallible. God does not give it experience directly, but gives it the means of acquiring it. Each wrong step on the path of evil is a delay for the soul, which in suffering the consequences learns at its own expense what it should avoid. In this way, it develops little by little, perfects itself, and advances in the spirit hierarchy until it reaches the state of a pure spirit or angel. Angels are thus human souls who have attained the degree of perfection that creatures are capable of, enjoying promised bliss in all its fullness. However, before reaching the supreme degree, they enjoy a happiness that is relative to their advancement. Their happiness does not consist in idleness, but in the task with which it has pleased God to entrust to them. Such occupations are regarded as a means of progress. See Chapter 3, Heaven. 14. Human beings are not limited to the earth. They inhabit countless worlds revolving through space. They once inhabited worlds that have already disappeared, and they will inhabit those that are not yet to form. God has created throughout all eternity and has never ceased doing so. Long before the earth existed, and further back than we could ever conceive, there were other worlds on which incarnate spirits traverse the same stages that are being traversed by more recently formed spirits, such as ourselves, and who reached their goal before we had even left the hands of the Creator. Throughout all eternity, then, there have been pure spirits or angels, but since their human existence is lost in the infinite past, we believe that they have always been angels. 15. This is what the great law of the unity of creation reveals to us. God has never been inactive and has always had pure, experienced, and enlightened spirits to transmit the divine orders and direct all parts of the universe, from the governance of entire worlds on down to the minutest details. As a result, God has not needed to create privileged beings exempt from the duty to progress. All, ancient and new, have acquired their position through struggle and their own merit. In the end, all are children of their own deeds, thus God's supreme justice is equitably fulfilled. Heaven and Hell, Chapter 9, Demons. The origin of the belief in demons, demons according to the Church, demons according to Spiritism. The origin of the belief in demons. 1. Throughout time, demons have represented a prominent role in various theologies. Although they have been dismissed from mainstream thinking, the importance still attributed to them nowadays lends the issue a certain seriousness because it addresses the very foundation of religious belief. Consequently, it is appropriate for us to examine it in all its aspects. The belief in a superior power is instinctive in human beings. We find it under different forms and throughout the world's history. However, if today, given the degree of intellectual refinement that we have reached, there is still much discussion regarding the nature and attributes of this power, how much more imperfect people's ideas regarding it in the initial phases of humankind must have been. 2. The picture portrayed of the innocence of primitive peoples in awe before the beauties of nature, marveling at the goodness of the Creator, is without a doubt very poetic, but far removed from reality. In fact, the closer humans come to the primitive state, the more they are dominated by instinct, as may still be seen today in various barbaric and primitive cultures. What they are most preoccupied with, what they are occupied with exclusively, is the satisfaction of their material needs, for they really have no others. The sense that can render humans accessible to purely mental pleasures develops only slowly and gradually. The soul goes through its own childhood, adolescence, and adulthood, just like the human body, but in order for it to attain the maturity that will enable it to comprehend purely abstract things, how much more evolution the soul still has to undergo in the human form. Through so many lifetimes, it must still pass. Without having to look back on more primitive eras, we only need look around at rural populations and examine the sense of wonder that is awakened in them in the splendor of a sunrise, the starry firmament, the chirping of the birds, the crashing of the waves, or the flowered fields of the meadows. For such people, the sun rises out of habit, and as long as it releases enough heat to ripen the crops without burning them up, that is all they expect. They look at the sky to know if good or bad weather is approaching, and whether or not the birds sing is unimportant as long as they do not eat the seed they have sown. They prefer the clucking of the hen and the grunt of the pig to the songs of the nightingale. What they want from crystalline or muddy creeks is that they neither dry up nor flood. From the fields that they produce good grass with or without flowers. That is all they desire, and what is more, it is everything they comprehend about nature, and they are already far removed from primitive humans. 3. If we look back on primitive humans, we will be surprised at how exclusively preoccupied they were with satisfying their material needs. That which could help or harm them summed up good and evil for them. They believed in an extra human power, and because physical harm was what impressed them most, they attributed it to this power, although they had a very vague idea as to what this power was exactly. And since they could not conceive of anything outside the visible and tangible world, they imagined that this power dwelled in the beings and things that were harmful to them. Dangerous animals were thus its natural and direct representatives. By the same token, they saw the personification of the good and useful things, giving rise to the worship of certain animals, plants, and even inanimate objects. However, human beings are normally more sensitive to evil than good, so that whatever was good seemed merely natural to them, whereas whatever was evil had more impact on them. For this reason, in primitive worship, the ceremonies in honor of a malefic power were always more numerous. Fear supplanted gratitude. For a long time, humans only understood good and evil from a physical point of view. Only later did moral sentiments of good and evil signal the progress of humans' intelligence, enabling them to foresee spirituality and to understand what an extra human power lay beyond the visible world and not in material things. This fact was, of course, grasped by a few select minds, which could not, however, go beyond certain limits. 4. Since there was an incessant struggle between good and evil, with the latter often triumphing over the former, and since one could not rationally believe that evil could derive from a benevolent power, it was concluded that there were two rival powers governing the world. From this arose the doctrine of two principles, good and evil, which was a logical doctrine at a time in which humans were still incapable of conceiving of any other and of comprehending the nature of the Supreme Being. Consequently, how could they understand that evil was no more than a transitory state from which good could arise, and that the ills that afflicted them could lead them to happiness and aid in their evolution? The limits of their moral horizon would not allow them to see beyond the present life, neither the past nor the future. Therefore, they could not understand that they had already evolved individually, or that they would evolve further, much less that the vicissitudes of life were the result of the imperfections of the spirit being residing within them, and who pre-exists and survives the body, purifying itself over a series of lifetimes until it finally reaches perfection. In order to understand how evil could result in good, one must take not just one but many existences into account. One must consider them as a unity, because only then do true causes and their effects become clear. 5. The dual principles of good and evil was for many centuries and under various names the basis for all religious beliefs. We see it personified in Ahura Mazda and Ahriman among the Persians, and in Yahweh and Satan among the Hebrews. However, just as every sovereign must have his or her ministers, all religions have generally believed in secondary powers, good or evil spirits. The pagans represented them as countless individualities under the generic label of gods, and endowed them with special attributes for good and for evil, for vice and for virtue. Christians and Muslims inherited angels and demons from the Hebrews. 6. The doctrine of demons consequently has its origin in the ancient belief in the two paragraphs of good and evil. Here we will examine it only from the Christian point of view in order to see if it is in accord with the more precise ideas we possess nowadays regarding the attributes of the divinity. These attributes are the starting point, the basis for all religious doctrine, dogmas, creeds, ceremonies, practices, and morality. Everything is related to the varying degrees of correctness and elevation of the ideas that have been formed about God, from fetishism up to Christianity. If the essence of God continues to be a mystery to our minds, we nevertheless comprehend it better than before. Thanks to the teachings of Christ, Christianity rationally teaches us that God is unique, eternal, unchangeable, immaterial, omnipotent, supremely just and good, infinite in all the divine perfections. As we stated previously, Chapter 6, the doctrine of eternal punishment, if only a portion of only one of God's attributes were removed, there would no longer be God, for then another more perfect being might possibly exist. These attributes in all their absolute fullness are therefore the criteria for all religions, the measuring stick of the truth of each one of the principles they teach. Moreover, for any one of such principles to be true, it must not contravene any of God's perfections. Let us see if the common doctrine of demons measures up to this requirement. Demons according to the Church. 7. According to the Church, Satan, the chief or king of the demons, is not an allegorical personification of evil, but is a real entity who practices evil exclusively, whereas God practices good exclusively. Let us take him precisely as he is represented. Has Satan existed throughout eternity like God, or did he come along later? If he has existed for all eternity, then he would be non-created and therefore equal to God. God in turn would no longer be unique, because there would also be a God of evil. But what if Satan came later? In that case, Satan could only be one of God's creatures. As such, since he practices only evil and is incapable of practicing good and of repenting, God would have had to have created a being devoted exclusively and eternally to evil. However, since evil cannot be the work of God, but of one of his creatures predestined to practice it, God would nonetheless always be its primary author, and in that case, God would not be infinitely good. The exact same applies regarding the evil beings called demons. 8. For a long time, such was the Church's belief regarding the matter. Nowadays, its position is as follows. God, who is goodness and holiness in essence, did not create them perverse and evil. The paternal hand with which he is pleased to impress all his works with the stamp of his infinite perfections bestowed upon them the most magnificent gifts. To the highly eminent qualities of their nature he added the abundance of his grace. He made them equal in every way to the sublime spirits who are in the state of glory and bliss. Distributed amongst all the spirit orders and mingled amongst all the classes, they had the same purpose and identical destiny. Their chief was the most beautiful of the archangels. They could have even merited their position among the righteous forever, and could have been admitted into the delight of the blessedness of heaven. This ultimate favor, which would have completed all the favors that had until then been granted, would have comprised the reward of their docility. However, they became unworthy through a senseless and audacious revolt. What kept them from remaining steadfast? What truth did they not realize? What act of faith and adoration did they refuse to offer God? The Church and the annals of holy history say nothing about the matter for certain, but it does seem certain that they neither acquiesced to the mediation of the Son of God, nor to the exaltation of the human nature in Jesus Christ. The divine Word, creator of all things, is also the sole mediator and Savior both on earth and in heaven. The supernatural destiny was given to angels and men only in preparation for the Word's incarnation and merit, for there is no relation between the work of the most eminent spirits and that recompense which is none other than God himself. No creature could fulfill such a destiny apart from that wonderful and sublime intervention of charity, and in order to fill in the infinite distance that separates his essence from the essence of his works, he had to join these two extremes within his own person and associate his divinity to the nature of either an angel or a man. He chose the human nature. This plan, conceived from all eternity, was divulged to the angels long before it was carried out. The God-man was shown to them as the one who would confirm them in grace and guide them to glory, but under the condition that they worship him during his earthly mission and forever and ever in heaven. This was an unexpected revelation, a delightful vision for a generous and grateful hearts, but a profound and humiliating mystery for proud spirits. That supernatural destiny, that immense glory that had been offered to them would not be the result solely of their own personal worth. They would never be able to attribute the right to such glory to themselves alone. A mediator between God and them, what an insult to their dignity. This unexpected preference granted to the human nature, how unjust, such an affront to their rights. And would they someday have to behold their human nature, so inferior to their own, deified by being united with the Word, seated at the right hand of God on a resplendent throne? Would they agree to pay homage and adoration to that nature for the rest of eternity? Lucifer and a third of the angels succumbed to such envious and proud thoughts. St. Michael and most with him exclaimed, "Who is like unto God? He is the owner of his gifts, the sovereign Lord of all things. Glory to God and to the Lamb, who will be slain for the salvation of the world." The head of the rebels, however, forgetting that he owed all his nobility and prerogatives to God, preferred to listen to his own impulsiveness and proclaimed, "It is I who shall ascend into heaven. I shall set my dwelling above the stars. I shall sit upon the Mount of Alliance, on the flames of Aquilon. I shall rule the highest clouds, and shall be like the Most High." Those from all the hierarchies who shared in his sentiments received these words with murmurs of approval, but their vast numbers did not safeguard them from punishment. 9. This doctrine raises several objections. 1. If Satan and the demons had been angels, they would have been perfect. Being perfect, could they have failed to the point of not recognizing the authority of the God in whose presence they stood? If they had arrived at such eminence gradually, after having traversed the ranks of imperfection, we might conceive of such a sad regression. But what makes the problem most incomprehensible is that they are portrayed as having been created perfect from the start. The conclusion is this: God willed to create perfect beings, endowed with every gift possible, but God made a mistake. Thus, according to the Church, God is not infallible. 2. Since neither the church nor the sacred animals explain the cause of the angels' revolt against God, but only state that it does seem certain that it resulted from their reluctance to acknowledge the future mission of Christ, what value can we place on such a precise and detailed picture of the scenario which took place on that occasion? In what source may we find such clear expressions and even complaints which have been reproduced as actually having been pronounced on that occasion? One of two things applies. Either the scenario is true or it is not. If it is true, there can be no uncertainty. But then why hasn't the church decided the matter? However, if the church and history are silent, if the matter only seems certain, then it obviously is no more than a theory, and this descriptive scene is merely the fruit of imagination. 3. The words attributed to Lucifer portray a surprising ignorance for an archangel who, by his very nature and the degree he had reached, could not share, as far as the organization of the universe is concerned, in the same errors and prejudices that were professed by humankind until science enlightened them. For instance, how could he say, "I shall set my dwelling above the stars and rule the highest clouds"? It is the same old belief that the earth was the center of the universe, that the sky, formed of clouds, extended to the limited region of the star-formed canopy, but which astronomy has shown to extend to infinity in infinite space. Since we know today that clouds do not extend beyond a few miles above the earth, in saying that he would rule the highest clouds, in addition to referring to the mountains, it would be necessary that the observation was occurring while on the earth. However, if their dwelling was in the heavenly regions, it would obviously be senseless to say that it was situated well beyond the clouds. Attributing to the angels a language sullied with ignorance would be asserting that modern humans are wiser than the angels. The church has always erred by not taking the progress of science into account. 10. The church's response to the first objection is found in the following statement. Scripture and tradition call heaven the place into which the angels were placed at the time of their creation. However, this was not the heaven of heavens, the heaven of the beatific vision, wherein God shows his face to his elect as they clearly and effortlessly contemplate him because there are no longer any dangers or possibility of sin. Temptation and doubt are unknown there. Justice, peace, and bliss rule immutably. Sanctity and glory are imperishable. Therefore, it was in another heavenly region, a luminous and blessed sphere, in which such noble creatures, who were highly favored with divine communications, should receive them and accept them with faith and humility before realizing their true reality in the essence of God himself. This statement means that the fallen angels would have belonged to a less elevated and purified category, not having yet attained to the supreme phase in which error was impossible. Well, possibly, but then there is a clear contradiction because the text further states God had created them in every way similar to the sublime spirits who, subdivided into all the orders and mixed in with all levels, had the same purpose and the same destiny, and that their chief was the most beautiful of the archangels. If they were created in every way similar to the others, they could not have been of an inferior nature, and if they were mixed in with all levels, they could not have been in some special place elsewhere. Therefore, our objection holds up in its entirety. 11. There is another objection which is certainly more serious and grave. It is stated this plan, the intervention of Christ, conceived from all eternity, was disclosed to the angels well before it was carried out. God knew therefore from all eternity that the angels, as well as human beings, would require this intervention. Moreover, God either knew or did not know that some of the angels would fail, and that their fall would carry eternal condemnation with no hope of return, that they would be destined to tempt humans who, if they allowed themselves to be seduced, would suffer the same fate. If God knew all about this beforehand, it would mean that God created the angels for the purpose of their irrevocable loss and for the loss of most of humankind. No matter what is said, it is impossible for us to associate such a creation with God's supreme goodness. If God did not know it beforehand, then God is not omnipotent. In either case, we see a negation of two divine attributes, and without their absolute fullness, God would not be God. 12. If we believe that the fallibility of the angels is like that of humans, Punishment is a just and natural consequence of the wrong that has been committed. But if we at the same time believe in the possibility of redemption, the return to goodness and grace after repentance and expiation, then there is nothing that refutes the goodness of God. God indeed knew that they would fail and would be punished, but God also knew that such temporary punishment would be a means of enabling them to understand their wrong, and that it would finally turn to their advantage. Hence these words from the prophet Ezekiel: God does not will the death of the sinner, but his salvation. The futility of repentance and the impossibility of regeneration would be a denial of the divine goodness. In accepting such a hypothesis, it would be strictly true to say, since God could not have been unaware of it, then from their very creation, these angels were doomed forever to evil and predestined to become demons in order to entice humans to evil. 13. Let us now take a look at the fate of these angels and what they now do. The revolt had barely expressed itself in the language of these spirits, in other words, the impetus of their thoughts, before they were irrevocably banished from the celestial mansion and cast down into the abyss. By such words we are to understand that they were relegated to a place of torment in which they would suffer the punishment of fire according to the gospel text, which is the word of the Savior. Go you who are accursed into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. St. Peter expressly states, God bound them in chains and eternal tortures, but not all of them would remain there all the time, for they would finally be forever imprisoned with the reprobate only at the end of the world. Presently, God still allows them to occupy a place in the creation to which they belong and within the order of things to which their existence is connected, in the relationships they must have with men and from which they commit the most pernicious abuse. While some remain within their dark abode, serving as instruments of divine justice against the unfortunate souls they have seduced, an infinite number of others, forming invisible legions under the control of their chiefs, reside in the lower layers of the atmosphere, traveling here and there throughout the entire globe. They involve themselves in all that transpires here, frequently taking an active part in earthly events. The subject concerning the words of Christ regarding the torment of eternal fire was treated in chapter 4, Hell. 14. According to this doctrine, only a portion of the demons are in hell. The rest roam about freely, involving themselves in everything that occurs here, having been given the pleasure of practicing evil until the world ends at an indeterminate time that will probably not come very soon. But why such a distinction? Are those of the latter group less guilty? Obviously not, unless they alternate roles, as could be inferred from the words, while some remain within their dark abode, serving as instruments of divine justice against the unfortunate souls they have seduced. Their occupation therefore consists in tormenting the souls they have seduced. Thus they are not in charge of punishing the souls who are guilty of wrongs they freely and intentionally committed, but of those whom they, the demons themselves, provoked. They are at the same time the cause of the wrong and the instrument of the punishment, something strangely enough that even human justice in its imperfection would not allow, that the victims who succumb out of weakness in circumstances beyond their will are equally or more severely punished than the agents who through cunning and artifice cause them to err. Moreover, when they leave the earth behind, these victims go to hell, never to leave it. They suffer eternally without respite or grace, whereas the ones who cause their downfall enjoy a deferment of payment and freedom until the end of the world. Isn't God's justice supposed to be more perfect than human justice? 15. That is not all, however. God allows them to occupy a place within creation and in the relationships they must have with men, and in which they commit the most pernicious abuse. Nevertheless, couldn't God know about the abuse they would commit out of the freedom granted to them? Then why would God have granted it to them? However, in this case, it is with full knowledge of the facts that God delivers God's creatures to their own mercy, knowing out of divine omniscience that they will succumb and incur the same fate as the demons. Aren't they sufficiently weak in and of themselves without having to be provoked to evil by an enemy who is both dangerous and invisible? If only punishment were temporary and the guilty could save themselves through reparation, but no condemnation is eternal, their repentance, their return to the good, and their regret are beside the point. Demons are therefore nothing more than causative agents and destined to recruit souls to hell with the permission of God, who upon returning them foresaw the fate that awaited them. What would we on earth say about a judge who resorted to similar means to fill the prisons? That would be a strange idea about the divinity, the God whose essential attributes are supreme justice and goodness, and such doctrines are taught in the name of Jesus, the one who presented love, charity, and forgiveness. There was a time in which such anomalies passed unnoticed because they were neither understood nor sensed. Humans bent under the yoke of religious despotism submitted to them out of blind faith, or rather reason gone awry. Today, however, their hour of emancipation has sounded. They understood justice, and they desire it both during their lifetime and after their death. Thus they proclaim, God is not like that, or God would not be God. 16. Punishment follows the fallen and accursed beings everywhere. They carry hell within them. They know neither peace nor repose, and the sweetness of hope has been transformed into bitterness, making them hateful. God's hand has struck them with punishment in the very act of sinning, and their will has been hardened in evil. Having become wicked, they persist in being so, and will be so forever. After their sin, they become what men are after death. Rehabilitation for those who fell has become impossible. From then on, their loss was irreparable, and they have remained proud before God, hateful towards Christ, and envious of humanity ever since. Not having been able to win the glory of heaven for themselves due to their excessive ambition, they endeavor to establish their empire on the earth and to banish God's kingdom from it. In spite of this, the incarnate Word fulfilled his plan for the salvation and glory of humanity. Thus demons have sought through all means to assure the loss of souls he has redeemed. Artifice and importunity, lying and seduction, they put everything into play in order to entice them to evil and ensure their ruin. With such enemies, the lives of men cannot help but be a perpetual struggle from birth to grave, for these enemies are powerful and untiring. Actually, these enemies are the same who, after having introduced evil into the world, began to cover it with the thick darkness of error and vice, the same who for many centuries made themselves worshipped as gods, and who reigned completely over the peoples of antiquity, the same finally who still exert a tyrannical influence in idolatrous regions, fostering disorder and scandal even in the heart of Christian organizations. In order for us to understand all the resources available to them in their service of evil, we need only to note that they lost nothing of the prodigious faculties that are the natural prerogative of the angelic nature. Of course, the future and the natural order especially contain mysteries that God has reserved and which they cannot ascertain, but their intelligence is far superior to ours, for they perceive both cause and effect in a flash. This perception enables them to predict future events that escape our conjectures. Distance and diversity of place disappear before their agility. Quicker than lightning and faster than thought, they can instantaneously be at any point on the globe, and from far off can describe events at the same time in which they occur. The general laws through which God rules and controls the universe are not accessible to them. They cannot derogate from them and consequently predict or perform true miracles. However, within certain limits, they possess the art of imitating and falsifying the divine works. They know which phenomena result from the combinations of various elements, and they can predict with certainty the phenomena that occur naturally, as well as those they themselves can cause. Hence the numerous oracles, the extraordinary prophecies, whose memories have been preserved in sacred and profane books, serving as the basis and nourishment for all sorts of superstition. Their simple and immaterial substance hides them from our sight. They remain beside us without our seeing them. They touch our soul without touching our ears. Believing that we are obeying our own thoughts, we are nevertheless often under their sinister influence. On the other hand, our own dispositions are known to them by the impressions they make on us, and they usually attack us at our weakest point. In order to more surely seduce us, they normally use lures and suggestions according to our inclinations. They modify their action according to the circumstances and the characteristic traits of each individual temperament. However, their favorite weapons are hypocrisy and lies. 17. Punishment, it is said, follows them everywhere. They have neither peace nor rest. This assertion in no way destroys our observation regarding the respite of those who are not in hell, a respite all the more unjustifiable because being outside of it, they do even greater evil. Of course, they are not happy like the good angels, but doesn't the freedom they do enjoy account for anything at all? Although they do not enjoy the moral happiness that virtue bestows, they are undeniably less unhappy than their accomplices in the flames of hell. Moreover, for the malicious, there is a certain pleasure in committing evil with full liberty. Ask the criminal which he would prefer, to remain in prison or to run through the fields, committing his crimes as he pleases. It is exactly the same situation. It was also stated that remorse pursues them without respite or pity. However, we forget that remorse is the immediate precursor to repentance, if not repentance itself. It was stated, having become perverse, they do not want to cease being so, and they will be so forever. However, if they persist in being perverse, it is because they are not remorseful. On the other hand, if they had the least bit of regret, they would cease to practice evil and would beg for forgiveness. Thus, remorse is not a punishment for them. 18. After they sinned, they became what men are after death. The rehabilitation of those who fell, therefore, became impossible. Where did such impossibility come from? We do not understand how it can be the result of their similarity to human beings after death, a proposition that is ambiguous at best. Does such impossibility come from their own will or from the divine will? If the former, such denotes extreme perversity, a complete hardening in evil. Consequently, we cannot comprehend how such profoundly perverse beings could have ever been angels of virtue, or how throughout the infinite time that they spent among the angels, they did not allow a single sign of their natural malevolence to appear. If the latter, we comprehend even less how, as a punishment, God could inflict the impossibility of a return to goodness after the very first wrong. The Gospels mention nothing of the sort. 19. Their loss, it is added, is thus irreparable, and they remain in their pride before God. But why shouldn't they remain in such pride, since it would be futile for them to repent? If they had the hope of rehabilitation, whatever its price might be, goodness would have a purpose for them, whereas in this way it means nothing. If they persevere in evil, it is because the door of hope has been locked against them. But why would God lock the door? In order to avenge the offense resulting from their insubordination. Thus, in order to satisfy divine resentment against a few guilty angels, God wants not only to see them suffer, but also to see them practice evil instead of good, in order to induce human beings to evil and cast them into eternal perdition, when by a simple act of clemency, such a great disaster could be avoided, a disaster foreseen from all eternity. Would such an act of clemency perchance be a pure and simple act of grace that could be twisted into an encouragement to do evil? No, it would be a conditional forgiveness that depended on a sincere return to the good. Instead of offering a word of hope and mercy, God is portrayed as having said, "Let all humankind perish rather than my vengeance." And with such a doctrine, people still wonder why there are disbelievers and atheists. Is this the way Jesus portrayed his Father to us? Would he who gave us the express law of the forgetfulness and forgiveness of offenses, who told us to repay evil with good, and who prescribed loving our enemies as the first of the virtues that would lead us to heaven, want people to thereby be better, more just, more indulgent than God? Demons according to Spiritism. 20. According to Spiritism, neither angels nor demons are separate entities. All intelligent beings have been created endowed with one and the same nature. United to physical bodies, these beings make up the humankind populating the earth and other inhabitable spheres. Once freed from the body, they make up the spirit world, or the world of the spirits populating space. God created them perfectible, with perfection as their goal, along with its consequential happiness. However, God did not create them perfect. God willed for them to reach perfection through their own efforts so that the merit would truly be their own. From the moment of their creation, beings evolve, whether in the incarnate or spirit state. After reaching the apogee, they become pure spirits or angels, according to the common expression, so that from the intelligent being's embryonic state to its angelic state, there is an uninterrupted chain wherein each link represents a degree of progress. Consequently, there are spirits at every degree of moral and intellectual evolution according to their top, middle, or low position on the scale of progress. At every degree, therefore, there is ignorance and knowledge, goodness and evil. Within the lowest order, there are spirits who still have a profound propensity to evil and who take pleasure in it. These may be called demons if one so wishes, for they are capable of all the wiles attributed to that word. If Spiritism does not label them as such, it is because it leads to the idea of a creation apart from humankind, one composed of beings with an essentially wicked nature, eternally dedicated to evil and incapable of any progress toward the good. 21. According to church doctrine, the demons were created good, but became evil through their disobedience. They are fallen angels. They are angels who at first were placed by God at the apex of the scale, but who then fell from it. According to Spiritism, demons are as yet imperfect spirits who are susceptible to regeneration, and although located at the bottom of the scale, they will nevertheless ascend it. Spirits who, out of apathy, negligence, stubbornness, or ill will, persist in remaining within the lower orders for a long time, suffer the consequences of their attitude, and their habit of evil renders it difficult for them to leave it behind. However, at some point they grow weary of such a dolorous life and its respective consequences. It is thus that they compare their own situation to that of good spirits, and they understand their interest lies in what is good. Hence they try to better themselves, but through a spontaneous act of their will and without the least coercion. They are subject to the law of progress due to their aptitude for progress, but they are not forced to progress against their will. God constantly provides them with the means, however, they are free to accept such means or not. If progress were obligatory, there would be no merit in it, and God wills for all of us to enjoy the merit of our deeds. God does not place anyone at the top of the scale out of privilege, but that spot is open to all, and they only reach it at the cost of their own effort. The most highly evolved angels have earned their degree, as all the others will, by traversing the course common to all. 22. After arriving at a certain degree of purity, spirits are given missions in accordance with their progress, performing all those attributed to angels of the various hierarchies. Since God has created throughout all eternity, it follows that throughout all eternity there must have been angels ready to meet the needs of universal governance. In this way, only one species of intelligent being, abiding by the law of progress, is enough. Following this unity of creation, allied with the idea that all have the same starting point and the same road to traverse, along with the idea that they progress through self-merit, corresponds more to God's justice than the creation of different species who are favored by different degrees of natural endowments, which would imply various other privileges. 23. By not accepting the law of progress, but nevertheless admitting beings of various degrees, the common doctrine about the nature of angels, demons, and souls concludes that they are the product of various special creations. It thus makes God into a biased father, granting everything to only a few of his children, while imposing the harshest labor on the others. It is no wonder that for a long time, people did not find such preferences shocking, because they themselves employed them regarding their own children. by establishing rights of primogeniture and other privileges of birth. Could such people believe they were any more wrong than God? Today, however, the circle of ideas has widened, people see more clearly, and have more precise notions of justice. They desire it for themselves, and if such justice is not always to be found on the earth, they hope at least to find it in heaven. That is why every doctrine wherein the divine justice is not displayed in its greatest purity is repugnant to their reason. Heaven and Hell, Part 1, Chapter 10. The Intervention of Demons in Modern Communications. 1. Modern spirit phenomena have attracted attention to incidents analogous to those that have occurred in all ages, and regarding them, history has never been more carefully scrutinized than it has been of late. Because of the similarity of their effects, a common cause may thus be inferred. As always happens with respect to extraordinary phenomena not immediately grasped by reason, ignorance has always assigned a supernatural cause to them, and superstition has exaggerated this ignorance by adding absurd beliefs about them. This has led to a multitude of legends which for the most part are an amalgam of little truth and much error. 2. The long prevailing doctrines about the devil have exaggerated his powers to such a degree that they have eclipsed God's, so to speak. That is why everything that surpasses human power is attributed to the devil. The hand of Satan appears everywhere. The best things and the most useful discoveries, especially those that might uproot people's ignorance and widen the circle of their ideas, have often been viewed as works of the devil. The spirit phenomena of our day, which have increased considerably and have been better observed with the aid of reason and scientific data, have in fact confirmed the intervention of concealed intelligences. However, these intelligences always act within the limits of natural law, and in their action they reveal a new force and new laws that have formerly been unknown. Hence, the issue is reduced to knowing the order of things to which these intelligences belong. While there were only imprecise or theoretical ideas about the spirit world, people could continue to be mistaken about it. Today, however, since strict observation and experimental studies have shed light on the nature of spirits, their origin and destiny, their role in the universe, and their way of acting, the issue has been resolved by the facts. We now know that spirits are the souls of those who have lived on the earth. We also know that the various categories of good and evil spirits are not composed of different species of beings, but only represent the same beings at different degrees of advancement. Depending on the position they occupy in virtue of their intellectual and moral development, the beings who manifest display the profoundest contrasts. Nevertheless, this does not prevent them from having arisen from the same great human family, which after all includes primitives, barbarians, and civilized peoples. 3. Regarding this point, like so many others, the Church has maintained its old beliefs with respect to demons. It states we have principles that have not varied for over 18 centuries because they are immutable. Its error is precisely in not taking into account the progress of ideas and in believing that God is not wise enough to provide revelation to human beings according to the development of their minds, but instead speaks to advanced humans in the same language used for primitives. If humankind progresses while religion remains entrenched in its old errors with regards to both spiritual and scientific matters, the time will come when religion will be supplanted by disbelief. 4. Following is how the Church explains the exclusive intervention of demons in modern spirit manifestations. In their outside interventions, demons disguise their presence in such a way as to lay suspicions aside. Always clever and treacherous, they lure men into their trap before imposing the chains of oppression and servitude upon them. Here they arouse their curiosity in phenomena and childish entertainment. There they awaken their wonder and subjugate them with the spell of the extraordinary. If the supernatural nature of their acts becomes clear and their power is unmasked, they then allay and ease their victims' apprehension by asking for their trust and by inviting familiarity. Sometimes they pass themselves off as divinities and good spirits. At other times they take on names and even the traits of the dead who have left their memory among the living. With the help of these frauds worthy of the ancient serpent, they speak and are listened to, they dogmatize and are believed, they mix truths in with their lies and propagate error behind every form. This is the meaning of the supposed revelations from beyond the grave, and to achieve this result, wood and stone, forest and fountain, idol sanctuaries, table leads, and the hands of children become oracles. That is the reason why the fortune teller prophesies in a state of delirium, and why the ignorant person all of a sudden becomes a scientist during some sort of mysterious sleep. To deceive and pervert, that has been everywhere and at all times the final objective of such strange manifestations. The surprising results of these observations and practices, for the most part odd and ridiculous acts, cannot come from their intrinsic virtue or any order established by God, but can only be attributed to the concourse of occult powers. Such are, in particular, the extraordinary phenomena occurring nowadays through the apparently inoffensive incidents of magnetism, as well as those of talking tables. By means of modern magic, we see among us the evocations and oracles, consultations, healings, and tricks that used to adorn idolatrous temples and Sibylline caves. Like yesterday, they command wood and it obeys. They ask and it responds in all sorts of languages and on all kinds of subjects. We find ourselves in the presence of invisible beings who usurp the names of the dead and whose pretentious revelations bear the stamp of contradiction and falsehood. Vaporous forms without consistency suddenly appear and show themselves to be endowed with superhuman power. Who are the secret agents behind these phenomena? The true actors are these inexplicable scenes. Angels would not accept such unworthy roles, nor lend themselves to any caprice of vain curiosity. The souls of the dead whom God forbids being consulted remain in the place to which justice has assigned them, and cannot be put at the orders of the living without God's permission. Therefore, the mysterious beings who answer the first call of the heretic, or the impious as well as the faithful, the criminal as well as the innocent, are sent neither by God nor apostles of truth and salvation, but rather by agents of error and hell. In spite of the care with which they hide behind the most venerable names, they betray themselves in the emptiness of their doctrines, the baseness of their acts, and the incoherence of their words. They seek to do away with religious symbols, the dogmas of original sin, the resurrection of the body and eternal punishment, as well as all divine revelations, in order to deprive the Church's laws of their true sanction and break down all the barriers to vice. If their suggestions could prevail, they would end up forming a religion that was appropriate for use by socialists and by all those who find the idea of duty and conscience irksome. The disbelief of our time has prepared the way. By a sincere dedication to the Catholic faith, may all Christian peoples escape the danger of this new and frightening invasion. 5. This entire theory derives from the principle that angels and demons are beings distinct from human souls, which are the product of a special creation inferior even to the demons in intelligence, knowledge, and every faculty. Its conclusion is that both ancient and modern manifestations of spirits have occurred exclusively as a result of the intervention of evil angels. The possibility of souls communicating with the living is an issue of fact, the result of observation and experimentation, which we cannot go into at this time. However, let us accept as a hypothesis the above cited doctrine and see if it doesn't fall apart under its own arguments. 6. Of the Church's three categories of angels, one exclusively occupies itself with heaven, another with the universe's governance, and the third is in charge of the earth. It is in this third category where the angels in charge of protecting each individual may be found. Only a portion of the angels of this category took part in the revolt and were transformed into demons. If God has allowed them to lead humans into perdition by suggestions of every kind and through ostensive manifestations, then why, if God is truly supremely just and good, has God given them the immense power to enjoy a freedom that they put to such such pernicious use, without also allowing good angels to counterbalance it with similar manifestations intended for a good purpose. Admitting that God has given good and evil things equal power, which would be an enormous favor on behalf of the latter, at least then people would have the freedom to choose between the two. However, in giving the evil angels a monopoly on temptation, with the ability to simulate what is good in order to fool people and to seduce them more effectively, such would be a genuine trap set up for people's weaknesses in experience and good faith. What is more, it would be to presume an abuse of trust on God's part. Reason refuses to set such bias in favor of evil. Let us take a look at the facts. 7. Demons, according to the Church, have been granted transcendent faculties. They have lost none of their angel nature. They possess knowledge, discernment, foresight, and the clairvoyance of the angels, but additionally a high degree of shrewdness, cunning, and artifice. Their objective is to lead humans away from the good, and especially to keep them from God in order to drag them down into hell, for which they are purveyors and recruiters. We can understand that they direct their efforts toward those who are on the morally upright path and who would be otherwise lost to them if they persisted on this path. We might even understand their seduction through a simulation of the good in order to draw them into their nets. However, what is incomprehensible is that they in fact direct their efforts toward those who should already belong to them in body and soul, and they do so in order to guide them to God and the good. Who would be more in the grip of demons than those who deny and blaspheme God, who immerse themselves in vice and the turmoil of the passions? Aren't they already on their way to hell? Having secured their prey, why would these supposed demons exhort them to pray to God, to submit to the divine will, and to renounce evil? Why would they hold up before their prey the delightful life of good spirits and paint such a horrible picture of what is in store for evil ones? Who has ever seen retailers praise the merchandise of their competitors to the detriment of their own, recommending their clients to them? Who has ever seen a military recruiter deprecate military life and praise the ease of civilian life? Would they tell their recruits that they will have a life of fatigue and privation, that there is a 10-to-1 chance in favor of their being killed, or at least of losing an arm or a leg? Nevertheless, this is the foolish role attributed to demons, for it is a well-known fact that as a result of the teachings emanating from the invisible world, we see disbelievers return to God every day and pray with a fervor they had never had before, and we see victorious individuals struggle ardently to better themselves. Thus, to attribute such a ruse to the devil is to confer on him the diploma of a true simpleton, and since we are not dealing with a simple supposition, but an experimental fact against which there is no argument, we must conclude that the devil is completely inept, or he is not as cunning and evil as imagined. Consequently, he is not as fearful as previously thought, since he is working against his own interests, or else he is not at all the time behind every manifestation. 8. They inscribe error under all sorts of forms, and in order to achieve this result, wood, stone, forests, fountains, idol sanctuaries, table legs, and the hands of children become oracles. According to this, what would be the value ascribed to these words from the Scriptures? I will pour out my Spirit on all flesh, your sons and daughters shall prophesy, your young people shall have visions, and your old people shall dream dreams. In those days I shall pour out my Spirit on all my servants, and they shall prophesy. Acts 2:17 and 18. Don't these words contain a prophecy of the mediumship of our day, and which is being granted to all sorts of individuals, even to children? Was such a faculty condemned by the apostles? No, they pronounced it as a divine grace and not as a work of the devil. Are today's theologians endowed with more knowledge concerning this matter than the apostles? Shouldn't they instead see the hand of God in the fulfillment of these words? 9. By means of modern magic, we see among us the evocations, oracles, consultations, healings, and trickery that used to adorn idolatrous temples and Sibylline caves. Where do we see practices of magic and spirit evocations? There was a time when people believed in the efficacy of these practices, but today they are seen as foolish. No one believes in them, and Spiritism condemns them. At the time when magic flourished, knowledge about the nature of spirits was highly imperfect, and they were regarded as having been endowed with superhuman power. They were evoked to obtain the favors of luck and fortune, to discover hidden treasure, to reveal the future, or to provide filters, even at the cost of one's soul. With its symbols, formulas, and Kabbalistic practices, magic was claimed to be capable of revealing secrets, for performing wonders, and coercing spirits to remain at the orders of humans to satisfy their desires. Today we know that spirits are merely the souls of the dead, and we only evoke them to receive counsel from the good ones, to moralize the imperfect ones, and to continue our relationships with our loved ones. Here is what Spiritism has to say on the matter. 10. There are no means available for coercing a spirit to come against its will. If it is morally equal to or above you, you have no authority over it whatsoever. If it is morally beneath you, you can only act upon it if it is for its own good, because in that case, other spirits will help you. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. Whenever we want to address serious spirits, the most essential of all attitudes for evoking them is concentration. If we have faith and the desire for the good, we make ourselves more capable of evoking higher order spirits. By lifting up our soul for a few moments of concentration at the time we evoke good spirits, we identify ourselves with them and thus predispose them to come to us. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. No object, medallion, or talisman has the ability to attract or repel spirits. Matter per se has no effect on them. A good spirit would never advise such absurdities. A talisman's virtue can only exist in the mind of the one who believes in it. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. There are no sacramental formulas for evoking spirits. Whoever might claim to have established such a formula could be accused of charlatanism, since form means nothing to spirits. However, an evocation must always be made in God's name. The Medium's Book, Chapter 17. Spirits who set dates for communications in gloomy places at inconvenient hours are those who have fun at the expense of whoever will listen to them. It is always futile and often dangerous to give in to such suggestions. Futile because absolutely nothing is gained except deception, and dangerous not because of what such spirits might do, but because of the influence that such incidents can exert upon weak minds. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. There are no special propitious days or times for evocations. Like everything else material, such is completely meaningless to spirits. Besides, belief in these things is a mere superstition. The most favorable times are those when the evoker can be least preoccupied with his or her habitual concerns, or when his or her body and spirit feel most serene. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. Malevolent critics enjoy representing spirit communications as surrounded by the foolish and superstitious practices of magic and necromancy. If those who speak about Spiritism without understanding it would endeavor to study it, they would spare themselves much imaginative work and avoid allegations that would serve only to demonstrate their ignorance or ill will. For the edification of individuals foreign to the science, we would state that there are no specially propitious days, hours, or places for evoking spirits, nor are there any formulas or sacramental or Kabbalistic words required. No preparation or initiation is necessary. The use of any symbol or material object, whether to attract or repel them, has no effect. Thought alone is sufficient. Finally, mediums receive their communications without leaving the normal state, as simply and naturally as if they were dictated by a living person. Only charlatanism would display eccentric mannerisms and add ridiculous accessories to such moments. What is Spiritism? Chapter 2, number 49. In principle, the future must remain hidden from humankind. Only in rare and exceptional cases does God allow it to be revealed. If people knew the future, they would certainly neglect the present and would not act with the same freedom, since they would be dominated by the thought that if such and such must happen, it would do no good to be concerned about it. On the other hand, they might try to find a way to prevent it. God has willed it to be this way, so that all may contribute to the accomplishment of things, even to that which humankind would want to avoid. Nevertheless, God permits the future to be revealed whenever the foreknowledge of an event would not hinder but facilitate the event's accomplishment by leading persons to act favorably and not contrarily. The Spirit's Book, Part 3, Chapter 10. Spirits do not ostensibly guide scientific research or discoveries. Science is the work of genius and can only be acquired through labor, because that is how humankind evolves. What merit would there be if, in order to know about something, all we had to do was ask spirits? At that price, any simpleton could become knowledgeable. The same applies regarding the inventions and discoveries of industry. When the time for particular discoveries arrives, the spirits in charge of directing their implementation seek out individuals who are capable of succeeding at them. They inspire them with the necessary ideas so as to leave them all the merit, for the individuals themselves must develop and put them into effect. Such has been the case with all great works of the human mind. Spirits leave every individual within his or her realm. Those who are only capable of tilling the soil are not made depositories of the secrets of God. Nevertheless, spirits can dredge up from obscurity those who show themselves capable of assisting the divine plan. Consequently, do not allow yourselves to be led by curiosity or ambition onto a path which is not the objective of Spiritism and which would lead you into the most foolish deceptions. The Medium's Book, Chapter 26. Spirits do not lead anyone to the discovery of hidden treasure. High-order spirits are not concerned about such things, and only deceitful spirits will point out treasures that most of the time do not even exist, or indicate sites that are diametrically opposite those where the treasures really are. Nonetheless, this has its usefulness in that it shows that true fortune resides in labor. Whenever Providence has destined someone for hidden riches, that person will come upon them naturally and not otherwise. The Medium's Book, Chapter 26. By enlightening us about the properties of the fluids, the agents and means of action for the invisible world, and comprising one of the forces and powers of nature, Spiritism provides us the key to innumerable phenomena that have been unexplainable and which are inexplicable by any other means, and which in the past used to be regarded as miracles. Like magnetism, Spiritism reveals a law, if not unknown, at least poorly understood, that is, a law whose effects we know about because they have occurred throughout history. It is ignorance of this law that gave rise to superstition in the first place. Once the law was identified, however, the extraordinary disappeared and the phenomena entered the order of natural events. That is why spirits do not anymore perform miracles by making tables turn or the dead to right, than physicians perform miracles by reviving a dying person, or physicists by causing lightning bolts. Whoever claims to perform miracles through Spiritism would either be ignorant of the science or would have an interest in deceiving others. The Medium's Book, Chapter 2. Some people have a very wrong idea about evocations. There are those who think they consist of making the dead return from the grave in their funeral garb. Only in novels and supernatural ghost stories and on stage do we see the fleshless dead come from the grave, draped in sheets and rattling their bones. Spiritism, which has never performed miracles, does not produce this kind or any other, and it has never revived a dead body. When the body is buried, it remains there forever, but the fluidic and intelligent spirit being is not buried with its dense envelope. It begins to separate from the body at the instant of death, and once this separation takes place, there is no longer anything in common between them. What is Spiritism? Chapter 2, number 48. 11. We have dwelled on the above statements in order to show that the principles of Spiritism have no relation whatsoever with those of magic. In Spiritism, spirits are not at the orders of humans. There are no means of coercing them, no symbols or Kabbalistic formulas, no treasure discoveries or procedures for becoming rich, no miracles or wonders, demonization or fantastical apparitions, nothing, finally, that comprises the purpose and essential elements of magic. Spiritism not only repudiates such things, but demonstrates their impossibility and ineffectiveness. Thus, there is no analogy between the purposes and means of magic and those of Spiritism. Only ignorance and bad faith could confuse the two. Consequently, since Spiritist principles have nothing secret about them because they are formulated in clear terms without any possibility of mistake, such misunderstanding cannot prevail. As for healings admitted as real in the pastoral letter cited above, that example was badly chosen as a way to discourage relationships with spirits. In fact, healings are one of the benefits that impress people most and which all can appreciate. Few people will be disposed to renounce them, especially after having exhausted all other resources, from fear of being healed by the devil. On the contrary, there will even be those who will say that if the devil can heal them, then he is capable of good deeds after all. 12. What are the secret agents of such phenomena, the true authors of such inexplicable scenes? Angels would not agree to perform such unworthy functions, and would not lend themselves to the caprices of vain curiosity. The pastoral's author is referring to the physical manifestations of spirits. Among them, there are obviously those that would not be worthy of highly evolved spirits, if by the word angels we are to understand to mean pure spirits or high-order spirits. Then his assertion is in the precise keeping with what Spiritism has to say on the matter. However, one cannot place intelligent written, spoken, auditory communications or communications via any other means on the same level, because these communications are no less worthy of good spirits than they would be of the most eminent individuals on earth. Nor are apparitions, healings, and a huge number of others that the scriptures profusely cite as being produced by angels and saints. Thus, if angels and saints produced similar phenomena yesteryear, why wouldn't they do so today? Nowadays, why would identical phenomena be deemed as the work of the devil in the hands of some, while deemed as holy miracles in the hands of others? Holding to such a thesis is to abandon all logic. The author of the pastoral letter errs in stating that the phenomena are inexplicable. On the contrary, today they are perfectly explicable, and that is why they are no longer viewed as miraculous or supernatural. Even if they were to still remain inexplicable, it would be no more logical to attribute them to the devil than it was in the past to attribute to the devil all the natural phenomena that could not be comprehended. By the expression unworthy functions, we must understand it to mean any ridiculous or evil role. However, we cannot qualify as such the acts of spirits who practice the good and lead people to God and to virtue. Spiritism expressly states that unworthy functions are not the attributes of highly evolved spirits, as the following precepts demonstrate. 13. A spirit's category is recognized by its language. Those who are truly good and of a high order always express themselves in dignified, noble, and logical language that is devoid of any contradiction. It resounds with wisdom, benevolence, modesty, and the purest morals. It is concise and without useless redundancy. Among low-order spirits who are ignorant or proud, the emptiness of their ideas is always compensated for by an abundance of words. Every implicitly erroneous thought, every maxim contrary to sane morals, every absurd counsel, every crude, trivial, or simply frivolous expression, any sign of malevolence, presumptuousness, or arrogance are incontestable indications of a little evolved spirit. High-order spirits concern themselves only with intelligent communications aimed at our instruction. Physical or purely material manifestations are most commonly entrusted to low-order spirits, normally designated as rapping spirits, for the same reason that among us gymnastics are performed by tumblers and not by scholars. It would be absurd to suppose that a spirit, even a little evolved one, would enjoy ostentation. See What is Spiritism, Chapter 2, numbers 37 through 40 and 60. See also The Spirit's Book, Part 2, Chapter 1, Different Orders of Spirits, The Spirit Scale, and The Medium's Book, Part 2, Chapter 24, Identity of Spirits, Distinction between Good and Evil Spirits. What person of good faith could possibly see in these precepts any unworthy function attributed to high-order spirits? Spiritism not only does not group all spirits together, but as far as attributing intelligence to demons, an intelligence equal to that of the angels, Spiritism has verified by observing the phenomena that, on the contrary, low-order spirits are ignorant to various degrees, their moral horizon is narrow, and their astuteness is limited. They often hold an erroneous and incomplete idea about things and are incapable of resolving certain issues and consequently of doing all the things attributed to demons. 14. The souls of the dead whom God prohibits to be evoked remain in the place to which justice has assigned them, and without his permission, they cannot place themselves at the disposition of the living. Spiritism also says that spirits cannot manifest without God's permission, but it is even stricter, for it states that it does not accept the manifestation of any spirit, good or bad, without God's permission. The Church, on the other hand, does not hold this to be the case with demons. Demons are exempt from such permission. Spiritism goes even further because it affirms that in spite of such permission, whenever spirits answer the call of the living, they still do not place themselves at their disposal. Does a spirit who is evoked come voluntarily, or is it coerced into manifesting itself? It obeys the will of God. This means that it obeys the general law governing the universe. It thus judges the usefulness of manifesting, and therein lies its free will. A high-order spirit always answers whenever it is called for a useful reason, and only refuses to respond when evoked by frivolous persons who treat the manifestation as an amusement. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. Can a spirit who is evoked refuse to come? Absolutely. If not, what would become of its free will? Do you yourselves believe that all the beings of the universe are at your orders? Do you yourselves feel obligated to respond to all who call you by name? When I say that it can refuse, I mean at the order of the evoker, for a low-order spirit might be obligated by a high-order one to manifest. The Medium's Book, Chapter 25. Spirits are so convinced of not having any direct power over spirits and of not being able to obtain anything without God's permission that when they call a spirit, they say, I pray to Almighty God to allow a good spirit to communicate with me. I also pray to my guardian angel to assist me and keep evil spirits away. And when calling to a particular spirit, they say, I pray to Almighty God to allow the spirit of so-and-so to communicate with me. The Medium's Book, Chapter 17, number 203. 15. The accusations formulated by the Church against evocations do not therefore apply to Spiritism, since they refer mainly to the practices of magic with which Spiritism has nothing in common. Spiritism condemns such practices as much as the Church does, while at the same time it does not confer a role on high-order spirits unworthy of them, nor does it ask anything or obtain anything without God's permission. Of course, there may be some who abuse evocations, who make a game of them, who denature their providential purpose in order to advance their own personal interests, or who, out of ignorance, frivolousness, pride, or ambition, deviate from the true principles of the doctrine. True Spiritism, serious Spiritism, however, disowns them, just as true religion disowns false believers and the excesses of fanaticism. Therefore, it is neither logical nor reasonable to impute to Spiritism abuses that it itself condemns, or the errors of those who do not understand it. Before formulating any kind of accusation, one must know if it is justified. Hence, we will state, the Church's denunciation falls upon charlatans and speculators, on the practitioners of magic and sorcery, and with good reason. Whenever religious or skeptic criticism categorizes abuses and stigmatizes charlatanism, is doing nothing more than restoring the purity of the same doctrine, which in turn helps to root out evil elements and thereby facilitates our task. The error of criticism is in confusing good and evil, which often occurs through the bad faith of some and through the ignorance of many. However, the distinction that such criticism fails to make, others do make. In any event, denunciation applied to evil, with which any sincere spiritist would concur, cannot affect the doctrine. 16. Therefore, the mysterious beings who answer the first call of the heretic are the impious as well as the faithful, the criminal as well as the innocent, are sent neither by God nor apostles of truth and salvation, but rather by agents of error and hell. Thus, God does not allow good spirits to come to the heretic, the impious person, or the criminal in order to draw them from error and save them from eternal perdition. God sends only agents of hell to drive them deeper into the mire. At the same time, God sends only evil beings to the innocent in order to pervert them. Amongst all the angels, those privileged creatures of God, isn't there one being sufficiently compassionate who might come to the aid of lost souls? Then what good are the shining qualities displayed by these beings if such qualities are only for their personal enjoyment? Can they really be good angels if, immersed in the delights of contemplation, they see souls on their way to hell but do nothing to divert them from it? But isn't that precisely the picture of the selfish, wealthy individual who possesses everything with profusion but leaves a beggar to die of hunger at his or her door? Isn't that selfishness erected as a virtue and set at the very feet of the Eternal One? You marvel that good spirits might help the heretic and the impious person. Thus you forget the words of Christ, "It is not the one who is thoroughly healthy who needs a doctor." Can't you see things from a higher perspective than the Pharisees in Jesus' day? And if you yourself were called upon by a disbeliever, would you refuse to show him or her the moral path? Well then, good spirits, do what you yourself would do. They approach the impious in order to give them wise counsel, instead of condemning communications from beyond the grave. Praise the decrees of God, and marvel at the divine in its omnipotence and infinite goodness. 17. It is stated that there are guardian angels, but when they cannot make themselves listened to through the mysterious voice of conscience or through inspiration, why couldn't they use means which are more direct and physical, and which are capable of impressing the senses, if such means exist? Moreover, if everything comes from God and nothing occurs without God's permission, is it possible that God avails only evil spirits of such means, while refusing good spirits the right to make use of them? If that were the case, we would have to admit that God furnishes more power to the devil to lead humans to their ruin than to guardian angels to save them. Well then, what guardian angels cannot do themselves, according to the Church, demons do for them. By means of supposedly infernal spirit communications, demons lead to God those who have denied God, and to the good those who have been steeped in evil. These demons present us with the strange spectacle of millions of people who have come to believe in God through the power of the devil, after the Church showed itself powerless to convert them. People who had never prayed before now pray fervently thanks to the instruction of these demons. How many proud, selfish, and immoral persons have become humble, charitable, and moral, and yet they say that it is the work of the devil. If that were the case, it is obvious that the devil has rendered a better service and protection to such persons than the angels themselves have. However, one would have to have a very poor opinion of human judgment in our day and age to believe that people blindly accept such ideas. A religion that makes such a doctrine doctrine one of its cornerstones, a religion that declares that it would be destroyed at its very foundation if demons, hell, eternal punishment, and its idea of an unjust God were removed, is a religion that is committing suicide. 18. It is said that God sent Christ to save humankind, thereby proving God's love. But then how could God have left them without protection afterwards? Undoubtedly, Christ was the divine Messiah, sent to teach humankind the truth and show them a better way. However, count how many people after his coming have been able to hear his words, how many have died, and how many will die without having known them, and finally, how many of those who have known them have actually practiced them. Additionally, why wouldn't God, who always desires the salvation of God's creatures, send other messengers who, upon coming to earth and going into the humblest places among the great and small, the learned and ignorant, disbelievers and believers, would teach the truth to those who have not heard the divine word? Why wouldn't God send such messengers in order to make the word comprehensible to those who do not understand it, overcoming through their direct and multiple teaching the insufficiency of the attempt at spreading the gospel, thereby hastening the advent of the kingdom of God? But when in following Jesus' example, these messengers come in innumerable hosts to open the eyes of the blind, to convert the impious, to heal the sick, and to console the afflicted, the church rejects them, denies the good they do, and calls them demons. Such was the Pharisees' language regarding Christ. They also said that he did good through the power of the devil. How did he respond? You recognize a tree by its fruit. A bad tree cannot produce good fruit. To the Pharisees, Jesus' fruit was bad because he came to destroy abuse and proclaim the freedom that would ruin their authority. If he had come to flatter their pride, approve their corrupt practices, and uphold their power, he would have been received as the hoped-for Messiah of the Jews. However, Christ was alone, poor, and frail, and they condemned him to death, hoping to extinguish his word. But his word survived because it was divine. It spread very slowly, however, and after 18 centuries, it is only known by a tenth of humankind, and there have been many schisms even among his disciples. It is thus out of divine mercy that God sent the spirits to confirm the holy word of Jesus, to complete it, to place it within reach of all, and to spread it throughout the earth. However, the spirits have not incarnated in only one man, whose voice would have limited reach. They are innumerable. They go everywhere, and no one can stop them. Their teaching is spreading with the speed of lightning, because they speak to the heart and reason, and so they are understood even by the most humble. 19. Isn't it unworthy of heavenly messengers the church asks to transmit their teachings by such lovely means as talking tables? Isn't it an insult to suppose that they entertain themselves with trivialities, leaving their dwelling places of light to put themselves at the disposition of the first person to come along? Didn't Jesus leave the dwelling of his Father to be born in a stable? Where has it been said that Spiritism attributes trivial practices to high-order spirits? On the contrary, Spiritism affirms just the opposite. Trivial phenomena are only produced by trivial spirits. Nonetheless, such triviality has struck many minds by proving the existence of the spirit world and demonstrating that that world is much different than the picture that had been painted of it. It was just the beginning, and it was simple like everything else at the beginning. But the tree that arises from a small seed later extends its branches over a great area. Who would have thought that the lowly manger of Bethlehem would give rise to the word that would transform the world? Yes, Christ is the divine Messiah. Yes, his word is the truth. Yes, the religion founded upon that word will be unshakable, but only on condition that its most sublime teachings are followed and practiced, and that the just and good God whom Christ introduced to us is not made into a biased, vengeful, and cruel one. Heaven and Hell, Part 1, Chapter 11, The Prohibition Against Evoking the Dead. 1. The Church does not in any way deny the reality of spirit manifestations. On the contrary, as we have seen in the preceding citations, it sets them all but attributes them exclusively to the intervention of demons. However, anyone who would invoke the Gospels in prohibiting them would be mistaken, because the Gospels do not say one word regarding the matter. The main prevailing argument is the prohibition by Moses. In the following, we will provide the words in which this same pastoral letter that we cited in previous chapters addresses the subject. It is not permitted to enter into relations with them, spirits, either directly or through the intermediation of those who evoke and question them. The Mosaic law punished with death the detestable practices in use among the Gentiles. Do not seek out magicians, says the book of Leviticus, nor seek to know anything from fortune tellers, lest you contaminate yourselves by addressing them. Leviticus 19:31. Any man or woman in whom there is a necromantic or pythonic spirit must be put to death. They shall be stoned, and their blood shall fall upon their heads. Leviticus 20:27. The book of Deuteronomy states, "Allow none to remain alive among you who consult diviners, or who observe dreams and omens, or who use spells, sorcery, or enchantments, or who consult those who have a pythonic spirit and practice fortune-telling, or who inquire of the dead to know the truth. The Lord considers all such things as abominations, and at your coming shall destroy the nations that commit such crimes." Deuteronomy 18:10-12. 2. To better understand the true meaning of the Mosaic words, it will be useful to reproduce the entire text completely, which was abbreviated in the preceding quotations. Thus, "Do not turn from your God to seek out magicians. Do not consult diviners, lest you contaminate yourselves by going to them. I am the Lord your God." Leviticus 19:31. Any man or woman in whom there is a necromantic spirit or pythonic spirit must be punished with death. They shall be stoned, and their blood shall fall upon their head. Leviticus 20:27. When you have entered the land that the Lord your God shall give you, watch yourselves so that you do not imitate the abominations of such people, and let there be none among you who intend to purify son or daughter by passing them through the fire, or those who consult fortune tellers, or observe dreams and omens, or who use spells, sorcery, or enchantments, who consult those who have a necromantic or pythonic spirit, or who intend to divine or inquire of the dead in order to know the truth. The Lord considers all such things as abominations, and at your coming shall destroy all such peoples because of these kinds of crimes which they have committed. Deuteronomy 18:9-12. 3. If the Mosaic law must be so strictly observed on this point, the same must equally apply to all other points, for why would it apply to evocations but not to other matters? Consistency is required. Since it is recognized that the Mosaic law is no longer in agreement with our age and customs in certain cases, the same reason applies to the prohibition we are addressing. Moreover, we must discuss the motives that justified this prohibition. They had their reason for being, but which today obviously no longer exist. The Hebrew lawgiver wanted his people to abandon all the customs they had acquired while in Egypt, where evocations were in use and were subject to abuse, as evidenced in these words from Isaiah. "The spirit of Egypt will vanish by itself, and I will overturn the Egyptians' plans. They shall consult their idols, their fortune tellers, and their magicians." Isaiah 19:3. Hence the Israelites were not to form any alliances with foreign nations. They would encounter the same practices among these cultures, and they would soon be fighting against them. For political reasons, Moses thus had to inspire the Hebrew people aversion toward all the customs that had points of contact with the ones acquired in Egypt. In order to encourage such aversion, Moses needed to make them understand such practices as being condemned by God. Hence these words, "The Lord considers all such things as abominations, and at your coming shall destroy the nations that commit such crimes." 4. Moses' prohibition was well justified because evoking the dead did not originate from sentiments of respect, affection, or piety toward them. Instead, it was a means of fortune-telling, much like the omens and auguries exploited by charlatanism and superstition. Try as he might, however, Moses was unable to uproot these customs. They had been transformed into an object of business, as is attested to by the following passage by the same prophet. And when they say to you, consult the magicians and fortune-tellers who murmur their spells, answer them, doesn't each people consult its own God, and should one inquire of the dead concerning the living? Isaiah 8:19. It is I who enable you to see the falsehood of magical omens. It is I who make those who try to foretell the future appear foolish. It is I who overturn the mind of wise men and confound their vain knowledge. Isaiah 44:25. Let those fortune-tellers who contemplate the heavenly bodies and count the months in order to make predictions and who desire to reveal the future to you come forward now and save you. They have been made into straw, and the fire has devoured them. They will not free their souls from the burning flames. From the burning fire there shall not be left any coals with which they can warm themselves, or even before which they may sit. This is what shall become of all these things to which you have devoted yourselves so diligently. Those merchants that had done business with you since your youth will disappear, and one by one will not be found to draw you from your evils. Isaiah 47:13-15. In this chapter, Isaiah is addressing the Babylonians by using the allegorical figure of the virgin daughter of Babylon, daughter of the Chaldeans. Verse 1. He states that fortune-tellers will not prevent the downfall of the monarchy. In the following chapter, he addresses the Israelites directly. You others, come here, you children of a sorceress, you offspring of an adulterer and a prostitute. Whom are you mocking? At whom do you open your mouths and stick out your cruel tongues? Are you not perverse children and rejected bastards, you who seek comfort in your gods beneath every tree covered with leaves, and who sacrifice your babes in the ravines under the overhanging rocks? You have placed your trust in the rocks of the ravine. You have poured out drink offerings in their honor. You have offered them sacrifices. After all this, should my indignation not kindle against you? Isaiah 57:3-6. These words are unequivocal and clearly show that at that time evocations were for the purpose of fortune-telling, and that at the same time they comprised a business associated with the practices of magic and sorcery. They were even accompanied by human sacrifice. Moses was therefore right to prohibit such things and to affirm that God loathed them. Such superstitious practices continued even through the Middle Ages, but today reason predominates, and Spiritism has come to show the exclusively moral, consoling, and religious purpose of relations with those beyond the grave. Consequently, since Spiritists do not sacrifice children or make drink offerings to honor gods, since they do not inquire of heavenly bodies, the dead, or sorcerers in order to divine the future that God has wisely hidden from humankind, since they reject any form of making a business of the faculty of communicating with spirits, which some possess, since they are not motivated by curiosity or greed, but by a sentiment of piety and a desire to learn, improve themselves, and to comfort suffering souls, then Moses' prohibition does not relate in any way to them. If those who complain against Spiritists would delve more deeply into the meaning of the biblical words, they would realize that there is no analogy between what was occurring among the Hebrews and the principles of Spiritism. Moreover, Spiritism condemns everything that motivated Moses' interdict. However, in their blind desire to find arguments to fight new ideas, its adversaries do not perceive that such arguments are completely erroneous. Contemporary criminal law punishes all the abuses that Moses meant to repress. However, if he pronounced the ultimate penalty against transgressors, it was because he needed severe means for governing such an unruly people. Furthermore, this penalty was constantly present throughout the Mosaic Law Code because there was not much else to choose from as a means of repression. There were neither prisons nor correctional institutions in the desert, and its people were not of a nature that was afraid of purely disciplinary punishment. Besides, Moses could not gradate punishments as we can nowadays. It is therefore erroneous to support oneself on the severity of the punishment to prove the degree of culpability for evoking the dead. Out of respect for the Mosaic law, would it be necessary to retain the death penalty in all the matters in which it was prescribed? Why so insistently revive this particular article while at the same time keeping quiet about the beginning of the chapter in Deuteronomy, which prohibits priests from possessing earthly assets and sharing in any inheritance, because the Lord is their proper inheritance? Deuteronomy 28, 1 and 2. 5. There are two distinct parts in the Mosaic law: the law of God per se, promulgated on Mount Sinai, and the civil or criminal law adapted to the customs and character of the people. The former law is invariable, while the latter changes over time, and it would occur to no one that we should be governed according to the same means as the Jews in the desert, any more than we in 19th century France should be governed by the capitularies of Charlemagne. For example, who would think about reviving the article of the Mosaic law today? If a bull gores a man or woman to death, let the bull be stoned to death, and let no one eat the flesh. However, the bull's owner shall be found innocent. Exodus 21 and 28. This article, which seems so absurd to us, had no other subject than to punish the bull and hold the owner innocent, and it simply entailed the confiscation of the animal that caused the accident in order to make the owner be more careful. The loss of the bull was the owner's punishment and would have been very severe for a people of herders. It would have hindered others from allowing the same wrong to happen. However, the loss benefited no one because eating the bull's flesh was prohibited. Other articles prescribe cases in which the owner is responsible. Everything had its reason for being in Moses' legislation, for everything was foreseen in it, down to the last detail. But the form as well as the basis was adapted to the circumstances of the occasion. If Moses were to return today to give a new code to a civilized European nation, he would not give that of the Hebrews. 6. It may be objected that all the laws of Moses, as well as those received on Sinai, were dictated in God's name. However, if we regard all of them as being of divine origin, why are the commandments limited to the Decalogue? What is the reason for the difference? If all the laws have emanated from God, all are equally obligatory, then why aren't they all observed? For instance, why hasn't circumcision been retained, to which Jesus himself was submitted and did not abolish? It is forgotten that in order to lend more authority to their laws, all ancient legislators attributed a divine origin to them. More than any other, Moses needed such divine support due to the character of his people, and if in spite of this he had so much difficulty in making them obey his law, how much worse the situation would have been if he had promulgated his laws in his own name. Didn't Jesus come to modify the Mosaic law, and didn't his own law become the code for Christians? Didn't he say, you know that such and such a thing was said to the ancients, but I now tell you further? But did he touch the law of Sinai? Certainly not. He sanctioned it, and his entire moral doctrine is nothing more than a further development of it. Nowhere did Jesus allude to the prohibition against evoking the dead. Nevertheless, it was too serious a subject for him to have omitted it from his teachings, whereas he had addressed others that were more secondary. 7. In sum, it is a question of knowing if the Church places the Mosaic law above the Gospel law. In other words, if it is more Jewish than Christian. It is worth noting that of all religions, Judaism opposes Spiritism least, because Judaism does not invoke the Mosaic law against relations with the dead, a law on which the Christian sects themselves rest. 8. There is a further contradiction. If Moses prohibited the evoking of spirits, it was because they could actually appear, for otherwise the prohibition would have been needless. Thus, if they could manifest back then, they can do so today, and if they are the spirits of the dead, then they are not demons exclusively, Furthermore, Moses never even spoke of demons. It is therefore obvious that one cannot support oneself logically on the law of Moses in this case, for the dual reason that it does not govern Christianity and it is not proper for the customs of our time. Nonetheless, even if we were to suppose that the Mosaic law has as much authority as some grant it still would not apply to Spiritism as we have just seen. It is true that Moses' prohibition entails interrogating the dead, but only secondarily as an accessory to the practices of sorcery. The word interrogate alongside fortune teller and sorcerer shows that amongst the Hebrews evocations were a means of fortune telling. However, Spiritists do not evoke the dead to receive illicit revelations, but to receive their wise counsels and to seek relief on behalf of those who suffer. Obviously, if the Hebrews had used such communications from beyond the grave for such a purpose, then instead of prohibiting the practice, Moses would have encouraged it because such communications would have greatly benefited his people. 9. Of course, although there are facetious or ill-intended critics who have described Spiritist meetings as assemblies of sorcerers or necromancers and mediums as fortune tellers, if charlatans have sometimes mixed up the name Spiritism with the foolish practices that it itself condemns, there are plenty of people who are aware of the essentially moral and serious nature of Spiritist meetings. The doctrine written for all people sufficiently protests against abuses of any kind, so that the slander falls upon those who really deserve it. 10. Evocation, they say, shows a lack of respect for the dead, whose ashes should not be disturbed. Who says this? Antagonists from two opposing camps who join hands, disbelievers who do not believe in souls, and those who, although believing in souls, claim that they cannot manifest themselves, and that it is really the devil who manifests. When an evocation is made religiously and reverentially, when spirits are called not out of curiosity, but out of affection and sympathy, and with a sincere desire for instruction and moral improvement, we do not see how there can be any more lack of respect in calling individuals after death than in calling them while they are alive. However, there is another peremptory response to this objection, which is that spirits appear spontaneously without coercion, and often without even being called. They also tell of the satisfaction they experience in communicating with human beings, and they sometimes complain of being forgotten by those they left behind. If spirits' peace were disturbed, or if they did not like to be called, they would certainly say so and would not manifest. But since they are free, then whenever they answer us, it is because they have accepted the call. 11. There is a further alleged reason. Souls remain in the dwelling place to which divine justice has assigned them, that is, in hell or in heaven. Consequently, those who are in hell cannot leave, even though demons are completely free to do so. The souls that are in heaven are completely involved in their blissfulness. They are much too superior to mortals to be concerned about them, and they are so blissful that they would never return to this earth full of miseries in the interests of the family and friends they left here. Aren't these souls rather like the rich who look away from the poor so as to not have their digestion affected? If that were the case, they would hardly be worthy of such supreme happiness, because it would be a reward for selfishness. Moreover, there are still those who are in purgatory, but they are suffering souls and must think of their own salvation before anything else. Thus, neither the former nor the latter can answer our call, only the devil can manifest in their stead. Therefore, if they themselves cannot come, then there is no reason for us to be concerned about disturbing their rest. 12. Here another problem arises. If blissful souls cannot leave their glorious mansion in order to help mortals, why does the Church invoke the assistance of the saints who must be enjoying the greatest bliss possible? Why does it advise the faithful to invoke them in cases of sickness, affliction, and for protection against calamity? Why, according to the Church, do the saints and the Virgin herself appear to individuals in visions and perform miracles? Thus they leave heaven to come down to earth. If those who are high in heaven can leave it, why is it that those who are in a less elevated place cannot? 13. That disbelievers deny the manifestation of souls is understandable due to the fact that they do not believe souls exist in the first place. But what is odd is to see those whose belief rests precisely on the soul's existence and future angrily oppose the very means of proving its existence and make every effort to show that such is impossible. It would seem natural, however, for those who have the most interest in the soul's existence to joyfully accept as a grace of providence the means to refute skeptics with irrefutable proof, since they are the ones who actually deny religion itself. These constantly deplore the avalanche of disbelief that is decimating the flock of the faithful, but when they are given the most powerful means of combating it, they reject it more obstinately than disbelievers themselves. Then, when such proofs multiply to the point of leaving no more doubt, they resort to the supreme approach of prohibiting the subject from being discussed at all, seeking to justify their position with an article of the Mosaic Law which no one remembers and to which they strongly intend to give a meaning that it does not have. And they are so joyful at such a discovery that they do not realize that this same article is actually a justification for the Spiritist doctrine. 14. None of the alleged reasons for condemning relations with spirits can hold up under serious examination. From the eagerness with which they oppose it, it is easy to deduce the big personal interest connected to the subject. Otherwise, they would not be so insistent. In observing such a crusade by all sects against spirit manifestations, one might say they are virtually terrified of them. The real reason could be their fear that because spirits see things much more clearly, they might come to enlighten humans concerning points that the churches would rather keep hidden, and enable people to know exactly what the other world is like and the real conditions of both the fortunate and misfortunate in that place. That is why one tells a child, don't go there because of the boogeyman, or why one tells adults, don't invoke spirits because only the devil will answer you. It does not matter, however. They can try to prevent people from evoking them, but they cannot prevent them from coming to people, bringing the light out from beneath the bushel. The creed that holds the absolute truth has nothing to fear of that light, because the light makes the truth shine forth. The devil could not prevail against the truth. 15. Rejecting communications from beyond the grave is the same as rejecting the most powerful means of learning, which results from knowing about the future life and the examples that such communications furnish to us. Furthermore, experience has taught us the good that we can do by turning imperfect spirits from evil and helping those who are suffering to detach themselves from matter and improve themselves. To forbid communicating with suffering souls is therefore to deprive them of the assistance that we can and must provide them. The following words of a spirit wonderfully sum up the effects of evocation when done for a charitable purpose. Every suffering and unfortunate spirit will tell you about the cause of its downfall and the follies to which it succumbed. It will tell you about its hopes, struggles, and fears, its regrets, pain, and desperation. It will show you God justifiably displeased, severely punishing the wrongdoer. Upon hearing this, you will be moved with compassion for the spirit and with fear for yourselves. And if you follow its complaints, you will see that God has not lost sight of it, that he is always awaiting the repentant sinner and will open his arms as soon as it begins to progress toward him. You will see the wrongdoer's progress, to which you will have the happiness and glory of contributing. You will follow it with the solicitude of the surgeon seeing the healing of the wound that he cares for daily. Bordeaux, 1861.